A volcano has erupted. Two unrivaled warriors met in mortal combat on a mountaintop. There was an unbearable rumble from their battle. They struck each other blow after blow. Rocks and dust flew everywhere. One of them, receiving a blow from his opponent, made a crater in the rock with his body. Giant rocky boulders were flying in different directions. In the heat of battle, they moved from place to place all over the mountain, and so it began to crumble. The elder of the two warriors was very badly wounded by the enemy and lost an arm. The young warrior had a dagger stuck in his shoulder. The wound was very deep. Blood gushed from his mouth. After striking each other hard, they bounced in opposite directions. A bright flash lit up the sky. Doug Nube praised his strong opponent Jiang Chen. He's really his equal. He's just not mature yet. Jiang Chen didn't expect the old man to be so good at fighting. He had seriously wounded him. He was not inferior in any way. He only regretted one thing, that he would no longer be able to fathom all the mysteries of the blade. Closing his eyes, Jiang Chen focused his last bit of strength. He generates energy with the Azulette sword law. Lightning bolts pierce his body from all sides. He summons from this energy a divine sword. This spell is the unity of blade and soul. Jiang Chen's sword had absorbed all this power. It would now give its master an undeniable advantage over his opponent. Nothing can compare to that power. It will break through all barriers and defenses. Jiang Chen directs a stream of destructive energy towards Doug Nube. It flies like black lightning. The old man felt something strong and unstoppable rushing through him, and behind him the cliff crumbled into a whole bunch of huge rocks. Doug Nube discovered a hole in his chest. His defenses were promptly breached. Just unbelievable. The section of rock where the old man had been standing began to crumble beneath his feet, and Dugu Nube's dead body flew down with the rocks into the abyss. Jiang Chen felt like he was dying. The only thing he could think about now, in his last vital moments. A bright column of light pierced the night sky. The lightning from the light funnel shot out in different directions. One stone began to emit a glow and emitted rapid beams of light. The stone came closer and closer, emitting sparks. It was getting bigger and bigger. And finally there was darkness, which was pierced by bright flashes of lightning. My eyes open and I see the black silhouette of a man. Maybe he's no longer alive. A young girl of pleasant appearance says it's dinner time. He understands her perfectly. And then the baby starts talking to her in conscious adult speech and shames her. There was a terrible scream in the house. The young girl is his babysitter, and she pops out of the house screaming, and the little boy wonders who she meant. Jiang Chen realizes that he is alive, but doesn't understand why he is in a child's body. He remembers the sky changing its color and remembers the battle with his opponent, Doug Nube. In the end, they were both dead. Since the sky changed, it could mean that he went through the barrier. Little Jiang Chen is looking around. He sees the plants and furnishings in the house. It's probably a different land altogether. It's an unfamiliar city to the little one. Jiang Chen is completely naked trying to climb out of his crib. In the distance, he hears voices. Then he saw a whole bunch of people. There was an important gentleman shouting at the nurse. Little Jiang Chen spoke up to the surprise of everyone. He explained that he urgently needed to get back in. It turns out that the important gentleman is his father, and he is very happy that the child has started talking at his 6 months. Little Jiang Chen doesn't know where he is. A strange house, family, and the whole town. He later found out that he had entered another world. He had just been reborn in the body of a baby on the Tianyuan continent. Everyone in the evening was overjoyed. They took turns hugging the baby. It was a good sign for them that the 6-month-old baby had started to talk. To his great surprise, little Jiang Chen retained the memories of his past life. Time passes quickly, and 3 years in the home of little Jiang Chen's new family passed like 3 weeks. The day of the test has arrived. The little boy hopes that after so much training, he will be able to show everyone his talent and ability. He knows his advantage. After all, he still has the knowledge and experience of his past life with him. An old teacher is giving instruction to his young pupil. A glowing vortex appeared in the stone and began to unwind. Even the old teacher was surprised at what he saw. Jiang Chen asks what it is, and his teacher tries to come up with a simple explanation. The test showed that the little boy couldn't use this power. Jiang Chen was shocked by this. And to put it in simple terms, little Jiang Chen's talents just aren't there. A group of fans support the young gentleman. They cheer him up as best they can with their slogans and posters. Tears of joy welled up in the old man's eyes. At last, he would see the little lord gain the status of the chosen one in front of so many people. The test has been passed. It showed that little Xiangtian didn't have holy power. Everyone froze with surprise and indignation. This has to be challenged, because it's not believable. Maybe there's been some kind of mistake. Changguan is standing in front of the family crest, and on opposite sides of him sit his beautiful wives. He is extremely dissatisfied because his son Xiangtian was unable to generate Saint Power energy. Bi Yuntian, Xiangtian's mom and Mr. Changguang's fourth wife, is very worried about her young son. Bai Yu Shuang, the third wife of Mr. Changguang, sits with a satisfied look and smiles slyly. Xiangtian thinks the obelisk is broken. There's nothing wrong with him. He's not a cripple. Uncle Day agrees to try the test again. He begins to meditate and uses the technique of the eyes of discernment. Mr. Changguan is watching them from afar. He wants to figure things out for himself. The trial was once again completed. Little Xiangtian became very nervous. Uncle D reports to Mr. Changguang that young Master Xiangtian does not have the ability to generate holy power. Biyuntian, Xiangtian's mom, is very upset. The boy seems to be fine. Bai Yu Shuang started to get sarcastic about it. How much effort and family resources had been invested in this baby, and the result is nothing. She's not in a good mood. Since the test was not passed, she sees no point in all the posters with silly slogans in favor of baby Xiangtian. The whole crowd, along with the banners, begin to slowly move away from the scene of the ordeal. So it was all for nothing. Xiangtian himself can't understand anything. After all, there is great progress in his Azulet sword law training. The very essence in this world where he was reborn is more dense than in the one where he lived and died. Maybe the reason was because Xiangtian had combined the first level of the Azulet sword law with his holy power. Yes, it can be a reason for failure. Bai Yu Shuang, like a sly red snake, began to suck up to her husband, and reminiscent of their child together, Ke-er. Due to Xiangtian's failure of the trial, all the resources that were allocated to him would be given to Mr. Changguang's other son, and his mother's maintenance will be halved. A very despicable act. He was undeservedly made to look like an inferior child. Mr. Changguang sternly announced his decision to the public. Little Xiangtian did not say anything crossly. That's the end of the trial ceremony. Everyone turns around and leaves. Bai Yu Shuang still can't get enough of it. He stings his sister in the most painful place, while she celebrates her triumph. The old man tried to cheer up little Xiangtian. He explained that his father, Changguang, had a very big responsibility. He had to make such difficult decisions. Even Changguang has his own reasons for doing what he does. Anything that doesn't kill makes you stronger. Xiangtian headed towards his mom, Biyuntian. He was deeply ashamed to look her in the eye. He failed, and for that, she suffered too. He apologized from the bottom of his heart. He didn't want her to fall into disfavor. A mother is a mother. To her, her child is the best, even if he can't do something. She is convinced that if one thing is missing, there must be something to cover the shortfall. It's not her son's time yet. Biyuntian will always be with his son, Xiangtian, and will never betray him. His mom is very kind to him. Her kindness and warmth compensates Xiangtian for the bitterness of today's defeat and failure. He calmed his mom down, and he said he'd made up his mind. He would make things better. He won't disappoint his mom again, and he won't embarrass her, even if he has to beat all the competition to do it. Biyuntian smiled and said that her faith in her son would never wane. Xiangtian has a very big trump card, his knowledge of experience from his past life, which will help him achieve his goals and show what he is worth. Late afternoon in the library of Changguan's house. Jiang Chun spent all those 7 years studying and training intensely. All this is the last book. He's read over 1,000 books in his father's library, all to achieve his goal. Now we need to combine the knowledge gained from books with the law of the Azulet ball. The result should be good. Jiang Chun concentrated the energy in his right hand. He prepared to strike with his palm. The impact struck the library's support column. A very deep and clear imprint of his hand in the stone pillar remains. He succeeded. 3 years ago, he merged his body with the holy power, the growth of which became very rapid. A bright glow of a bluish hue can be seen from the library windows. Jiang Chun worked until the wee hours of the morning. He needs to get back to his mother as soon as possible. She doesn't need to know about his secrets yet. He's sitting at the table, but there's nothing on it. No food. Biyuntian gives an admonition to his son to memorize well. No matter how dire the circumstances, one must always keep up the mark and be at your best. The boy apologizes to his mom. If he were not handicapped, his mother would not tolerate neediness. Although cucumbers are a primitive food but very useful, and it also removes excess fat. Bai Yushuang is rumored to have bought an expensive skincare product, and now she looks like a swollen beet. And then she suddenly remembered. She pulled out a note that listed a book to read and tasks for her son to complete. Xiang Tian doesn't need to do anything. After all, he can easily memorize what he reads, although he doesn't inform his mother about it. Since her child can't wield holy power, he will have to rely only on his intelligence and knowledge to have a good future. Going over this big list, Xiang Tian thinks to himself, maybe he should tell his mother his secret. But if he could use holy power, he would be doubly charged. And then he realized it was better not to, and keep his secret to himself for now. He didn't want to bother reading it. Xiang Tian goes to the library, and his mother warns him that she will definitely check the completion of the task she has given him at night. Since he has read all the books in the library and can recite them from memory, he will not do the assignment. Xiang Tian smelled a beautiful fragrance. It's his mom's favorite. It's unmistakable. And he headed for the kitchen where the servants were working. They noticed him as he walked up the steps to the door. The pie looked just beautiful. The 4 slices were so appetizing. His hand reached for the pie, but then the servants began to reprimand the little boy. It's not right to steal like that. Immediately, the plate was abruptly taken away from Xiang Tian's hands. He didn't have time to take anything. Chu Er's ordinary servant was teasing the boy and provoked him. He had better give the cake to him goodbye. Xiang Tian is getting really angry. Chu Er won't stop teasing Xiang Tian. He remembers very well that his mom loves him very much. Xiang Tian calmly tells Chu Er to give him what he wants. But the third mistress's servant continues to sarcasm, not realizing he's playing with fire. The servants in the kitchen begin to humiliate Xiang Tian. They remind him that it's because of his failure in the test that his mom can't even eat properly. Xiang Tian is already speaking in raised tones, Chu Eru, to give him what he wants. Shi defiantly knocks over the plate with 4 pieces of cake on the floor in front of Xiang Tian. The plate falls and shatters. The food is gone. Xiang Tian is just furious. He starts to accumulate power and calls Chu Er's servant what he really is. He makes a strong fist punch to the servant's face. Blood spatters in the air. Shi Er falls to the floor, unconscious, with a mouthful of his own blood. The other servants look at little Xiang Tian in horror and awe. They seemed to be playing around and didn't realize who they were messing with. From now on, Xiang Tian will no longer be polite and restrained. He will forcefully remind them who he is and where they belong. Shi Er's servant's face curved inwards from the blow, and blood flowed out of his nose. To the other servant, with a punch to the jaw, Xiang Tian twisted his neck violently, and the third, with a fist punch to the stomach, slammed him into the wall. The kitchen servant is sitting on the floor near a rack of plates. His nose is broken and he is half faint. He hears one plate shuddering and flying straight at his head. The other servants in the kitchen, who hadn't yet fallen under Xiang Tian's crush, stand and watch in horror as the little master slapped all 3 of them on the neck. Xiang Tian shoved the very carrot cake that the servant had defiantly thrown on the floor into the mouth of his offender, Shi Eru. For 2 years, he and his mother were abused. They were fed slop like pigs, but at the same time they demanded money as if they were paying for high-quality products. The remaining servants in the kitchen realized what the young master was getting at. It was evident in their eyes that they realized their guilt. It was all true. Xiang Tian warned everyone that this was the last time. Otherwise, they wouldn't get away with it as easily as today. He walked defiantly out of the kitchen, and the kitchen servants bowed before him. They couldn't believe that the supposedly inferior young master Xiang Tian, who hadn't passed the Saint Power test, had so easily soaped Chu Eru's neck. Changguan family estate. Xiang Tian is in high spirits. He once again reminded the villains who he is and how he and his mother should be treated. Somewhere nearby, he heard the sounds of practice. It was the son of Changguan Kei's 3rd wife, Bai Yushuang, who was practicing. He put his diligence and perseverance into training with the weapon. He was pretty good with a double-edged axe and practiced a crushing blow. He then moved on to the hangman stroke technique and completed the combination with a death cut. After that, he began to catch his breath. Xiang Tian didn't like Changguan Kei, since he was too fat and arrogant. Besides, this was not training as Jiang Tian saw it. It's all very disgusting from the outside. I should have taken a different road to avoid seeing Chang Guan Kei. Chang Guan Kei didn't like Jiang Tian either. He called him a petty jerk in front of his eyes. In his eyes, he was too weak. He had what he thought was a great idea, to play a prank on his little stepbrother. He called him over and offered Jiang Tian some sweets. The one said he's an adult and now he's not much of a candy addict. Although Jiang Tian keeps forgetting his actual age. He's really 7 years old. Chang Guan Kei and her mom, Bai Yu Shuang, have been bullying Jiang Tian and his mom all these years. But now, a good idea had entered Jiang Tian's mind. I mean, this is the perfect chance to teach that cocky, red-headed fat kid a lesson. Jiang Tian agreed. He began to smile like a dangerous poisonous snake. Chang Guan Kei smelled something wrong. His half-brother's smile made him feel quite uncomfortable. Somehow, Jiang Tian was not the same as usual. But he quickly reassured himself. What is there to be afraid of? After all, his half-brother is an inferior, a cripple who couldn't pass the test of holy power. On the training ground on the left side were battle sword axes, spears. On the right side stood shields and all sorts of defenses. Chang Guan Kei generously tells Jiang Tian to choose absolutely any weapon for a training battle of any taste. Jiang Tian walked to the nearest tree and broke a branch for himself. He reassured his older brother and told him that the best weapon for him was a freshly plucked branch. Chang Guan Kei mentally laughed at Jiang Tian. He called him a real fool who had lost his fear of death. He warned Jiang Tian that he was about to launch an attack on him. Chang Guan Kei jumped up properly and swung the double-sided axe. But this punch didn't scare Jiang Tian at all. He simply dodged it, stepping aside just one step. Jiang Tian concentrated holy power in his hand with the branch and began to counterattack. Chang Guan Kei tried to dodge the blow as best he could. Jiang Tian's branch passed a few centimeters away from his face. He was soaked with fear. Jiang Tian won a training fight against Chang Guan Kei. According to the rules, he was closest to his opponent. Something incredible happened. It just didn't make sense. Chang Guan Kei and Jiang Tian stood like stone statues. Some kind of awkward silence remained. Finally, Chang Guan Kei said that his petty brother, Jiang Tian, is a rogue, and this duel doesn't count. After all, it was impossible to lose. Jiang Tian smiles and pretends not to understand anything. What exactly did Chang Guan Kei mean? In Chang Guan Kei's eyes, black anger could be seen. He couldn't find the right words. In short, this fight doesn't count. Chang Guan Kei was said to start again. Jiang Tian smiled and agreed to another round without a problem. Chang Guan Kei realized that he had underestimated his little brother. That's why he was taken by surprise. It's going to be serious now. There's no way that little creep could take him down so easily. Chang Guan Kei squinted his eyes at the branch. What was so special about it? Chang Guan Kei kindly asked Jiang Tian to show him the branch he had plucked. There was definitely some secret in it. It's just an ordinary wooden stick. There's nothing special about it at all, except that it's uneven, that's all. Chang Guan Kei made a very sneaky maneuver. Taking the opportune moment when Jiang Tian was distracted, he knocked that branch out of his hands with his axe. Without warning, Jiang Tian didn't like such a dishonorable move very much. Fighting by means of low tricks is meanness. He began to concentrate his efforts for the fight. And I remembered the feeling I had in the final battle in my past life. The feeling when he summoned the divine sword during battle, accumulating holy power. Jiang Tian raised this branch high with his thought force, so that his opponent couldn't see it. Chang Guan Kei anticipated the victory. He swings his axe and intends to kill Jiang Tian. He wants to take out a rival for the future leadership of the Chang Guan family. Jiang Tian is not distracted from his concentration. With his eyes closed, he feels every movement and breath of his opponent. A branch hanging in the air flies at Chang Guan Kei with lightning, barely having time to swing his axe. It's aimed right at his face, and Jiang Tian remains completely calm. With one strong blow to his right cheek, the branch knocked Chang Guan Kei off his feet. He collapsed to the ground like a huge closet. It ended up sticking into the stone pavement. A shocked Chang Guan Kei holds his hand to the sore spot on his face. He is horrified to find blood on his palm. And the hitherto formidable red-haired warrior started acting like a little girl and getting hysterical. Jiang Tian calmly threatened to take Chang Guan Kei's life if he dared to insult him again. Chang Guan Kei was very scared and started calling for his mom's help. Jiang Tian managed to stand up for himself this time, even if it was tough. The main thing was that he was able to fight back and defend himself. And the punishment he would face did not scare Jiang Tian at all. He really hopes this incident doesn't affect his mom in any way. Someone bystander, unnoticed, walked up from Jiang Tian's back and pulled a branch from the stone pavement. He was unable to hide his true strength. From this day forward, things will be different. Change has entered this house. Changguan family's estate. Bai Yu Shuang, along with her little boy, squeals and drenches herself in tears and snot. She sputters and demands that Jiang Tian be punished. The kitchen servant, Shi also came crawling in with a bandaged face. He complained that he had been beaten undeservedly, to which the family head said that Jiang Tian has a great flaw. He can't cultivate holy power. Therefore, he couldn't accomplish all of this. Bai Yu Shuang is still scheming and babbling nonsense with her silly tongue, hoping that her crocodile tears will make the master of the house cry. Jiang Tian will be punished very severely if he is found to have done these things. But we need proof. Mr. Changguan demands that Jiang Tian be called immediately. We need to sort this out properly. Bai Yu Shuang ominously utters the name of his rival, Bi Yun Tian. She would do anything to get the two of them kicked out of Changguan's house as soon as possible. Changguan family's estate. The master, seeing the tears of his third wife and her son, will demand a serious explanation from Bi Yun Tian and Jiang Tian. Bi Yun Tian said that there was no need to look for her son. There was no need for that. She started to defend Jiang Tian. He had nothing to do with what happened. It was all her fault. Mr. Changguan asked incredulously. So it was his fourth wife who beat up Shi servant and hurt his son Ker from his third wife. As a true mother, she cares for her child and didn't want anyone to bully Jiang Tian because of his inability to control holy power. Bi Yun Tian saw her son being bullied today, so she let Jiang Tian teach Chu and Ker a lesson. And then all three of them started howling like beluga whales. They were hysterical that they were innocent, that they hadn't hurt anyone and hadn't tried to beat them up. Bai Yu Shuang hisses like a snake and tells the master that Bi Yun Tian is purposely protecting his son, to which Bi Yun Tian replied that her son was incapable of controlling holy power. So how could he harm both the servant and Bai Yu Shuang's son? Bai Yu Shuang had run out of arguments. She started stuttering and couldn't find the right words. Bi Yun Tian reiterated that she was the only one to blame for this and asked that Tian Xian not be punished. Mr. Changguan has been very generous, and the punishment for Bi Yun Tian will be a meditative retreat for 4 weeks. Bi Yun Tian accepted her punishment with dignity and humility. Bai Yu Shuang can't understand why the punishment is so light. After all, Ker almost lost his life. She proposes to chase Bi Yun Tian and Tian Xian out of Lord Changguan's estate. The fate of the family is at stake. Bi Yun Tian offers to cure Ker in exchange for his forgiveness. Bai Yu Shuang is strongly against it. God forbid, instead of helping her, it will still kill her precious son for real. Mr. Changguan looks on with a tired face at this whole circus and the writhing of two warring women. Bi Yun Tian calls Ker a big fat red pig and suggests he be fed to the predators. Mr. Changguan has acted very wisely. Without paying attention, he simply removes himself away from this scandal. Changguan family's estate. Tian Xian is sitting by the pond and idling. It's been so long since the fight between him and his brother. He's waiting for someone to come after him. He's worried because he can't find his mom. She suddenly disappeared somewhere. Tian Xian sensed the swift approach of someone or something from the back. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed an object flying at him at high speed. He barely managed to dodge the dagger. It was the one that flew at him. The masked mercenary threateningly told Tian Xian that for his attempt to harm Keru, he would be a dead man. Tian Xian immediately guessed that this was the work of his father's third wife. Bai Yu Shuang is capable of such a thing. The masked mercenary confirmed it. She had put up with the two of them for far too long. Now it's over. He swung his dagger to kill Tian Xian in a leap, but Tian Xian easily moved out of the line of attack, without much harm to himself. The masked mercenary launched a red blast wave at him, but this time too, Tian Xian easily dodged the deadly danger. Tian Xian realized that the mercenary had a low level of saint power. He would be able to handle him. Tian Xian jumped up and threw a branch at the mercenary. The one smirked, not believing that the unfortunate branch could harm him. Tian Xian begins to concentrate holy power. Frozen in midair, the branch begins to fly at the mercenary, right from behind him. The mercenary begins to realize that something is not going according to plan. At the last instant, he raises his eyes upward and sees a branch flying at his head. The impact causes his mask to shatter into two pieces. The masked mercenary turned out to be Mr. Changguan himself. This gave Xiang Tian a terrible shock. Did his own father really want to kill him? Mr. Changguan said his son's name calmly. With tears of joy in his eyes, he realized that his son Tian Xian could generate holy power after all. Tian Xian honestly confessed to his father that he could use holy power. He was the one who injured Ke and Chu Er's servant, so he is willing to be punished, but he asked that his mother not be touched. Mr. Changguan doesn't understand why his son kept it a secret. It could have changed everything. Tian Xian fends off his father's hand with displeasure. He sincerely doesn't understand why he has to tell everything. Everyone loved him from the start, nurtured and cherished. Every possible resource was directed at him. But as soon as his father found out that Tian Xian was crippled, he immediately abandoned him and his mom to their fate. Who is Tian Xian to him, a family man or just a means to achieve his personal goals? Mr. Changguan said in his defense that it was very difficult for him to think about the family's future. But he forgot about Tian Xian and his mother Bi Yuntian for 2 whole years. He left them helpless and destitute. While Tian Xian was considered inferior, Lord Changguan didn't care at all whether his son from his 4th wife was alive or dead. Mr. Changguan started to make a lot of excuses. After all, he is not that heartless. He wouldn't abandon his son and his mom. Tian Xian told his father that he personally did not care about the suffering and hardship he himself had endured, but he would never forgive his father for his mother's humiliation and neediness. Mr. Changguan said that there is a limit to what the head of the family can do. It is impossible to protect absolutely everyone. Tian Xian said that from now on, he only cared about his mother's fate, but certainly not the entire Changguan family. You can punish Tian Xian any way you want, but from now on, he doesn't care about blood and family ties. It's nothing to him. Mr. Changguan remained silent. He no longer had anything more to say to his son. His excuses were pathetic. The old man walked over to Lord Changguan and gave some advice. At times, one must be able to admit one's mistakes. He didn't expect his uncle to have seen everything. Maybe he wanted to keep it a secret. Changguan family estate. Uncle Day and Mr. Changguan are chatting. Tian Xian is very gifted. He defeated Ke with an ordinary stick and almost got him in a fight with the Lord himself. Even before the holy power test, everyone realized that Tian Xian was gifted and chosen. Only the stone couldn't show it. Something was wrong. Stone might have made a mistake. Uncle Day was watching young master Tian Xiang. He was secretly studying in the library at home and learned how to control the holy power on his own. Mr. Changguan didn't understand why Uncle Da had hidden everything from him. Uncle Day was simultaneously watching both little Tian Xian and Lord Changguan. The main threshold of the head of the family is his blindness. Uncle Day wants to take Tian Xian to a special place for further training. Mr. Changguan can't believe that an old man could do such a thing. Uncle Day rebuked the head of the house for not being able to watch his own son. Is it fair to blame an outsider? Mr. Changguan has realized his mistake. His own son hates him, but maybe it's not too late to make things right. Tian Xian has a fair heart. He must be treated fairly. Then he will be able to meet his father's needs. The head of the family agreed with Uncle Day's reasoning. Meanwhile, at Changguan Ba's residence, Bai Yushuang with his son Ke and Bi Yuntian sit at different tables and wait for the Lord's decision. Bai Yushuang hisses like a red snake. This time, she hopes that the two of them will be thrown out of the house. Bi Yuntian could take his child back to his mother's house at any moment. That would be the worst-case scenario. And how can Bai Yushuang show up in public with that face? It's like she's been stung by bees. Mr. Changguan found out the truth. He brought Jiang Tian with him. Without listening to the end, Bai Yushuang started shrieking that Tian Xian should be punished very harshly but fairly. You can't beat up other people, whether they are servants or brothers. But at the same time, it is also forbidden for servants and brothers to abuse their neighbors. From now on, the matter is closed. I can't believe it's just going to go away. Bai Yushuang started squealing again, and talk about Ke being the future of the Changguan family. But the head of the family quickly shut her up. Mr. Changguan said that from now on, Tian Xian and his mother Bi Yuntian should be treated with respect and honor. Bai Yushuang's mouth dropped open in surprise and snot came out of her nose. But for Bi Yuntian, it was a pleasant surprise. Tian Xian is very satisfied with the return of fair treatment. Tian Xian and Bi Yuntian started to hug each other. Finally, justice had been served, and no one was punished. Isn't this a celebration? They just talked man to man, and they understood each other very well. Master asked his fourth wife, Bi Yuntian, to heal the wounds of Bai Yushuang and Kei. This will be a great sign of reconciliation. And then he gagged Bai Yushuang, and that was the end of it. Bi Yuntian concentrated the healing energy around her solar plexus. The energy of heaven and earth flows in her hands. Perhaps it is the power of the shining saints that gives healing. Bai Yushuang is very happy. Her swelling on her face is gone. Kei is also very happy. The scar from being hit by the branch is gone. It doesn't hurt anymore. Tian Xian is so proud of her mom. What can I say about Master? His fourth wife is a source of pride. Still, Tian Xian should be punished, even though the case is closed. Legally, he's still guilty. Tian Xian is disappointed again, so his father's word can't be trusted. For the reason that Tian Xian had been practicing in the wrong way and mastering Saint Force, from tomorrow onwards, he would follow Uncle D to the secret training room. It's not even a punishment, it's some kind of reward. Tian Xian realizes that Uncle D's wisdom will come in handy. Mr. Changguan handed Tian Xian an envelope with a letter in it and told him to open it when his strength level was high enough. And Tian Xian's future could change a lot at that point. Tian Xian looks at the envelope and realizes that it contains something very valuable. Changguan Ba's residence. 7 years had passed and they had flown by like 7 weeks. Mr. Changguan asks Uncle Day how his son's training is going. Has he made any serious progress? Uncle Des says with confidence that for his 14 years old, Xiang Tian is truly brilliant. But still, he's not utilizing his potential to the fullest. Mr. Changguan demands proof. There is a speculation that young master Xiang Tian is purposely lingering at the 7th level of Saint Force Mastery. Time is of the essence, but somehow the gentleman thinks his son is doing it on purpose. An entire year would be lost if Xiang Tian didn't advance to the 8th level. A cozy table with chairs covered with a large black umbrella. The owners of the house are relaxing under it. Meanwhile, Xiang Tian's mom is enjoying her privileges, and the servants are hovering around them. Bi Yuntian says her son can't be distracted. He's practicing, and asks the maid to put the fruit on the table. Bi Yuntian is happy and smiling to herself, lying under the sun with a cucumber mask. What a good attitude now in the family towards her and her beautiful son, Xiang Tian. Xiang Tian can be seen through the open shutters in the window. He has now reached the age of 14. He sits and meditates with his practiced sword in his hands. His life experiences and past life memories are always with him. He closes his eyes and they are there. He recalls the battle on the stairs near the portal, where his loyal companions were surrounded by enemies. They fought desperately back to back, while the enemy kept coming at them in deadly waves. The absence of Zhang Chun in their close ranks significantly lowered their morale. One of his brothers shouted that the sex traitors would never win. Jiang Chun would avenge them anyway. The slyly sneaking enemy plunged his sword into his back, pinning him to the ground. There are only 3 of them left. They're the last ones. The command was given to kill them all. The 3 brave men stood to the last, and in the face of death, none of them wavered, nor did they lose their resolve to fight. And they all fell as one, and the ground on which they stood was completely covered with blood. Xiang Tian hears a voice in his head asking him to stop. He jumps up and strikes with great force with his fist into the stone floor of the house to stop these memories. Then he comes to, breathing heavily. Turns out it wasn't a meditation, it was just a scary dream, but a very real one. Jiang Chun, in Xiang Tian's body, understands exactly who he is, but over the past few years, he has relaxed too much. After all, he's never had a home of his own. All this time, he hadn't tried to become a better person. He just started to get used to the carefree life in Changguan Manor, especially since their attitudes had already changed for the better. You can't get away from yourself. Jiang Chun knows he is not Xiang Tian of Changguan. His enemies are preparing for his return. He has to try to become even stronger and find his way back to his world where his past life was. That's what you need to keep in your head. That's the main thought. It should never be forgotten. Everyone should know and understand who they are and where they came from. Jiang Tian had advanced to the 8th level of strength from this point on. He had purposely procrastinated on this. He didn't want to leave this Changguan house. Changguan Ba residence. His father and Uncle Dae are very happy. He is now at the 8th level of holy power. He has met all their expectations. You can see it from their smiling faces. Xiang Tian asked if he could open the envelope with the letter. The envelope had just one writing on a piece of paper. Mr. Changguan explains to his son that this is a letter of admission to the most famous academy in Kargat. He's the perfect candidate for the study. Now the future of the family is in his hands. We can make it to the commencement ceremony just in time. Xiang Tian receives a gift from his father, and he has high hopes for his son's great success by adulthood. Bi Yuntian is very worried about her son, and has already made a whole schedule and food supply for him. At the same time, she gloated well. The third wife and her son fell ill from envy and anger and went to bed. Uncle Dae says it's time to hit the road. The day is coming to an end, and flying is better in the sunlight. They settle down to ride the griffin. Xiang Tian says goodbye to his parents. He will not forget them during his studies. The griffin shrieks and rises high into the sky. Xiang Tian flies to his new place of study on a fairy griffin, with Uncle Dae's experience and wisdom by his side. Xiang Tian and Uncle Dae fly on a griffin to the most famous academy of Kargat. The feeling of flying is incomparable. So much time had passed. Xiang Tian missed him very much. Uncle Dae tells Xiang Tian that his half-brother is at the academy. But unlike him, it seems Xiang Tian is not afraid of flying. This news surprised Xiang Tian very much. He didn't know that he had another brother. Uncle Dae apologized to him. His memory was not the same and he forgot to tell him. Changguan Hu is Xiang Tian's older brother and the son of the Lord's first wife. He didn't know about him because the third wife drove her out of the house. Xiang Tian now realized that the same trick Bai Yushuang wanted to do to him and his mother. But it was a bummer. Changguan Hu was 17 years old when he entered the academy. Therefore, there was no need to hesitate to ask him for help. Xiang Tian thanked Uncle Dae for his wise advice. The griffin is already approaching the Kargat Academy. You can see the tops of the roofs. Uncle Dae tells the young gentleman that they are almost there. Xiang Tian is overwhelmed with wonderful feelings, a mixture of excitement and delight. The academy itself covers a very large area. It has everything you need to educate its talented students. A crowd of students surrounded the spot where the griffin landed with the new guests. So many people, both the teachers and the students themselves. It might not be easy for Xiang Tian to find his brother. Suddenly he saw him, a big and handsome big man named Changguan Hu. He had purposely arrived early to greet his brother Xiang Tian. Xiang Tian felt very awkward. Uncle Dae, on the other hand, was very happy to see Changguan Hu, and began to tell Changguan Hu that his father, the head of the family, longed for him greatly. Changguan Hu asked me not to mention his father. He still holds a grudge against him. The reunion has taken place. Big brother and little brother are now together. Changguan Hu reassures Xiang Tian and says that there is nothing to be afraid of. No one will dare to hurt him. The two of them leave alone to look around. Xiang Tian looks at Changguan Hu with respect. A true big brother. The famous Kargat Academy. Everything that Changguan Hu points his finger at is Kargat Academy. Whether it's the building or the towers. Changguan Hu is very pleased with himself and says that's the end of it. There is no need to go into details. Xiang Tian culturally says that he would like a more detailed tour. It seems that in his eyes, Changguan Hu is becoming a dissembler. Xiang Tian has a freshman competition tomorrow. It's a great way to meet everyone. It's a battle between rookies. You have to do your best. Changguan Hu gives him a gold star. Xiang Tian doesn't want to participate in any competitions. He doesn't like the fact that he was signed up there without his knowledge and consent. Changguan Hu sends his brother to the canteen to get Xiang Tian some refreshment. He himself will run to get the application materials. Now he's alone, but he doesn't even know where this canteen is. Somehow he left it suddenly. The dining hall of Kargat Academy looked as good as the one in Changguan's parental home. The food here is cheap but of good quality, so even poor students can eat decently. The academy equalizes everyone's rights, regardless of wealth. Xiang Tian picked up something from the table and started chewing. But then someone came up to him and slapped his palm on the table, and someone's voice told him to go somewhere else. He turned around and saw 3 students from the academy. The one who spoke to him was in the middle. Xiang Tian answered them very calmly. All the tables belong to the academy. If they want, they can sit next to him. If they don't want to, let them scratch their heads. This trio turned out to be quite arrogant. One of them was just yelling for everybody, but it looked like a fight. When he's done eating, he'll leave on his own, so the three of them will have to stand and wait. His insolence made them furious. I guess he didn't realize who they were, or their position in the academy. One of this trio, the calmest one, looked askew at Xiangtian. He noticed that Xiangtian came from a family of good wealth, so he was of noble descent. The academy administration forbids humiliating the poor, but the noble ones are to deal with each other. Would Xiangtian be able to take this student's word for it, that his life in the academy would be made unbearable? The other students of the academy knew that it was better not to quarrel with this trio from the Kotti clan. It would be more costly to themselves. Xiangtian realized that they were mere braggarts, scaring him with their origins. This had happened to him many times in his past life. He was quietly eating and ignoring that trio of Kotti. It just made them frantic and almost shaking. The middle one, who yelled at him the most, he just couldn't take it anymore. The anger was overwhelming him. He grabbed the tablecloth from the table and knocked over almost all the dishes on the floor. Only one remained in Xiangtian's hands. He walked defiantly over the remnants of food on the floor. He then pounced on Xiangtian in an attempt to beat him up, but missed. Xiangtian was able to easily dodge his strong punch. Then he counterattacked sharply and elbowed the attacker in the back. He buried his face in the ground, his teeth crunched. The other two stood dumbfounded. Xiangtian admonished his opponent. He is completely unable to control himself. His technique is completely worthless, and his training is disgusting. The offending man quickly stood up and started threatening Xiangtian that he would kill him. It could be seen that he had badly smashed his chin from the fall. A big guy's voice came from a neighboring table. He urged them both to stop the conflict. He got up from the table and said that the place was vacant and the trio could safely start eating. The injured Kotti told him to mind his own business. This guy was truly huge. He stood out in height and size among all his classmates. He had a friendly look on his face, but this brawler couldn't stop. He had already forgotten about Xiangtian and started attacking the big guy. The big guy was too strong, and he couldn't take a punch. He was like a huge carcass that felt no pain or even discomfort. Kotti was told that the health guy is like a pig that wants to be given a good battering before being cooked. Xiangtian intervened and said not to touch the others. This is only their quarrel. Therefore, they should sort it out among themselves. The calmest of Kotti cooled his middle brother's ardor. The rules of the academy forbid conflicts with the poor. They could get themselves into trouble. The other students realized that it smelled like a big fight. They tried to leave the cafeteria as quickly as possible. They didn't need a fight. Xiangtian was threatened that the Kotti clan's humiliation wouldn't just go away. They would do anything to get him kicked out of the academy. As he had pointed out earlier, the academy administration did not interfere with the nobles' squabbles. It would break every bone in his body. Xiangtian would love to see this circus performance. Just then, the voice of Chang Guanhu's older brother, Chang Guanhu, was heard, who jumped and broke the dining room table, thereby creating a huge rumble. Xiangtian told his big brother to show up normally and no need to break the furniture. Chang Guanhu warned Kotti Yun, younger brother will not be given. If he wants to fight, he is always at his service. I immediately noticed the huge stack of documents in my hand. These papers were all for Xiangtian. He needed to fill them all out and sign them to register for the rookie tournament. Kotti Yun didn't immediately realize that Xiangtian was Chang Guanhu's fourth brother. And Chang Guanhu said that his younger brother was as talented as himself. The other two with sour faces from Kotti started throwing threats at Chang Guanhu and Xiangtian again. Kotti Yun immediately grinned that it was best not to provoke Chang Guanhu. He is like a rabid animal. He commands the other Kotti to leave the dining hall. This is not a good time for a confrontation. Chang Guanhu is showing off to Xiangtian, showing how cool he is and how he is respected by his classmates at the academy. Kotti Yun is the most cunning and cautious of the three. He knows when to attack and when to retreat to get the victory. Xiangtian has signed up for the beginner's martial arts tournament. He'll be much easier to take down. Anyone who dares to insult Kotti becomes a walking corpse. Xiangtian calmly strolled around the academy grounds and pondered. Chang Guanhu ran away again and left him all alone. It's his first day at the academy, and he already has such a stack of papers to fill out. And Xiangtian is not good at navigating the terrain. And the big guy was a pretty funny guy. They had a few words and then they parted ways, but it was a good acquaintance. Chang Guanhu had enrolled Xiangtian in this rookie tournament in vain. He has no interest in him. For now, you can just walk around the campus. We need to familiarize ourselves with the most famous academy. And then he saw two freshmen, a brother and sister. The sect brothers and sisters also hid in the past life. All have 7 senses and 6 desires. While walking, Xiangtian saw 2 people sneaking around wearing black clothes and masks. They look pretty suspicious. I wonder where those 2 are headed. They devise a plan where one of the brothers has to get a girl to like him, and they need to present him as a brave hero in her eyes. And he warns the girl not to get hurt. She's very small and fragile. Xiangtian had seen this hundreds of times before. No ingenuity. It's the same as always, done in the same way because of his laziness. He just can't get past it. He's interested to see how it all ends. The night forest near Kargat Academy. Someone's light footsteps are heard on the ground. A guy in the presence of his girlfriend praises a girl he saw, and such compliments the girlfriend did not like. Is it by any chance the new girl who broke the hearts of many students at the academy? 3 disguised black robber bandits blocked her way, and they started hitting on her with lewd propositions and intimidate her. One of them got to her and started harassing her. That was his very big mistake. The girl was very strong and sturdy. She easily twisted his arm, and then she made a throw over herself and just drove him into the ground. He probably didn't have a single bone left intact. The other 2 robed brigands stood in bewilderment. How such a seemingly small, delicate, and beautiful woman could be so stout and strong. Though she doesn't like to fight, she's not afraid to get her hands dirty if need be. And she's not going to spare the villainous thugs. That will be a lesson to them. Xiangtian was pleasantly surprised to note this girl's great ability. The other 2 bandits looked at Xiangtian and asked for help from their older brother. Xiangtian didn't immediately realize who they called Big Brother. He was already clawing his claws and running away. Belle decided to herself that Xiangtian was the main villain, and she's going to teach him a lesson right away. But he started waving his hands and saying she had it all wrong. Without fully understanding, the girl went to attack Xiangtian. The other 2 cowering brigands seized the moment and began to make their feet as fast as they could. Xiangtian didn't want to bring it to a fight, but there was no choice anymore. He's still a little bored, and he wants to stretch, and it seems like the girl can do something good. And then their duel was stopped by some powerful woman. She said to stop immediately. It was as if the 2 of them were frozen in place. Xiangtian, to his great amazement, can't move, and the girl immediately recognized the woman as her mentor. Kargat Academy has a rule that forbids the use of holy power for purely personal purposes. The girl started to justify herself. She admitted her guilt, but pointed her finger at Xiangtian and called him an outlaw. The mentor told her student that she would figure it out on her own. Ta defiantly walked over to Xiangtian, who was frozen like a stone statue, and she started making faces and showing her tongue in front of him. And then she turned and walked away. But this time she was lucky. Xiangtian tried to explain himself to the woman. Her student misunderstood everything. That's why she wanted to attack first herself. The mentor looked at Xiangtian carefully. She realized that his strength was different from normal. Xiangtian was afraid that his mentor would quickly figure out his secret and would realize that he wasn't from this world. But she quickly put the boy at ease. Even though she knows his name, she keeps her nose out of other people's secrets. Xiangtian was surprised that she knew him, but one must first prove that he deserves to live in this world. She began to concentrate her inner energy on the tip of her finger. A bright flash passed in front of Xiangtian's face. His mentor said she would kill him with her own hands if he didn't prove his right to live in this world. Xiangtian thought that she was crazy. How on earth could a mentor kill a freshman academy student who had just arrived? She repeated threateningly so that Xiangtian would memorize her words well. An energy vortex formed around Xiangtian. It began to suck him in. It was as if he began to sink in energy like quicksand. Mentor said it was a gift from her. The vortex almost swallowed up Xiangtian, and he found himself in a completely different forest. He quickly realized it was teleportation. While he was looking at the terrain, behind him, Xiangtian heard a familiar voice. It was his older brother Changguanhu, and he was very badly wounded in the stomach. He quickly rushed over to him to examine his wound. Changguanhu had accidentally disturbed a beast that was beyond his strength and was wounded in the stomach by it. He got the magic core he was specifically looking for Xiangtian, and he asked his brother to take it back. This magic core will help Xiangtian become stronger. It's just necessary before the rookie tournament. Xiangtian couldn't believe that Changguanhu had done this for him. That's what he left for. Chung Won-hu said that they were bloodmates, and he couldn't leave his younger brother without support. He's giving Xiang Tian some advice. He needs to prepare well and perform well in the rookie tournament. It will be a springboard for him. Chung Won-hu sat down on the ground in front of Xiang Tian. Then he already lay down and folded his arms like a dead man. Xiang Tian asked what his big brother was doing. Chung Won-hu was starting to break the comedy. Everything he could do for Xiang Tian, he's already done. Now he's preparing to die and ask for a proper burial. Xiang Tian looks at this circus and doesn't understand how to react properly so as not to offend Chung Won-hu. Chung Won-hu rejoiced. Although he was bleeding now, but he was alive. Mining the magic core was worth it. Xiang Tian tore off a piece from his clothes and bandaged his elder brother's wound. It would help him not to lose blood. He skillfully administered first aid to Chung Won-hu and said he should go to the academy. He would definitely be cured there, big brother, thanks Xiang Tian. He's a good guy. Mentor saw all of this and approved of Xiang Tian's actions, but he still has a long way to go. The next morning, within the walls of the Kargat Academy, the rookie tournament is about to begin. Everyone is anticipating who will be the favorite this year. There's a lot of people here. The arena is similar to the Colosseum of ancient Rome, only much larger in size. Such an event within the walls of the academy is capable of making a lot of noise. Xiang Tian was very excited. It could be seen from his eyes. He heard very loud shouting. Someone was shouting out his name. Xiang Tian was a little embarrassed by this. Turning around, he saw his older brother Chung Won-hu. He was standing with a flag. He had just come from the infirmary, rewrapped in bandage. Xiang Tian realizes that big brother wants to cheer him up, but it would be better if he didn't. This performance makes him feel out of place right now. A man with a fan addresses all the students. Everyone listens to him attentively. He introduced himself as Bayan, and he is the vice principal of the academy. And today he is the host of the rookie tournament. The prize for winning the tournament is the same as it has been in previous years. These are the monster cores of the respective levels that the first, second, and third place winners will receive. And all the other 50 contestants are amethyst coins. One such coin is enough to provide an average living for a simple family for 10 years to come. The heirs of the Kotti clan are as arrogant as ever. They only judge everyone based on their wealth. To them, the poor are not human beings at all. Bayan explains that based on the drawing of lots, an elimination tournament will begin. There are only 2 rules. Don't use weapons and don't kill anyone. He's hoping for a fair enforcement of the rules. In a very interesting game. From now on, the rookie tournament begins, even though it's all very pompous for Xiang Tian. But he likes it. The heirs of the Kotti clan are hinting at him not to drop out early. They want to get even with Xiang Tian for insulting him in the academy cafeteria. Xiang Tian gave them a very scathing response to their threats. They are just black with anger, and they wish they could catch him in the ring. After starting the first round, Xiang Tian was victorious. The contestants were eliminated very quickly. Kotti Liam was one of the favorites in this tournament. Freshmen are asking each other how they're doing. Some lost quickly, others only the 3rd time. The quarterfinals have begun. Only the toughest of the freshmen remained. Chungwan Xiang Tian and Kotti Chuli will face off in the bout. This made Kotti Chuli have a smile up to her ears. She can deal with this bore herself, and she is doing it with pleasure. The 2 of them standing in the arena, preparing for battle. So far, the tournament was very boring for Xiang Tian. There were no worthy opponents for him. Kotti Chuli snapped out of her seat and started attacking Xiang Tian. She somehow believed that he was a weak opponent. He calmly dodged the first blow without much difficulty. She kept waving her arms and legs. She angrily said that Xiang Tian would definitely not have the strength to dodge for long. But something in her head told her it was going to be very difficult. He can't take any of her attacks. After another one of her misses, Xiang Tian counterattacked. Now it was his turn to strike his opponent. A fist was approaching her face at high speed, and she couldn't react quickly enough. Her eyes are wide open. Only the oncoming airflow whipped into her face. But at the last moment, Xiang Tian stopped his strike. He doesn't hit women. He just demands that she admit defeat. Kotti Chuli couldn't believe that there was an opponent stronger than her. She can't dishonor her Kotti clan, lose to that scum and become the scarecrow that everyone laughs at. That's not going to happen. Kotti Chuli landed a leg kick on Xiang Tian. He successfully fought it off without much difficulty. Her stubbornness was getting to him, but he didn't think she'd do such a mean thing. There was a sharp steel needle hidden in her shoe. The mechanism worked perfectly, and from the sole, a needle shot out at Xiang Tian's face, right in his eye. Kotti Chu-Li is already anticipating his victory because of his cunning maneuver. Xiang Tian blocking her attack, such a meanness was not expected. He barely noticed, flying into his eye, the large needle fired from her shoe. But at the last moment, his inner strength was able to hold the needle just a few millimeters away from his eye. And with the force of his thought, Xiang Tian redirected that needle towards Kotti Chu-Li. It was the needle that went straight through her forehead and into her skull. The scream, of course, was not human. Just because of the Azulet's sword technique, the outcome for him was good. The constant training had paid off. All the students started to whisper on the podium. Someone saw something fly out of Kotti Chu-Li's soul. Bayan looked at Kotti Chu-Li's unconscious but alive body and said that it was an ordinary poison needle. Bayan passed a harsh judgment. Kotti Chu-Li is disqualified due to violating the rules of the freshman tournament. No appeal. The winner of the bout is Changwan Xiangtian. Of course, this greatly satisfied his ego. Being the winner feels good. Changwan Hu is very happy about his brother's victory. He bet very big money on it and won. The other members of the Kotti clan were simply furious. Their cheekbones were writhing with anger. Bayan began to praise the freshman Xiang Tian. Not many people could get away with that. So there's something about him. Xiang Tian didn't like this compliment. He always looks and reads between the lines. It's as if the vice principal is up to no good. The board shows the latest names of the freshman championship contenders. The remaining Kotti brothers look out of the tunnel at Xiang Tian. Kotti Yun gives Kotti Liam an illegal drug. For a while, it can make him stronger. He certainly believes in his brother's strength, but he can't rely on chance. The shame of losing to his sister must be washed away. Kotti Liam agrees with Kotti Yun's reasoning and takes the illegal drug. At the same time, Xiang Tian wins another victory again. He is now basking in the attention of the crowd. The crowd is applauding him. Tai Ta praises Xiang Tian. He is indeed a strong warrior. Tai Ta's duel with Kotti Liam is about to begin. Xiang Tian wishes his comrade good luck, so that they can see each other in the finals. Xiang Tian, walking past Kotti Liam, noticed something. Kotti Liam doesn't look like himself. It's all very strange. Tai Ta warns Kotti Lama that the fight is about to start. He won't hold back, so no offense. Bayan hits the gong with his fan and announces the start of the fight. The spectators in the stands go wild and shout. Tai Ta swung with all his might to strike. Kotti Liam did exactly the same thing, but his strength is much higher than his opponent's. The force of their combined impact was so devastating, it cracked the base of the ring. Tai Ta was thrown back. A big guy like that couldn't stand on his feet. He couldn't believe it himself. Kotti Lam started to counterattack Tai Ta. His hands were engulfed in flames. He really wanted to kill the goody-goody big guy in this fight, no matter what. The blow was so strong and devastating that blood gushed from Tai Ta's mouth. Kotti Liam made a final effort to finish off his opponent, never to let him get up again. Bayan, seeing where this is going, stops the fight in time. Xiang Tian runs up to Tai Ta, lying in his own blood on the ground. He is unconscious, but at least he's alive. He came to his senses and apologized to his comrade Xiang Tian for losing the fight. Xiang Tian promises Tai Ta that he will definitely get even with Kotti Liam for him. He speaks to Kotti Liam. He warns him to prepare to meet his end. Kotti Liam is absolutely furious. He threatens to tear Xiang Tian into little pieces. Xiang Tian asks the vice director to authorize the final match right now. It seems like he really believes that he will win. Changwan Hu yells from the podium that Kotti Liam cheated and took bandit drugs. He should be expelled for that. Bayan is getting into the excitement himself. Although he guesses that Kotti Liam didn't fight fair, he really wants to see how the final fight ends. So he authorizes the final fight. Changwan Hu is just mad with anger. Bayan is using his official position to cover for the Kotti clan. Bayan throws Changwan Hu out of the stadium. He's really fed up with his shouting. He's making too much noise. Bayan knows that Kotti Lam has taken an illegal drug. He interjects Xiang Tian. Does he really have that much faith in his strength? And he wants to continue. He leaves the two challengers in the arena, alone with each other. Kotti Liam sacrificed his pride of honor dignity to defeat Xiang Tian. Now he would learn properly what happens to those who dare to humiliate the Kotti family. It seems that Kotti Lam's terrifying threats and the broken pieces of the arena under his feet don't scare Xiang Tian much. he doesn't take them seriously at all. Kotti Liam is all engulfed in flames and attacks Xiang Tian. He calmly jumps back and walks away from him, like it never happened. Kotti Lam boasts that his saint power level is now very high. His opponent won't be able to match him, he is sure of that. Xiang Tian is calm about his opponent's threats. He doesn't take them seriously. This makes Kotti Lam even angrier, and he intends to wipe that smirk off Xiang Tian's face. He makes another attempt to attack, with all his strength in his fist. He wants to shake Xiang Tian out of his soul. Xiang Tian once again dodges his opponent's attack. He saw a weak spot in Kotti Liam's hand. With his palm, he nudged his elbow. Kotti Lam, with all his might, punched himself with his own hand in the face. And then he flew past Xiang Tian and plowed several meters of the stone flooring of the arena with his muzzle. He's lying on the ground. He can't understand what's happening, how this is possible. Xiang Tian says that this is the way he keeps the victory and will become the champion. Kotti Liam didn't realize how he was on the ground. But this wasn't Xiang Tian's victory yet. He tries to land a leg kick to the side of the head, but misses. Xiang Tian catches his leg with a clinch. Abruptly, he throws her back with force. And Kotti Liam does a somersault over the head and lands on his ass. Kotti Liam realizes that Xiang Tian is just messing with him for the amusement of the audience. The entire audience in the grandstand is laughing. All the audience realizes that this is already a championship fight, but a circus show, and the main clown is KD Liam. Kotti Yun is yelling like crazy. He sees the Kotti clan's reputation being mocked. Their honor is at stake. Kotti Liam almost let a tear fall and started complaining to Xiang Tian that he was fighting unfairly, using all sorts of tricks. Xiang Tian calmed him down. Now he'll fight seriously. No fooling around and no give and take. Kotti Liam realized that this was his chance to bury his opponent, and at the same time restore the honor and reputation of the Kotti clan. Xiang Tian begins to generate holy power. The enemy's eyes are triple visioned for some reason. He's already seeing hallucinations. Xiang Tian throws a front kick to Kotti Liam's body with a tentative first strike. He strikes again. Xiang Tian has found a weakness in the enemy's defense. Kotti Liam is happy that he was able to stand his ground. Xiang Tian may be fast, but he's not as strong as him. Xiang Tian, gathering his strength, strikes the main blow, and then his opponent realized that he had rejoiced too soon. The real attack hadn't even begun yet. A terrifying series of punches went off, which began to deform Kotti Liam's skull. The blows were exclusively struck at the opponent's head. Xiang Tian did not spare his strength. And in a final tug, Xiang Tian literally sealed Kotti Liam into the stone planking. His face looks like one big swollen plum. It's completely deformed and his nose is bleeding. Xiang Tian told him that it was still very lucky because it was not allowed to use a sword in the tournament. And then he remembered who he was and what his title was. It's completely inappropriate to abuse a child like that. Bayan declares Xiang Tian as the winner. From now on, he is this year's rookie champion and will receive his rightful prize. The vice president is very wise. He realizes that a child of 14 cannot have such knowledge and experience. It is as if a child's body contains the soul of an adult. Cargate Academy is very fortunate to have such a strong student this year. Chang Guanhu flew into the stadium in a hot air balloon and started laughing at the defeat of the Kotti clan. They have lost all their reputation. Now the shame is upon them. Just then the balloon began to deflate. Chang Guanhu didn't realize what had happened. Xiang Tian and Bayan punctured his balloon with sharp darts. He's making too much noise. Chang Guanhu quickly flies away and threatens to be sure to return. Kotti Yun, black-faced with anger, says he won't let it go. He'll find a way to get even with them. Today, they stomped on the Kotti clan's reputation. He clenches his fist with force and crumbles the stone ceiling of the arena into small pebbles. He would do everything possible and impossible to make Chang Guanhu and Changguan Xiang Tian disappear from the academy forever. Kargat Academy campus, the evening of the same day. Xiang Tian is congratulated on his victory and acquiring the title of champion. He became the first among the rookies this year. He received his reward, a level 3 monster energy core. It was lying neatly in a wooden box. Bayan hands it over and lets Xiang Tian go. We should go rest. It's not been an easy day. Xiang Tian took the gift box, thanked the vice principal, and went to his room. Bayan praises Xiang Tian again. He advised him to keep up the momentum. After all, he has very high expectations. Bayan closes the doors behind his student. He asks the principal what he thinks of this student. A silhouette is seen in the distance. He's very talented and experienced for his age. I can't believe he's 14 years old. There is no need to spend a lot of money on Xiangtian's education and training for now. Certain people won't approve of it. The director did not ambiguously hint that if he was also on top of his game when he passed the next task, then certain steps could be taken. Bayan bowed and showed that he understood everything that was said well. On his way back to his place, Xiangtian saw his brother Chang Guanhu. He was upset, as if someone had wronged him undeservedly. Chang Guanhu immediately asked why the vice director had summoned him to his office. Xiangtian showed the award that was given to him. Xiangtian wanted to give it to Chang Guanhu. After all, he had risked his life for him to get the monster core. And making a wise look, Chang Guanhu said, "You can't throw away rewards. Since it was meant for Xiangtian, so be it. One must be sure to obey one's elders." Chang Guanhu pretends that it's the right thing to do. Xiangtian is very touched by his big brother's good attitude. He agrees to keep the reward. Now we have to throw a great party. After all, Xiangtian is the freshman king. This doesn't happen every day. The two of them, in an embrace, what water didn't wash the two of them, stroll around the academy campus. Chang Guanhu is very proud of his younger brother becoming the winner and champion. In his eyes, it is more than a victory. Xiangtian listens carefully. Something is making him very suspicious. It's too quiet. There's no one at all. They're alone. Chang Guanhu turns his head in different directions, but doesn't notice anything unusual. Xiangtian's sixth sense didn't fail him. The two brothers came to the two brothers, those who want to get even. Trinity Kotti, hurt and humiliated. They wanted revenge, and they'd chosen a moment when there was no one around. Kotti turns to Xiangtian. In his opinion, he won his victory dishonestly. He cheated, and he wants justice for his family. Chang Guanhu offers to fight him if Kotti doesn't chicken out. The older brother doesn't want to drag the younger brother into this messy fight. Kotti smiles like a sly snake. He begins to concentrate fire energy. A weapon appears in his hands. Chang Guanhu was startled in surprise. Kotti skill is really high. He can already materialize his weapon out of strength. Xiangtian begins to realize that Kotti is much stronger than Chang Guanhu. Kotti tells the two Changguan brothers that today they will disappear from the walls of this academy. It sounded like a sentence. Always the Kotti clan was known for their righteousness. They never fought someone who was unarmed. A fight must be fair. Kotti gives Chang Guanhu two blades, in order to equalize the chances of each of them. Even if Kotti has a profound knowledge of Saint Force, Chang Guanhu is still not afraid of him. Chang Guanhu told Xiangtian that if he had arranged a fight with Kotti, then little brother should find an opportunity and get out of here as soon as possible. Chang Guanhu launches an attack on Kotti. Kotti laughs and tells Chang Guanhu that it won't work to be cool in the face of his little brother. And the blades crossed. Sparks flew in different directions. Chang Guanhu noticed that his weapon was almost cut in half by Kotti. He slices Chang Guanhu's sword with one powerful blow and leaves him completely unarmed. Chang Guanhu immediately realized that this sack of shit had tricked him. Kotti had slipped him a defective weapon. Big brother jumped on Kotti and twisted his arms, trying to bring the fighting distance closer. Chang Guanhu shouted at Xiangtian to get out immediately. This was his chance to save himself. Kotti smirked. Did big brother Chang Guan really think that he could stop him with this maneuver? He concentrates the holy power and makes an energy blast. Chang Guanhu loosened his grip. He didn't have the strength to hold his opponent back. Kotti said that acting cool is just pointless if you can't back it up in practice. He made a strong kick at Chang Guanhu, and the latter flew far away from him. Xiangtian ran up to his older brother, whose mouth was gushing blood. He couldn't abandon Chang Guanhu, even though he asked him to. After all, brothers are not left alone in the face of trouble. Xiangtian is very angry. He will not allow his big brother to be bullied like this. He will put an end to it. Chang Guanhu yells at Xiangtian not to do it. Kotti is beyond his strength. This opponent is not his level. Kotti asks Kotti for permission to deal with Xiangtian once and for all. This is his chance to get even. Xiangtian is ready to fight. Kotti says that he severely underestimated him last time. But this time, Yi Xiangtian immediately slapped Kotti. His nose immediately spurted blood from the blow. There was an explosion where Kotti was standing. Xiangtian remained calm. He didn't even raise an eyebrow. He said he's in a very bad mood right now, and the condescending braying of his opponents does not amuse him in any way. The other members of the Kotti clan stood silent. They froze in horror. Xiang Tian sent Kotti Liam flying with only a single slap. Xiang Tian announced to Kotti Yun that he was the one who would deal with him here and now. This statement amused Kotti Yun. A lowly little brat like Xiang Tian is challenging him. He doesn't have enough saint power level. His brother, poor Chang Guanhu, couldn't even scratch Kotti Yun, but he liked the idea very much. Let Xiang Tian come closer, and Kotti Yun will make him a cripple just like his big brother. Xiang Tian would make Kotti Yun bitterly regret what he had done. Xiang Tian begins to gain strength along with the Azulet sword energy, and extremely focused and unperturbed. He's facing a very serious opponent. Therefore, simple tricks with dodging attacks are useless. Kotti Yun launches an attack on Xiang Tian. He'll cut him to pieces just like he did with his naughty older brother. Their intense battle made the energy around them boil. Explosions and lightning flashed. Xiang Tian holds himself with dignity, even though the opponent is older than him and more experienced in terms of using holy power. Xiang Tian swiftly throws his punch, but there's almost no effect. Kotti Yun knows that his skin is harder than steel. Xiang Tian's frontal attacks are almost useless. During their fight, they change their location time after time. Kotti Yun strikes with a weapon while Xiang Tian dodges. Xiang Tian realizes that it's all for nothing. He can't break through the opponent's defense. Chang Guanhu shouts to his younger brother to run. This opponent is beyond him. Kotti Yun smirks and tries to land one final blow. He's anticipating his imminent victory. Xiang Tian saw a weak gap in the enemy's defense. This was his only chance. Kotti Yun has struck the final decisive blow. He wants Xiang Tian to die as soon as possible. Xiang Tian aptly pointed out, even if the opponent's skin is hard, then his joints are still fragile. He hit Kotti Yun's elbow joint. From Xiang Tian's blow, Kotti Yun's right arm was twisted backwards. He began to scream in pain and surprise. Xiang Tian calmly said that the spoiled nobles from the distinguished clans only have a big ego. What can't be said about their battle experience? The younger sister ran up to Kotti Yun to examine his wound, but he pushed her away in a fit of anger. He couldn't believe that a freshman had taught him a lesson and humiliated him in front of everyone. He started threatening to kill Xiang Tian. Xiang Tian asked him that he had ever killed someone in his life. Kotti Yun was taken aback by this question. Xiang Tian warned Kotti Yun in all seriousness. If they continued fighting, he would die the most horrible death imaginable, and advises him to get out of here immediately or accept his death. Kotti Yun threatened that Xiang Tian wouldn't just get away with it. That's the most he could do. Xiang Tian was surprised to see that Kotti Yun had decided to run away after all, the sign of a true loser. Chang Guanhu asked Xiang Tian, he is really 14 years old. When he fights, he looks very formidable. It is very intimidating. Xiang Tian wants to turn it into a joke, claiming he's a little boy. Chang Guanhu doesn't believe him. After all, a child can't fight like that. Baian watches the brothers from above while they talk amongst themselves. Vice Director Baian asked the person sitting next to him, what is her opinion of Changguan Xiangtian? You don't have to praise him too much, and it's not up to her to decide whether he lives or dies. The people at the top, from now on, will be watching him closely. This is the fate of the chosen one, the one who is reborn again. Kargat Academy campus. Xiangtian is walking with a huge stack of books. All these books must definitely be returned to the library at Chang Guanhu's request. But he's gone somewhere. Because of his carelessness, it was necessary to teach his elder brother the Saint Force cultivation technique from Xiangtian's past life. He lied to Chang Guanhu that this was something he had learned from books in the family library. Naturally, he was not allowed to tell the truth. Chang Guanhu was very happy. He would now be able to become a new saint. Now it was time for hard training. Big brother Xiangtian's enthusiasm is not understandable at all. But he noticed out of the corner of his eye the books he was carrying to the library. The cover featured a beautiful naked girl, and now I can see why the older brother can't concentrate on training. Xiangtian approaches the academic library. Its size and beautiful decoration pleasantly surprised Xiangtian. He now realized where he would spend most of his time. He had found the perfect place to cultivate his strength. But suddenly his path was blocked. The other two students told Xiangtian that there was a fee to pass the library. It's a different roof now. Luojian is in charge of everything. He was told again, just pay up and go wherever you want. Nothing more is required of him. Another big guy came up with a complaint. The library grounds belonged to Changmin Xiang. Luo Jian found an elegant way to solve the conflict. Xiang Tian needs to pay for 2 passes at the same time, and the problem will go away. Jiang Tian listened to this nonsense, and he himself couldn't believe that such a thing was possible within the academy grounds. Luo Jian started yelling at Jiang Tian and demanding money. Otherwise, he'll get a good beating, and he's gonna get a good beating. Xiang Tian is very reluctant to show off his skills and shine unnecessarily, but there's no choice. He gave them a good beating. They all got the worst of it. The grief-stricken racketeers are now crying on their knees and tearfully apologize for their unworthy behavior. Xiang Tian began to teach them wisdom, to educate and instill in them the rules of good behavior and tact. He tried to pick up the books from the ground that he had scattered, but then he saw someone's shadow and shoes in front of his face. That was the girl who started the fight in the forest at night. He recognized her right away, because she had caused him a lot of trouble back then. Her mentor said that Xiang Tian is a good man, but it turns out he's taking money for the entrance fee to the library with the help of his henchmen. She also noticed something else. He reads lewd books and shows a half-naked girl on the cover. Xiang Tian started to justify himself to her. It's not what she thinks it is. The girl called him a pervert, and this time, she sure does him right this time. She got it wrong again, just like last time. She punched Xiang Tian in the face. The hapless racketeers quickly ran away, because they realized they couldn't handle such a conflict. This situation itself is getting more and more complicated and unpleasant. Xiang Tian begins to accumulate divine power. The girl realizes he's getting ready to slap her back for her slap. He begins to summon Azulet's sword energy, a purple flash enveloping his body. She realizes that he is now preparing to attack her. But immediately Xiang Tian makes a very sly maneuver and says that she sees Vice Director Bayana, and the girl is distracted for a moment. And at that moment, Xiang Tian quickly rushes out to avoid fighting with her. She says there's no one there. And then she realizes he's been playing her for a fool, purposely diverted her attention so he could get away from her. She's really pissed off. Next time she sees him, she'll kill him for sure. Xiang Tian successfully hid around the corner, waiting for her to leave as soon as possible. He really didn't want to fight with the girl. Bayan appeared behind Xiang Tian's back just as if from the ground. He watched him from the side and praised him. The vice director just jumped out of the blue and scared Xiang Tian out of his wits. You can't sneak up on him like that. Bayan had noticed that Xiang Tian was not only good at hiding, but also good at pretending. The vice principal is curious to know the relationship between Xiang Tian and this girl. Xiang Tian said that everything they have in common is one big misunderstanding. He ran away from her so as not to provoke a fight. Bayan, with a satisfied look, asked Xiang Tian if he believed the destiny that had been set. Kargat Academy has only 4 main areas and a lot of students. Therefore, their meeting is a destiny. How can fate be one big misunderstanding if every time they meet she gets it wrong? Later, Xiang Tian will know and understand everything, but that will be in due time. In the meantime, that Xiang Tian can't read the vice principal's mind. He can't understand what he holds in his head. All right, that's not the priority right now. We need to get all these books together and get them to the library as soon as possible. And then behind his back, he saw the whole horde that the previous grief racketeers had led behind him. There's a lot of them now. They hoped that they would be able to beat up Xiang Tian alone. Xiang Tian sighed once again. When is he going to get these poor books to the library? It was exactly the same as the first time, only with more. And again, these hapless extortionists knelt before him, begging for mercy. He told everyone to kneel like that until he turned in the books in hand to the library. Xiang Tian finally walks through the doors of the academic library. One of the 6 runs to his boss so fast he just sticks his tongue out at his shoulder. He goes to the oldest Luo Jian and tells him that they were all beaten up outside the library. The heavy dumbbell fell to the floor. That's not a good sign. 6 was very much frightened by it. Luo Jian was just busy practicing. It was better not to distract him. He really didn't like the news. No one has the right to touch his people. The level 3 werewolf monster are preparing to attack. It takes a leap and opens its jaws to gnaw the throat of its victim. But he is snatched on the fly by one student and torn to shreds with his simple hands like a wet newspaper. Whoever it was, he's obviously sick of living. If he's causing himself this kind of trouble, walking out of the library, Xiang Tian let out a sigh of relief. It was good to be done with the books. He won't be helping his big brother with them anymore. Let him do it on his own. Jiang Tian noticed that the extortionists he had left kneeling in front of the entrance. They stood up and surrounded some big guy. Why are so many people gathered? He began to squeeze between the students of the academy. He wanted to see what was so interesting. Cheng Mingxiang decided to take matters into his own hands and become the most important after Kotti Yun's departure. Kotti Yun was never a worthy opponent. I just didn't want to waste my time on him. Jiang Tian wondered what was going on. Maybe someone was being looked for. It's nothing to make a fuss about. He's the one who soaped everyone's neck. Besides, it wasn't that hard. The surrounding Jiang Tian students jumped back like scalded by boiling water. Everyone finally saw who was the culprit behind the events. One of Cheng Mingxiang and Luojian's six started pointing his finger in Jiang Tian's direction. He says he's the one who scattered everyone. Cheng Mingxiang and Luojian looked at the petty 14-year-old kid and thought it was someone's joke. Luojian recognized Jiang Tian. He had heard that he had become the champion of the tournament and the freshman king. Cheng Mingxiang is starting to get really angry. He guesses that the little kid is not as simple as he wants to appear. Jiang Tian has the face of someone who has killed before. That's why he's very dangerous. Luojian warned Jiang Tian that even if he was very strong, he wouldn't defeat everyone in battle. It wasn't quite too late to ask for mercy. Jiang Tian smiled slyly. He remembered a battle from his past life, where it didn't matter how many enemies were against him. The fanatics were furious. They hoped to take Jiang Chen, if not by skill, then definitely by numbers. Even if the whole world is against him, he will stand his ground and destroy everyone with his magic sword. They will all be dead men. Nothing and no one will save them. And then Tai Ta appeared, just like the devil out of a box. Jiang Tian was very surprised by his appearance. Tai Ta announced to everyone that Changguan Xiangtian is his brother. He wouldn't let anyone hurt him or leave him alone. It's not worth getting involved. It's just their fight. They'll work it out on their own, without his help. Tai Ta said that he is not afraid of trouble. Jiang Tian is both a friend and a brother to him. Luojian is sure that the two of them are definitely finished. There's no way the two of them will put up a fight. Cheng Mingxiang gives the order for his six to attack. Tai Ta and Jiang Tian are standing back to back, and they are ready to fight. The enemies are closing in. The two of them stand back to back, facing the attack. Tai Ta doesn't wait to make the first strike, and drives his fist right into his opponent's stomach. Jiang Tian smiles approvingly. This kind of start is to his liking. With great speed, he begins moving between enemies, generously distributing kicks and punches with his legs and arms. He simply sweeps away his opponents like fallen leaves on the ground. With the palm of his hand, he deforms his face. It becomes concave inward. He knocks down another opponent with his fist and he lies face down in the ground. Tai Ta is having fun throwing punches. He's on a roll and doesn't want to stop. He wants his enemies to get back on their feet and keep fighting. Cheng Mingxiang looks at his six who can't do anything and realizes he's not a bunch of trash. He hurled the metal claws towards Tai Ta with all his might. Tai Ta, who is beating his opponent with his feet, didn't notice those claws at first. But at the last moment, it was too late. The claws were literally in his face. Jiang Tian barely had time to block this terrifying attack from Cheng Mingxiang. With his Azulette sword technique, he first fended off the steel claws, and then destroyed them on the fly. They just shattered into little pieces. Tai Ta thanked his friend fervently. He realized that if it weren't for his help, he would surely be dead. Jiang Tian realized that Cheng Mingxiang was very strong. His skills and experience wouldn't be able to help this time. Cheng Mingxiang is a high-level saint, even stronger than Kotti Yun. Jiang Tian received an offer from Cheng Mingxiang. He would keep him alive, and if he told him how he was able to block the attack. Tai Ta said that in that case, he would definitely be kicked out of Kargat Academy, and nothing would help him. Cheng Mingxiang said that it was not scary for him at all. Jiang Tian prepared to repel his strike and tried to attack first. Cheng Mingxiang wants to kill Jiang Tian with his claws. Suddenly, a bright purple pillar of light descends from the sky between them. This is Vice Director Bai An, and he demands that this fight stop immediately. He reminds everyone that the academy is not a place for bloody fights. It's in the rules. Fighting in a public place. That's a serious violation of these rules, for which you can easily be expelled, and such an embarrassment will stay with the former student forever. Cheng Mingxiang and Luojian look guiltily at Vice Director Bai An. Since everyone is so energetic and has so much power, Vice Director Bai-an is offering to participate in the Monster Core hunt. All those who do not achieve acceptable results will be immediately expelled from the academy. This also applies to newcomers. It's impossible to refuse to participate. No excuses will be accepted by Vice Director Bai-an. Jiang Tian realizes that it's not all for nothing. Bai-an is definitely up to something. A mountain in the woods, not far from Kargate Academy. A cave in this mountain. In the cave temple, the principal and vice principal of the academy are discussing among themselves whether Jiang Tian should participate in the Monster Core hunt. Even if it is inappropriate, there is nothing the director can do about it. People from above exert a lot of pressure that cannot be resisted. Bai-an didn't expect them to make this move so quickly. Most likely they wanted to see Jiang Tian in action. But there's no need to warn anyone. That's exactly what will be part of the vetting, not only of the student himself, but also of the academy's senior staff. There will be several candidates in the core hunt, all of whom will be academy students in different courses. In this cruel test, each one relies only on his own strength. That's when you can see who's worth what. The winner gets everything and the loser gets nothing. The strongest of them will be worthy of taking Princess Gyelan as his wife. The director gave his subordinate checkmate. Bai-an didn't even notice he was being beaten at chess. It was a combination he missed. The director usually distracts with talk from the chess game in order to win. This ploy always works with Bai-an. The director is wondering what Jiang Tian is doing now. He's somehow disappeared from sight. Bai-an replied, "The guy has found the right place to cultivate holy power. He is very wise and experienced beyond his years." The director is confident that he will definitely be able to prove himself in this competition. A small stone mound not far from the academy. Jiang Tian tries to curb the core energy of a level 1 monster. He's practicing meditation, and he wants to absorb that energy into himself to become stronger. Combining the knowledge he gained from the library with the laws of the Azulet sword, all of this allowed his strength to grow significantly. There was enough energy in the monster's core to allow it to advance to the 9th level of strength. The core begins to shrink in his hands. After absorbing all the energy from the core, he could finally form his weapon. He's doing his best. The silhouette of a sword begins to form in front of him, like a whole painting made of small pieces. Jiang Tian was beginning to realize that the weapon required too much holy power, and he's almost out of it. At a time like this, it might not be enough. There was a surge of energy, and blood gushed out of Jiang Tian's mouth. He couldn't fully create a sword this time, but he was very close to the saint level. One could see that the sword was not formed, now a pathetic fragment in his hands. It is necessary to unite the holy weapon with his soul. Jiang Tian realizes that he needs to become a saint by all means, and the core of monsters as the prize in winning this competition is his chance. The night of the same day, Kargate Academy, Chengming Xiang slaps his hand on the table in the presence of his subordinates. He can't understand how Changguan Jiang Tian's brat could be his equal opponent. This time, the subordinate's assignment will be to deal with all the trash during the monster hunt. Chengming Xiang is convinced that Princess Gyelan will only belong to him. Others are simply not worthy of it. A forest for monster hunting. On the other side of the portal, all participants in the hunt gathered in front of the portal. Jiang Tian looked for his older brother Chang Guanhu with his eyes. He should have appeared by now. But then, something else caught his attention. The same girl who had already misunderstood him twice and tried to pummel him. She'll be part of the hunt too. Jiang Tian immediately recognized her in the crowd. There's been a misunderstanding a couple of times already, meeting her, but he still doesn't know her name. She opens her eyes and looks towards Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian awkwardly waved her hand and said hello. He could see that she was in a bad mood. She pouted at him and didn't want to talk at all. Vice Director Bai-an walked out of the portal, accompanied by his assistant. He wants to announce the rules of the core hunt before all the contestants start competing. The monster hunting forest is divided into 3 areas. In the center, the strongest monsters will be in the center. The competition will last exactly 3 days. In order to qualify, each of the contestants needs to extract 5 nuclei. Certain students who have already violated discipline may not even expect leniency. Luojian calmly says, "Just 5 pieces of nukes, and it's a matter of a hat." Chengming Xiang remains silent and calmly looks at the vice director. Jiang Tian himself admits that Bai-an is very grumpy and nerdy. Each competitor will be given a space belt. Half of the cores will go to the academy, and half can be taken by the students. We have to try harder this time. and get as many nuclei as we can. It should be enough energy to become a saint. Those who have not reached the rank of saint can work as a team and hunt in the zone of the easiest monsters. Vice Director Bai An announces the official start of the competition, and then Chang Guanhu flies up in a hot air balloon. He is very pleased that so many people have gathered. He's trying his best to get attention, as always. He plans to become a new saint as soon as possible. He's even prepared a banner that says so and put it on a balloon. Jiang Tian bashfully tells his older brother that he just has attention deficit disorder. The balloon suddenly bursts. It's out of control, and it's starting to move far away from the portal. He is being carried farther and farther away. Chang Guanhu can't handle him and asks for help. The vice director was saddened to report that the festive atmosphere of the start of the competition has now been ruined by the efforts of Chang Guanhu. He invites everyone to the portal into the forest. They can all go start hunting. Jiang Tian felt embarrassed for his brother. He had a way of ruining the atmosphere. All participants pass through the portal and come out one by one after the other, on the other side. Cheng Mingxiang instructs his men to keep an eye on Jiang Tian, and as soon as there is the slightest opportunity to kill him, and we need to finish off everyone else as well, leave no one alive. The handlers say they've got it all figured out. The other side of the portal, the monster-hunting forest. Jiang Tian is skittering along the branches of the big trees, just like a grasshopper. He's in search of prey. Finally, he stopped to look around properly. The size of the forest is truly impressive. So many students have come in, but so far he hasn't met anyone. He heard an extraneous noise. Sitting on top of a tree branch, Jiang Tian could make out someone's horns. The animal looked like something between a deer and a massive buffalo. This is a first-class monster, Jiang Tian's first prey, right in the palm of his hand. He makes a decision for himself, to sneak up on the monster and kill it in one blow. Jiang Tian forms his weapon from the holy power and prepares to throw it at the monster. But the monster immediately sensed Jiang Tian's movements and ran away very quickly. Jiang Tian didn't even have time to realize it. Jiang Tian heard a familiar sound. It was Ta. He had made a commotion. Maybe he was in a mess. He decides to help his friend and immediately rushes to his rescue. Among the trees of the forest, to hunt monsters. The torso and tail of a large snake can be seen. A column of dust rises and Taita's screams are heard. The giant snake has almost surrounded him. Only the trunk of a blackthorn tree protects him. He cries out in fear, calling for help and swinging his axe from side to side. Jiang Tian noticed that there was a second-grade monster on the human tier of the forest. After all, the snake was too big and strong. She attacks Ta from behind. He doesn't even see it. At the last moment, Jiang Tian grabs Ta by the scruff of the neck and pulls him out of harm's way. The snake bites its own tail. Jiang Tian can't believe how Ta managed to find a second-grade monster. Probably only with his luck is it possible. The snake came out of nowhere and wanted to eat him. Ta hit it with his axe, but it didn't help. It became even angrier and more ferocious. Ta asked Jiang Tian what he was doing here. He replied that he had come to his rescue when he heard his cries for help. Together they can destroy it. Their combined strength will be more than enough. The main task is to immobilize the snake. Ta will take care of that. The rest is up to Jiang Tian. Ta understood and immediately sets about executing the plan. He will be in the role of bait so that the snake is only distracted by him. But that doesn't scare him at all. Ta believes in Jiang Tian's plan and relies on his friend. The giant bastard took the bait. Now she'll only be busy with Ta. It opens its toothy maw and swoops down on its prey to devour it. Ta concentrates all his inner strength for the strike, and with all his might he hits the viper with an axe in the snake's face. The snake's head flies off to the side, and it hits the rock with a thud. There's a terrible crash. Now it's Jiang Tian's turn. He was just waiting for this moment. He jumped up and flew towards the monster at full speed, leaving a puff of dust behind him. And he punches the snake in the snake's face, right in the middle of its eyes. The beast didn't even realize it. The best time to put all your power into that punch and focus all your energy. A huge table of light surges upward, and the snake is simply burned alive, leaving behind only a skeleton. The torn and charred skull of the snake lies next to her body. Ta waves his axe. He wants to find the monster's core. There's a reason they took the risk they did. That's why he's picking at its carcass. Jiang Tian suddenly felt something. Another monster jumped out from the side at Ta. Tai Ta reacted very quickly and hit the monster with his axe. His head flew off his shoulders like a pokeweed. Xiang Tian just never ceases to amaze his friends around him. He was able to sense the presence of this beast. Maybe he has some hidden ability. It was all about his great divine sense that helped him to be reborn in this world. And now a great limitation has been placed upon his divine sense. He does not sense them as far as he expected. Tai Ta extracted the core from the monster. It's only a first-class monster, but they're on the beginner's tier. But that big snake was a second-class snake. We'll have to go around and look for some more. Xiang Tian realized that this python had appeared on the beginner tier for a reason. Something was not right here. The birds flew off the branches of the trees and into the sky, so someone scared them away. Tai Ta and Xiang Tian stood beside the slain python. Suddenly they felt someone approaching them very quickly. Tai Ta clutched his axe tightly and waited for something very scary to appear. A huge werewolf leapt out of the forest thicket at him. The size of this monster struck Tai Ta very hard. It's a monster of the first class. Claws and fangs as sharp as razors. Fur as dark as night, eyes like glowing coals. Tai Ta calmly said that collecting cores and gaining victory was not only about quality, but also quantity. Xiang Tian had read about them. Forest werewolves, and they never walk alone. There must be a pack of them around somewhere. The ground trembled beneath the clawed paws of the forest werewolf. If you find one of them, you can be sure you've been surrounded for a long time. And then all the others showed up. They slowly sneak up on their prey. Xiang Tian tells his friend Tai Ta with a smile that it's time for a good werewolf hunt. Tai Ta took it with great enthusiasm. He liked the idea very much. Chengming Xiang's servants complained that Changguan Xiang Tian is very frisky and fast. They just can't keep up with him. They really don't want their master to know that they have lost Xiang Tian. Something flies at them from above. They can barely make out a dark silhouette. Something that looks like a huge rock falls in front of them. They look at it in bewilderment. They can't tell if it's alive or not. Suddenly their screams echo through the forest, and they're begging for help. Bayan bursts into the office, the headmaster of Kargat Academy. Something's gone wrong. An energy barrier has surrounded the forest. Now all the students are cut off from the rest of the world. This news shocked the principal. The energy barrier around the forest stands like an unshakable wall. Vice Director Bayan tried every means to make a hole in him. All in vain. The principal says this barrier was created by the very first academy principal. No one can disable it. Bayan didn't understand why this barrier had turned on right now as soon as the competition in the forest started. It may be related to the secret experiments and research of the first director of Kargat Academy. The vice principal is panicking. He's very afraid for the students. He doesn't know how to help them. The academy director will try to break the barrier by himself, even if it takes all of his power. He used a dispel spell to break the barrier. Bayan silently looked at the portal and did not interfere with the principal's action. He really hopes the students will be all right. They are the pride of the Kargat Academy. Sounds of battle can be heard in the forest. Wave after wave of werewolves attack Xiang Tian and Tai Ta. They've surrounded the guys completely. There's no escape. But Xiang Tian and Tai Ta don't want that. They are hunters here, not overgrown wild dogs. They're on a roll. Xiang Tian is impetuous and fast as lightning. From his strong and precise blows, the forest werewolves fall dead. Tai Ta doesn't want to fall behind her friend either. With a swing of his axe, he scatters the werewolves like helpless puppies. Xiang Tian slits the mouth of one of the forest werewolves. The last survivor looks at his battered and cut to pieces kin. He decides to save his life by fleeing, and quickly flees the battlefield. Xiang Tian looks after the fugitive and says, Tai Ta can't stop. He continues to hack away at the remaining werewolves with his axe. There's one last one left that must be killed. There is an explosion of impact in the middle of the forest edge, and a column of dust rises into the air. Tai Ta tells Xiang Tian that they make a great team. They work well together. They've killed so many monsters. Xiang Tian noticed that there was something wrong with these werewolves. They were usually low-ranked, but the ones they killed were clearly high-ranked. Plus, they've got human blood on them. That means they've already attacked, injured, or killed one of the students. Tai Ta and Xiang Tian started searching for the other freshmen of the academy, and they came upon 3 torn-up dead bodies. They were all gnawed by wolf teeth. Xiang Tian noticed something was wrong here. Even high-ranked werewolves wouldn't be able to kill so many rookies. Tai Ta is chilled to the bone with fear. He can't understand how Xiang Tian keeps his mind cold. Some of the people they found showed signs of life, so not everyone's dead. It was a girl with bloody clothes and deep fang wounds. Late in the afternoon, the trio sits around the fire. The girl was saved from death. They treated and dressed all the wounds. She's just waking up. It's a miracle she's alive. Tai Tai is glad she's conscious now. They have just finished preparing dinner. She excitedly asks where she is. The last thing she remembers is the werewolf attack on her by her friends. Unfortunately, all her friends are dead. It was a shock to her. She didn't believe it the first time. And then she realized, startled, that the werewolves might still be around. Tai Tai reassures her. The two of them and Xiang Tian have already solved the problem. There are no werewolves. She doesn't take their word for it. How could two freshmen handle an entire pack? You may not be able to tell from the looks of it, but Tai Tai and Xiang Tian work well together. Those words put the girl in a stupor. The girl jumped up and couldn't calm down. She was afraid of every rustle and sound. It was like hearing a werewolf howl somewhere. She was advised to get some food first. The girl is very surprised that Xiang Tian is not afraid at all. She still can't believe that the two of them destroyed almost an entire pack during the day. Tai Tai tried to turn it into a joke and offered to join in. It would be really fun. She didn't want to join the guys. She just wanted to get out of the place. She headed toward the forest thicket. Then she turned around and thanked the guys for saving her. Tai Tai and Xiang Tian remained sitting by the fire, finishing their dinner. I can't believe they scared that girl away. She seemed to be on her best behavior, although she'd be very strange in her own right. Well, there seemed to be nothing wrong with a girl being timid, although Xiang Tian's premonition was never wrong. They finally found what they were looking for. The monster was dispersing horned monsters of the first level. Tai Tai and Xiang Tian climbed up a tree branch and saw him from afar. It's a fire cloud beast, class 2. Its defense is superb. Few can penetrate it. Tai Tai prodded Xiang Tian. Supposedly, he's an insufferable know-it-all just living in the library. They look at the monster's back. He's right underneath them. He can't be missed. The plan is clear. Both jumped from the tree onto the monster's back. Tai Tai was beating the hide of the monster with his axe. Xiang Tian tried to pierce his shell with his sword. It's no use. The monster's as big as a house. No matter how hard they try, there's not even a scratch left. He noticed them. After all, he had some uninvited guests riding on his back. This caused him to growl furiously and become wildly agitated. Xiang Tian realized that they were in big trouble. They made him very angry. The fire cloud beast begins to generate energy in its mouth. It spews out a heat ray that destroys everything in its path. Tai Tai and Xiang Tian flew apart from the monster's attack. Xiang Tian was very scared for his friend. He didn't expect such a backlash from the monster. Tai Tai was burned. The monster's heat ray burned his hair. He got very emotional about it and started crying. And then Tai Tai's tears just changed to a terrifying anger. Now he had become as scary as that monster. In a terrible anger, she began to attack the monster alone. He wanted to chop off his head himself for being bald now in his 16th year. But the attack and did nothing. Tai Tai broke his axe against the monster's armor. Couldn't do any damage to it. The fire cloud beast wanted to squash Tai Tai like an annoying bug. But the kid was a tough guy. He was able to hold on to the monster's huge paw. Didn't let himself get swatted. Xiang Tian rushed to Tai Tai's aid. And at that moment, I heard some snickers. Other students saw the dire straits the freshmen were in. Xiang Tian heard their mean and cynical speeches. They were just enjoying the spectacle. The trio of upperclassmen were just giving sarcastic advice to Xiang Tian and Tai Tai about how life was unfair and it had to be accepted. Their laughter and sarcastic taunts made Xiang Tian's cheekbones curdle. How could they be such despicable bastards? But that didn't mean they were going to give up. Now the seniors would see what they were really capable of. Tai Tai is doing well, even if it's only with her last strength, and doesn't let the monster crush her. And the monster keeps crushing him with its weight, hoping to trample its victim. Tai Tai begins to generate holy power and gather all her energy into a fist. The monster realized something had gone wrong. He sensed the concentration of energy in his victim. Tai Tai lifted the monster above him by his paw and forcefully threw him over himself, slamming his face into the ground with a full swing. From this violent blow, the monster broke its tusks. Tai Tai lay on the ground completely exhausted. He had put everything he had into that punch. He couldn't feel his body. In its fury, the wounded beast pounced on the exhausted Ti-Ta. Jiang Tian concentrated his holy power and created a sword for himself. This sword he launched directly at the head of the fire cloud beast. The monster was just starting to generate its heat ray in its mouth, but a sword thrust threw his head aside. It was a distraction, and following his sword, Jiang Tian rushed to attack. He needed to get as close to the monster's head as possible. He was aiming straight for the monster's eye, the only vulnerable spot on its body without armor. Azulette's sword technique, the only thing that will help him do that. The blow was fatal. It was obvious from the coloring of the monster's blown-out brains, and his whole huge carcass drops dead. Incredibly, the freshmen beat him. The seniors can't believe it. Jiang Tian hadn't forgotten about the upperclassmen with their jeers and bullshit analogy of life's unfairness. The senior student turned green with fear. You're gonna have to answer for your filthy language, whoever you are. Jiang Tian, with an evil squint, asks him to repeat his poisonous jokes and comparisons again. Jiang Tian stands on the stone ledge and observes the energy barrier. Tai-Ta accepts from the three boars, seniors, the monster energy cores they collected. They're begging not to be punished for their filthy, rotten tongues. They didn't realize who they were saying it to, so they put together monster cannonballs for the boys. Tai-Ta businesslike says they can let them go this time, as long as they've done their best. The seniors only wanted to leave quickly, but Jiang Tian quickly stopped them. They fearfully asked what else they could all be of use to Mr. Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian carefully looks at the energy barrier. He needs to know, in previous years at similar competitions, this barrier was earlier. The seniors said they couldn't remember anything like it. None of them had ever seen anything like it. Maybe Vice Director Bai An is behind this. Who knows whose handiwork it is? He realizes there's a reason for everything. Barriers like this don't come out of nowhere. The seniors, taking advantage of Jiang Tian's thoughtfulness, quickly put on their skis and escaped. Tai-Ta made a good point. They say they're cool, but in reality, they're not. He asked Jiang Tian what the strange protective dome is. He hasn't seen one himself. Jiang Tian said honestly to his friend, that one should prepare for the worst. Tai-Ta said there was no point in worrying about the dome. Their task is to collect as many energy nuclei as possible. The road to the cave, which is in the forest. There are a lot of big snakes trying to crawl into this cave. But something is blocking the monster's path. Already, many corpses are lying around with their heads cut off. The girl wonders to herself, when did monsters get so strong? The freshmen thank their elders for protecting them from death. Without them, they would not have lived to see the dawn. She puts everyone at ease. The academy administration won't forget about all the students. They will immediately take action as soon as they are clear. We need to hold out until help arrives, and then everyone here can stay alive. These words encouraged all the students. They were able to cheer up somehow. The girl tells everyone to fight as one. Then there's a chance. The snakes crawl up to the cave. They can smell their prey. They won't stop until they've killed them all. A fierce battle began, and absolutely all the students in the cave took part in it. These are second-class monsters. They're not children's toys anymore. A huge silhouette of a snake grew behind her. She was just in time to jump aside and turn to face the monster. The snake furiously began to attack its victim, anticipating its imminent demise. Bad thoughts started coming into her head. She hadn't expected such a strong attack from the monsters. The girl frantically attacked the snake's full length, trying to find its vulnerable spots. The beast quickly disappeared underground, eluding the final blow. She can't find where it's hiding. And then she realized it was a deceptive maneuver. The bastard had tricked her. Came in from the rear and opened her mouth to devour the girl. At the last moment, the girl realized she was finished. Jiang Tian came to her rescue just in time with his sword technique. He stunned the snake in time with his blow and nailed it to the ground. The girl didn't expect help for herself, Jiang Tian said as he walked up just in time. He said hello to her and asked what the reward would be for coming to the rescue. It's him again. But where did this guy come from? Tai-Ta strikes a jumping blow at the monster with her axe. The snake, from his blow, flew far, far away. He can't seem to get the core from the monster. He's far away now. Jiang Tian is standing on a slain snake. But the battle is not over yet. There are still other vipers left. He tries to explain to the girl so they don't act so hostile. Together with Tita, they've come to help. All the students were very excited, The freshman champion, Xiang Tian, and his friend came to help them. The girl looked at Xiang Tian. Could it really be the lauded champion? Xiang Tian began to show off in front of her. It's not every day that one could meet a handsome guy like him. She heaved a sigh of relief. Now she could entrust the protection of these people to him. Blood spurted from her mouth. She began to lose consciousness. She fell to the ground. Xiang Tian ran up to her. He took her in his arms. The girl was completely out of it. The battle had worn her out. Her pulse is extremely weak, and there's a lot of damage inside her body. Somehow, I can't believe she could have been fighting all this time with those injuries. The girl saved everyone. She could have left, abandoned everyone defenseless. But she didn't. Despite her injury, she continued to defend the cave against the monsters. Xiang Tian didn't think that this girl was so noble. Her act confirmed the purity of her heart. He asked his friend Tai Ta to take all the people to safety while he covers the entrance to the cave on his own. Tai Ta began to grumble. In his fellow man he would never forsake, no matter what it cost him. They will stay together to cover the entrance to the cave. Xiang Tian and Tita. The others, including the girl, will get a chance to survive. They're all second-tier monsters, but it's too late to back up. They launch a joint attack. The snake bodies are cut in a lobe across. Skulls are cracked and bones of monsters break under the blows of heroes. Toward the end, the biggest kite appears. He anticipates the taste of his prey and slowly creeps toward it. Xiang Tian warns Tita, one must be very careful. It's a third-class monster. Both in size and strength, it's going to be very difficult. Tai Ta asks Xiang Tian to leave him alone with the creep. Someone has to survive the two of them. Xiang Tian tells his friend not to talk nonsense. Friends should not be left alone in trouble. Using holy power, he forms his sword. He had fought countless such monsters. Soon he would be at a new level of strength. Xiang Tian, the best way to become stronger was to constantly be on the verge of life and death. Tai Ta sincerely doesn't understand what his friend means. Xiang Tian formed a full-fledged azulette sword. He succeeded. He will trust his life to his sword again. Xiang Tian flies with his sword, attacking the monster. The serpent lurks and waits for his prey. Other monsters came crawling to the monster's aid. They're all preparing to tear Xiang Tian to pieces. Xiang Tian delivers his first strike and cleaves the monster's body in two. A second blow and the other monster's body is pierced through. Tai Ta only watched as Xiang Tian literally cut the snakes into pieces and moved with the speed of invincible lightning. Tai Ta's face was filled with delight and awe. He was a city for his friend. Xiang Tian remembers his past life, in which he was known to everyone as the fastest warrior. There's one last monster left. He prepared his fiery breath for Xiang Tian to vaporize him. The monster tries to roast Xiang Tian and releases fire from its mouth. But at the last moment, he dodges and counterattacks with his sword. He applies the Azu Year's sword technique again. He builds up his strength and strikes the serpent right in the head, piercing the monster's skull through. He literally cut the beast in half. Xiang Tian tries to catch his breath. There are no more monsters left. They are all dead now. He spent all his holy power on this battle, and he's just falling off his feet from exhaustion. There's no more energy left in him. Tai Ta is horrified to think that his friend is dead, but in fact, he's wrong. Xiang Tian needs to rest. A mountain of energy cores from monsters of different classes. It's a lot of loot no one's ever dreamed of. Tai Ta is sure it's a success. Not everyone can collect such loot. Admittedly, he didn't expect it himself. Tai Ta and Xiang Tian saw a flying silhouette above their heads. It was as if some boulder had fallen to the ground. Dust and fine debris rose into the air everywhere. This is Chang Wanhu's older brother. They ask in amazement if he's okay. Xiang Tian hears a foreign voice behind her back. It's Luo Jian and his 6 underlings. They suddenly saw a bunch of monster nukes. They've come to get some food. Luo Jian saw Tita, Chang Wanhu, and Xiang Tian on the hill. This is their catch. They had slaughtered all those monsters. Luo Jian wants to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He'll get even with the 2 brothers and take their loot for himself. Xiang Tian asked Tita to keep an eye on Chang Wanhu. He wants to deal with Luo Jian himself. He's beginning to accumulate holy power and forming the sword Azuleth. Xiang Tian highly doubted that Luo Jian would have the strength to get rid of all of them. Chang Wanhu is ecstatic to realize that his younger brother has become a saint. Xiang Tian generates holy power and forms his Azuleth sword from it. Chang Wan-hu just can't believe that his younger brother has advanced to the level of a saint. Something went wrong. The sword started to disintegrate right in Xiang Tian's hands. In the end, the sword completely disappeared. Sparks of energy flew in the air. There was still no way to form it. Sparks skipped across his palms. Going to the saint level had drained Xiang Tian's energy a lot. He was now unable to materialize his weapon. Luojian, with his cronies, started laughing hysterically. In their eyes, Xiang Tian was just a pathetic show-off. He would now show how to concentrate holy power and materialize his own weapon. Luojian summoned a healthy sword from his energy. It looked terrifying. Chang Wan-hu tells his younger brother to flee. He will try to delay them as long as possible. Tai Ta calmly tells Chang Wan-hu that there is no need to worry. You just need to trust Qian Xian. Xiang Tian smiled slyly. He was confident that he could give Luojian's neck a good soaping, even without any weapons. A simple stick with a sharp end was lying under Xiang Tian's feet. He deftly picked it up off the ground and began to twirl it in his hands. The stick turned out to be the handle of Tita's axe, but this was more than enough for Xiang Tian to quickly deal with Luojian. Luojian didn't like this arrogance on the part of the youngster very much. No one dares to look down on him. He is sure that since Xiang Tian has no weapons, he will finish him off very quickly without much effort. Chang Wan-hu tells his younger brother to be very careful. After all, Luojian is a very serious opponent. Luojian began to move at lightning speed. His silhouette could hardly be seen by the eye. Chang Wan-hu warns Xiang Tian that Luojian is as fast as anyone else, out of all the students in the academy. Only Xiang Tian can predict the future, and in battle, that's more important. He voiced for Chang Wan-hu and Tita what Luojian intended to do and what strikes to deliver. But they thought it was some kind of cruel joke. This is no time for foolishness. Their lives are at stake. Xiang Tian rushed to his intended location. Luojian launched his attack on Xiang Tian. He wanted to win this fight by stealth. Xiang Tian managed to dodge. It was as if he had anticipated his opponent's actions. Chang Wan-hu and Tita really began to believe Xiang Tian. The stabbing lunge passed. Now it's the turn of a horizontal strike from Luojian. And this time, Xiang Tian managed to dodge. Chang Wan-hu and Tita watched the fight with delight and genuine bewilderment. Luojian lands the decisive blow, a vertical cut, just as Xiang Tian had envisioned. He had no trouble dodging it. Chang Wan-hu said that his younger brother would no longer be able to surprise him with anything. Now it's the turn of Xiang Tian and his simple wand. He walks to Luojian's back and jams a wooden stick into his right shoulder. He drops his weapon and screams inhumanly. Luojian is shaking in pain. He can't understand how Xiang Tian was able to defeat him. After all, his agility and speed are the highest in the academy. Chang Wan-hu and Tita are genuinely happy about Xiang Tian's victory. Now they believe that their brother could predict the future. It was actually a cunning maneuver on Xiang Tian's part, and Luojian was fooled. He deliberately pretended to be open to attack, and he was able to win by stealth. Chang Wan-hu and Tita didn't quite understand what Xiang Tian meant, but in the end, he was victorious. Luojian remembered his teacher's instructions. The experienced master was able to predict his every move and used his own attacks against him. He can't get his head around where 14-year-old Xiang Tian got his combat experience from. He is only a few years younger than Luojian. Luojian is not unbroken by his defeat. From now on, Xiang Tian is a terrifying monster to him. All four are standing on a stone ledge in the woods. An ominous voice in the forest says he's found the one he's been looking for. There's no better prey. Somewhere in an earth-tier forest for monster hunting. Chang Wan-hu, Xiang Tian, and Tita are walking at a measured pace. Tai Ta praises Xiang Tian strongly. Xiang Tian recalled Luojian's words with an evil smile. At least they won't harass them now. Luojian should be forgiven. He has paid for his foolishness in full, so don't hold a grudge against him. Chang Wan-hu is proud of his younger brother's fairness and generosity. Xiang Tian is very worried about the fact that they have been walking for a long time, but they haven't met anyone on their way yet. They've been walking this tier for a long time, but there are no monsters. Chang Wan-hu actually agreed with his younger brother. All the monsters had gone somewhere. Someone is moving very quickly through the tree crowns. Near them, in the bushes, something landed quickly. Xiang Tian and Tita ran to look at the light in the bushes. Big brother stayed behind to wait for them. A dark silhouette grew behind Chang Wan-hu. Someone grabbed Chang Wan-hu with both hands from behind, covering his nose and mouth. Someone took him aside and tried to kidnap him, but he couldn't see the villain's face. Chang Guanhu tried to scream, but his mouth was closed. Jiang Tian heard some extraneous sounds. They can't find Chang Guanhu. He suddenly disappeared. Chang Guanhu immediately came out of the bushes. He calmed everyone down and said that he just tripped and fell. Tai Ta laughed and told him to be more careful. Xiang Tian just looked at his older brother, but he didn't give the appearance that he suspected anything. We need to continue searching for monsters on this tier. Chang Guanhu was no longer in control of himself. Something evil and insidious had taken over his body and suppressed his will. Papers with records are blown up. Textbooks, books, and notes fly to the floor. Desperate searches are underway. The information you need has now been found. Bayan discovered records that said that the Academy's first headmaster had sealed a fourth-grade monster in the forest. The vice director realized to his horror that this monster was fully capable of taking possession of a human body. The monster's insidious grin was accompanied by his evil laughter. This barrier was set up to keep the rage monster at bay. Once the monster tries to escape beyond the barrier, the seal will trigger itself to prevent the monster from leaving the forest. The headmaster of the academy has realized the danger. Now saving the students is the top priority. The main thing is not to let the monster slip through the barrier in the student's body. The monster can only have an effect on those who are not yet at the saint stage. If questions are asked, the vice principal will reply that he is checking the results of their hunt. The director began to make a hole in the barrier. Mentor asked Bayana if there was another way to solve this problem. Then we need to break the barrier as soon as possible. If something happens to Yui, none of them will be spared. The impact on the forest energy barrier has begun. Changwanhu, Xiangtian, and Tita made a fire where you are in a clearing in the forest. Taita takes a little nap while pulling himself up, and Xiangtian is sitting under a tree. By the light of the fire, a white owl flies at high speed toward the clearing. Changwanhu is sitting by the fire. A demonic night owl flies up to him from behind. Changwanhu begins to smirk. He recognizes his monster brother in the guise of an owl. The demonic night owl, horrified, realized at the last moment who was now in Changwanhu's body, and flew back as fast as she could. Changwanhu sees off the rapidly flying owl with a glance. He abruptly turned around and saw that Xiangtian was awake. We just sat under a tree in lotus position and folded his arms across his chest. But it didn't look like he was sleeping. Changwanhu began to sneak up on Xiangtian like a poisonous snake. He extended his hand toward him. I wanted to make sure by touching his face whether he was asleep or not. And at the last moment, Xiangtian firmly grabbed Changwanhu's wrist. Changwanhu did not expect this in any way. Xiangtian guessed that someone had possessed his older brother's body. That was why he asked who it was. The monster in Changwanhu's body started talking directly to Xiangtian. He wondered why he had been figured out so quickly. Xiangtian realized it was because the monster's play was too perfect. His older brother, Changwanhu, was originally not a normal person. This is what the monster was looking for. He's a smart kid. He wants to taste Xiangtian's body. Xiangtian didn't immediately realize what the monster meant. The monster wants to take Xiangtian's body for himself. Lightning flashed between the gazes. The process of transferring essence through the eyes began. Suddenly it was like there was a short circuit. There was a pop with a bright flash. Xiangtian and Changwanhu flew off in different directions. Xiangtian, with a satisfied smile, asked the behemoth what he is so upset about. Most likely something went wrong. Xiangtian kicks out with his inner strength from his brother Changwanhu's body, that monster. He uses the sword amulet technique. The exorcism of the demon begins. Energy pulses everywhere, spreading out in waves. The exorcism didn't work the first time. The monster remained inside Changwanhu's body. He brags to Xiangtian and advises him to be very careful with his brother's body. He can stay in it until it dies, or until he himself wants to come out of it. Killing the monster wouldn't work for Xiangtian. Xiangtian really doubts the monster's words. Power and energy ripples around him. The monster notices that his arm has stopped obeying him. The real Changwanhu starts punching the monster in the face with his own hand and chase it out of his body. The monster is enraged. Body control is severely weakened. It's just not possible. Taking advantage of the monster's hiccup, Xiangtian attacks the monster from above. At the last moment, the monster notices it. Applying his energy, Xiangtian struck Changwanhu's body with lightning and chased the monster away. Very painfully, the monster begins to leave Changwanhu's body. The monster is wounded but highly enraged. In his true form, he looks like a devilish purple fox. Xiang Tian brought his knowledge and experience from another world, where this monster could be dealt with. The beast can't believe him that it turns out Xiang Tian is not from this world. Xiang Tian tries to strike with his azulette sword and finish off the monster. The monster deftly dodges the sword attack, but Xiang Tian strikes with blue ray energy. The fight has just begun. Blue beam cuts off one limb of the monster. He growls and tells Xiang Tian that it was still necessary to finish him off on the human tier of the forest. Xiang Tian didn't recall seeing him back in the human tier, and then it came to him at once. He was the one who had taken over the strange girl who had not supposedly been rescued and bandaged. The monster wanted to escape from the forest in the body of a girl, but the damn barrier made it impossible. Xiang Tian now understood the purpose of the barrier, but he didn't realize what kind of monster it was in front of him. The monster's name is Mei Mao. He can possess anyone, but since he only used his power for evil, an old man put a seal on him and put a barrier in the forest. All attempts to get out of the forest for Mei Mao turned out to be a failure. Xiang Tian rightly pointed out that the monster was able to break the seal after all. Mei Mao admitted that he had someone helping him in breaking the seal. After being released, he used his powers to train the cultivation of all the monsters in the area. Xiang Tian realized that his monster was distracting him by talking. Mei Mao waited for backup to arrive. He knows too much. Xiang Tian can't be left alive. A herd of monsters are running to attack the guy. He is surrounded by a myriad of all sorts of creatures. Mei Mao, smirking evilly, gives him her terrible judgment. Chang Wenhu regains consciousness and starts coughing. He wipes his eyes and tells his little brother that he had a very strange dream. And then he sees overhead a whole bunch of all kinds of monsters from all over the forest. Chang Wenhu felt like he was still asleep, and the dream turned into a nightmare. Maybe he's not fully awake. That's possible too. Xiang Tian asked Chang Wenhu to stop fooling around. They are now facing a serious enemy. He saw Mei Mao's monster hovering above the ground. Xiang Tian explained to his elder brother that everything that happened in this competition was Mei Mao's monster's fault. Chang Wenhu just can't believe that he was possessed by such a fearsome creature. Mei Mao called the brothers a pair of coked-up fools. All the monsters from the forest gathered in one place and surrounded them. Time for the bloody fun to begin. Chang Wenhu and Xiang Tian had succeeded in making Mei Mao very angry. He instructs all the monsters to tear the brothers to pieces, and the whole bunch of them are attacking them at the same time. They saw that their friend Tai Ta was still asleep. He doesn't even realize that they're all about to be killed. A giant elephant runs up to the sleeping Tai Ta and feeds on him to crush him. Chang Wenhu and Xiang Tian took hold of his legs and pulled him out of harm's way just in time. They made the decision to run. They can't handle so many monsters at once. Mei Mao instructs the monsters to chase down and kill all three. No one must leave alive. Tai Ta sleeps like a dead man. Two brothers are dragging him as hard as they can. He still can't wake up. He clings with his back and arms to thorns, to bumps, to branches, and in the end, he clings to the vines. Chang Wenhu and Xiang Tian didn't immediately notice that Tai Ta was completely stuck in the vines. They tried their best to pull him out. But in the end, they ended up with two of his shoes in their hands. His feet just slipped out of their hands. They didn't immediately realize what had happened. It shot out like a paperclip from a taut slingshot and flew out of the vines with incredible speed. Tai Ta, at a tremendous speed, flew into Mei Mao and hit him with his head right under the breath with tremendous force. And this strike was at the monster's most vulnerable spot. Mei Mao didn't expect it himself. Mei Mao did a somersault in the air. Chang Wenhu and Xiang Tian stood there watching and simply couldn't believe their eyes. Tai Ta woke up on the ground next to Mei Mao's monster lying down. Mei Mao just lies there passed out, with her mouth open and her tongue sticking out. Mei Mao's influence on all monster forests is quickly passing. After he lost consciousness, the control magic of the other monsters simply disappeared, and they all started to scatter. Mei Mao admits he was caught off guard. He was too careless. He recovers quickly. He gets back on his feet and starts to recover. Xiang Tian attacks him sharply, preventing him from gathering his wits. Mei Mao is sure that he is invincible, but Xiang Tian's sword doesn't think so. Xiang Tian slits Mei Mao's throat with his sword. Blood gushed out of his neck like that of a slaughtered pig. As Xiang Tian had already said, he was from a world where there were ways to fight Mei Mao. The principal, vice principal, and mentor try to break down the barrier with their energy. The barrier cracked, accompanied by a distinctive sound. Finally, part of the barrier collapsed. It shattered into tiny pieces under the force of the headmaster's power. He instructs to block the exit. We need all the teachers to enter the forest and help the students. We must save the students at all costs. The students started coming out of the forest one by one. They shared their impressions of the competition. The girl who was protecting the entrance to the cave, where the students had taken refuge, is being called out by someone. She turns her head in the direction the voice is coming from. It's one of the girls she saved. She's being asked. She must be looking for Xiangtian, taking the initiative, making the first move with a boy. That's very brave of her. But is it wrong to thank someone who saved their lives? Mentor said that everyone who survived had already come out of the forest and were outside the dome. But somehow she feels like he's okay. He's stronger and more experienced than everyone else. Bayan anxiously tells the principal that they have searched everything, but they can't find this monster. We can't give the monster a single chance to escape. Too many students have already suffered and died. The director wants to find and kill this monster himself with his own hands. We need to act as soon as any anomaly is detected. He instructs all students to approach him one at a time and lay out in front of him all the energy cores they've gotten from the monsters. Bayan puts on a special monocle and starts checking each nucleus. Some worked in teams, some worked alone. The results of core mining are quite different for everyone. Chungming Xiang calls his classmates just pathetic trash. They are all weaklings who can't stand up to strong enemies. He pulls out a teleportation belt and starts bragging. He's about to show off his true monster hunting skills. An entire oversized table was littered with kernels. His results are truly impressive. Yes, indeed, Chungming Xiang is a worthy young master. His strength surpasses many excellent fighters of this generation. Chungming Xiang doesn't hesitate to humiliate others. In his mind, anyone weaker than him is just a pathetic worm. In the girls' eyes, he is an arrogant, oppressive prick. With annoyance, they agree that all his statements are confirmed by force. Suddenly, on the other side of the protective barrier, a familiar voice is heard. Everyone turns around happily. Xiangtian is back. He's alive and unharmed. His older brother Chang Guanhu and his loyal friend Tita are with him. Chang Guanhu liked being the center of attention. Xiangtian really disliked wasting his time collecting these nuclei. Tai liked the competition. In his eyes, it was contentedly fun. Chungming Xiang tried to close Xiangtian's mouth. Sure enough, he couldn't gather any more monster nuclei than him. Xiangtian calmly replied, "What else could it mean?" He knows that he has bypassed Chungming Xiang. Everyone started looking at him excitedly. Everyone was very curious about how many nukes he had collected with his friends. Xiangtian asked the academy director for a very large table for the nukes he and his friends had obtained. "I really want to show Chungming Xiang that there will always be someone better." Chungming Xiang mockingly asked Xiangtian if this table is big enough for him. He really wants to see what kind of loot he has. Xiangtian takes off his teleportation belt and tells Chungming Xiang to watch carefully. He tosses it high up, the belt activates, and from there the monster's energy cores poured out like an endless hail. Chungming Xiang is just out of breath. He looks at this number of cores and can't believe it. Under such a heavy weight of the number of cores, the wooden table broke. Chungming Xiang's head was simply piled up. Based on the number of energy cores, Xiangtian killed all the monsters by himself. Xiangtian instructed Chungming Xiang, "Even if you are strong, you can't look down on others." In front of everyone, he trampled on Chungming Xiang's arrogance. Chungming Xiang asked not to lecture him. Maybe he took quantity, but the quality is still up to him. One core of a high-ranked monster is valued much more than the cores of other low-ranked monsters. Chungming Xiang is holding a third-grade monster core. Bayan confirms it, the core is not a fake. Chungming Xiang kept the last ace up his sleeve. Chungming Xiang is already excited about his victory. He realizes that Xiangtian has nothing to say to him. Xiangtian asked Chang Guanhu to show him something. Chungming Xiang said it was too late to beg for mercy. Chang Guanhu shut him up and told Chungming Xiang to shut his stinking mouth. The Changguan brothers have something to show. They got something too. Chang Guanhu took out a level 4 monster energy core from his pocket, and he started waving it in front of Chungming Xiang's nose. Chungming Xiang's expression became dull and faint. His ponces quickly faded away like smoke from a bonfire in the wind. The director and vice director just open their mouths in amazement. They understand perfectly well where this core comes from. Chang Guanhu continues to banter with Chung Mingxiang. Chung Mingxiang started to get hysterical like a little girl and accusing the Chang Guan brothers of fraud. Chang Guanhu, Tita, and Xiang Tian started to bully Chung Mingxiang. The little boy is crying how bad it is. Chung Mingxiang tried to attack Xiang Tian, but Vice Principal Bai An stopped him and reminded Chung Mingxiang that he was on the grounds of Kargat Academy, not his home. Chang Guanhu, Taita, and Xiang Tian were called by the academy principal to come along. All four of them teleported to an unknown location. No one could believe me that freshmen were able to get their hands on a level 4 monster core. The girl looked toward the forest. This whole forest to hunt thing raised too many questions. Mentor stands next to the mirror. 5 very influential people say that tomorrow is Yu Yue's 16th birthday. The best groom candidate for Yu Yue would be Changguan Xiang Tian. Everyone agreed on this candidate. The foremost of them thinks an edict should be issued to that effect. The emperor wishes Jiang Tian of the Changguan clan to marry his daughter. A sacred temple in a secret cave near Kargat Academy. The director keeps trying to figure out the circumstances and details of the destruction of Mei Mao's monster. It was true that first, Chang Guanhu had weakened the monster very much. Still, the headmaster was distrustful of his student's story. The 4th level monster was a formidable opponent. Nu immediately changed his mind and sharply agreed with Tita, who wanted to demonstrate the power of his punch. Still, doubts crept into him. Mei Mao was a very strong and dangerous beast. It's pure luck that a trio of students could handle such a behemoth. The director says that Jiang Tian is the champion of the competition since he destroyed Mei Mao. Xiang Tian realizes that the principal suspects something, but doesn't want to ask further. He praised the abilities of his students and thanked them for being so helpful. All 4 of them teleported back to the academy students' camp in front of the forest. Chang Guanhu, Tita, Xiang Tian are all in place. The principal solemnly announced Xiang Tian as the winner of this competition. Everyone is free to go. Chung Mingxiang started to get hysterical like a little girl. He couldn't believe that victory had slipped out of his hands. But Academy Principal Kargat quickly shut his stinking mouth. Chung Mingxiang quickly fell silent. Bai An asked everyone to help the injured. The rest of them could be free to go back to their rooms. Tai Ta brought the injured girl to the medical tent. The girl called out to Xiang Tian. He asked if her wound was okay. She wanted to thank him for saving her. Xiang Tian behaved very modestly. He hoped that the misunderstanding between them was gone. She apologizes to him because he tried to sacrifice himself for other people, which means he can't be a bad person. She introduced herself with the name Yue Yue and smiled pleasantly at him. He is very happy to meet her. He finally recognized her name. They extended their hands toward each other to shake. But then Yu Yue's mentor showed up. She pushed them apart. Yue Yue looked at her mentor with surprise. She looked with a stern look and warned Xiang Tian for him not to get excited. For the guy, the trouble had just begun. She took Yue Yue's hand and told her to follow her. Yue Yue tactfully apologized to Xiang Tian. Xiang Tian can't understand why he has to speak in riddles. Can't we just say it plain and simple? Tai Ta ate his delicious lunch. He was a little upset that the girl he had saved had suddenly suffered an amnesia attack. Chang Guanhu burst into the dining room with joyful shouts. He said that there was something to please. Xiang Tian teased Chang Guanhu. Could it be that the grand prize is a beautiful beauty? I can't believe little brother knows everything. He wanted to make everyone happy. There were shouts in the academy's dining hall. The academy's dining hall car gate. This news did not make Xiang Tian happy. Chang Guanhu and Tita genuinely don't understand why their friend and brother is so upset. Xiang Tian doesn't like that he might be forced to marry someone he doesn't know. Chang Guanhu reminds his brother that the princess is the emperor's only child. He failed to impress his younger brother, but that doesn't say anything to Xiang Tian. And then the boys began to share their guesses on the matter. No one had seen the princess outside the palace. Chang Guanhu is looking at the future. Xiang Tian could become the emperor. Xiang Tian really doesn't want anyone to decide his fate. He needs to take a little walk and clear his head. This kind of talk annoys him. Chang Guanhu and Tita realize that Xiang Tian can't refuse the engagement. Everyone knows that to refuse the emperor is like insulting him. Chang Guanhu yells at Xiang Tian to stop steaming hot, but Xiang Tian was already gone. In a cozy gazebo on the mountain, Yue Yue is worried whether Xiang Tian will accept the engagement. But a girl wants feelings, not just prestige, wealth, and power. And if Father Emperor refuses her, she doesn't know what she will do. The mentor has become very hard to understand the younger generation. She saw something in the distance. Xiang Tian is running towards the gazebo. He's just right there. He wouldn't be able to cultivate strength if another person was with him. And then a watermelon rind flies past his head. I wonder who it could be. Throwing around stumps like that, Yu Yue cheerfully suggested Xiang Tian to join her and grab a bite to eat. They started chatting sweetly with each other. She asked him how he feels about his future marriage to a princess. But it's hard to be happy about it. He doesn't even know the girl. How can you marry someone you've never met? Yue remarks that if he gets married, he will have great power over the country. Many people dream of that. Xiang Tian is able to achieve what he needs on his own, by his own strength. Would he reject the emperor's offer? It is a great risk. He doesn't want to offend the princess and hurt innocent people. Yu Yue didn't think that he cared about others so much. The only thing he cared about right now was cultivating strength. Yue is very surprised. Where does a 14-year-old boy get what adult thoughts? He abruptly began to pretend, supposedly still a child. A mentor observes from afar the newlyweds-to-be. It's hard for her to connect with the new generation. Kargat Academy grounds. Chengming Xiang has completely lost his mind. He's beating up Chang Wanhu. If he doesn't tell where Xiang Tian is, he'll kill him. Chengming Xiang had inflicted very serious wounds on Chang Wanhu. Chang Wanhu tells him that it was the emperor himself who made the engagement decision, and that decision won't change anything. Chengming Xiang called the emperor an old fool. Princess Gelan will be his wife by all means. Chang Wanhu warns Chengming Xiang of very serious consequences for his behavior. The academy director will skin him for such behavior. Chengming Xiang's father invited the principal and Bayan to visit the Huayun clan, so no one can save Chang Wanhu. Chang Wanhu doesn't expect to be saved by anyone. He's starting to concentrate his strength. Chengming Xiang must have overlooked something. Chang Wanhu knows how to control the element of earth and began to crumble the rocks under Chengming Xiang's feet. Chengming Xiang did not expect this in any way and was confused. It was a distraction from Chang Wanhu. He tried to leave the battlefield. Chengming Xiang quickly noticed this and let his metal claws chase after him. These claws hit Chang Wanhu's back and wounded him badly. Chengming Xiang was not alone. He was assisted by his underhanded six. Chang Wanhu realizes that it is only possible to take refuge behind the territory of the Kargat Academy. And along the way, he knocks down Chengming Xiang's underlings. Chengming Xiang gives a command to his underlings to pursue Chang Wanhu. He must not escape. At the same time in the gazebo, Xiang Tian and Yue are having a cute conversation. The two of them had already eaten all the watermelons. Only the rinds remained. Yue hints to Xiang Tian that Princess Gelan might be much better than he thinks to himself. It was as if Yue was a member of the Imperial family. Xiang Tian was very much surprised by this. Yue jokingly replies to Xiang Tian that he will find out everything very soon. She has to go on business, so she leaves Xiang Tian alone. Xiang Tian watches Yue walking away into the distance. In his past life and in this one, girls are a big mystery to him. Xiang Tian heard the sounds of battle, somewhere not far away in the forest. This is not good. Looks like a few saints are fighting a battle. Chang Wanhu could only run to the trees. He was thwarted early. Chengming Xiang appreciated the bravery of his opponent. But their game is over. In a last-ditch effort, he throws himself at Chang Wanhu. Chang Wanhu is on his feet just out of last resort, waiting for the final blow from Chengming Xiang. But the decisive moment, Chengming Xiang was distracted by something. Xiang Tian prevented him from finishing off his older brother, Chang Guanhu. He asked if Chang Guanhu was okay, seeing his bloody clothes and numerous wounds. Chang Guanhu tells Xiang Tian that Chengming Xiang wants to kill him, and tells him to get out of here as soon as possible. We need to find the headmaster of the academy right away. Chengming Xiang was very happy about Xiang Tian's appearance. There would be no need to run after him and look for him. He wants to kill him quickly so that Princess Gelan can become his bride. Xiang Tian doesn't make excuses for his older brother, but he always risks himself to help Xiang Tian, and he gives the best of himself. In this world, Chang Guanhu had become a true family member for Xiang Tian, a family man. And now he sees his brother's blood on his hands. Blood for blood. This is the ancient and just custom of revenge. Xiang Tian simply came to an indescribable fury. Chengming Xiang will meet his end today. No one will help him. He felt fear running down his spine with a chill. The feeling of fear was quickly replaced by a feeling of anger. Now he would see what Xiang Tian's strength was worth. Chengming Xiang used Meteor's stinging technique. Xiang Tian no longer thinks that his opponent is the strongest in the academy. He speeds up and runs to attack Chengming Xiang while holding a sword. From their combined impact, sparks of red flame flew out to the side. This can't be. Xiang Tian couldn't be so accurate in repelling a punch. Chengming Xiang didn't understand how Xiang Tian could control the holy power so well. Where did he get such experience and knowledge from? Xiang Tian is very determined to punish Chengming Xiang for spilling his older brother's blood. He counterattacks Chengming Xiang. Chengming Xiang tried his best to dodge the strike of his Xiang Tian's sword. The trees that were behind him were cut down and began to fall. But as it turned out, he had wounded Chengming Xiang after all. Black blood began to ooze from his clothes. Chengming Xiang gathers his strength and rushes at Xiang Tian. Xiang Tian easily evades his attack to the side. Chengming Xiang can no longer control his anger. He can't believe that such a brat is capable of harming him. Xiang Tian slashes Chengming Xiang's back with his sword. From this blow, Chengming Xiang lost his battle fuse and his breath caught. It felt like Xiang Tian was anticipating absolutely all of Chengming Xiang's movements. Xiang Tian said that he used to be lenient towards Chengming Xiang. He's building up the strength to strike again. He didn't want to kill anyone, but he'll make an exception for Chengming Xiang. Chengming Xiang dared to injure his elder brother, Chang Guanhu. Because of this, he will pay with his life. Xiang Tian passes his judgment. He begins to move and strike Chengming Xiang with the speed of 1,000 lightning bolts. Chengming Xiang gives up the position. He barely manages to defend himself but gets hurt. He's lying on the ground, covered in his own black blood. Despite all these high-profile titles, who absolutely doesn't care, Xiang Tian would just finish off Chengming Xiang right now. Chengming Xiang begins to beg for mercy for his opponent. It just doesn't make sense to him. There's someone stronger than him. He remembers being praised as a child by his teachers. He was always a head taller than everyone else. It instilled great arrogance in him. He did have great talent, but he allowed himself to insult and humiliate others. All the teachers echoed with one voice. The young master had a very bright future and was talented beyond his years. The clan will prosper. His father had always told him that Chengming Xiang would not only be the elder of the Huayun clan, but also the emperor of the entire kingdom. He had already prepared himself from early childhood for this fate. Chengming Xiang truly believes he's a genius. There's no way he can lose. He gives orders to his underhanded six to attack Xiang Tian all together and at the same time. And the servants rush to attack Xiang Tian. Xiang Tian had already experienced this in his past lives. He wouldn't be surprised by the number of enemies, but they are all nothing before his strength and the sword of the Azuleta. He killed all of Chengming Xiang's servants and assistants. Chengming Xiang resorted to a sneaky trick. He took Chang Guanhu's older brother hostage to stop Xiang Tian's attack. Chengming Xiang started playing the wrong games, but he has full confidence that he can win in this sneaky way. The sword strike struck like lightning. Chengming Xiang felt a sharp pain in his arm, and black blood gushed out of him. He let go of Chang Guanhu. His arm was almost severed. He went into painful shock. Xiang Tian fulfilled Chengming Xiang's request regarding the hand. Afterward, he ran up to his injured brother. Chengming Xiang continued to experience blood loss. Chengming Xiang started threatening Xiang Tian with his father, just like a little girl. Xiang Tian calmly said that if he killed Chengming Xiang now, no one would know anything, and there would be no problems for anyone. Chengming Xiang finally realized with his dumb head that he was playing with fire, and the once formidable warrior began to run away from the battlefield as fast as he could, screaming, hysterical like a little girl. Out of nowhere, the academy teachers showed up. Chengming Xiang began to put on a show in front of the teachers. The teachers gave orders to help all the other wounded. Xiang Tian is very disappointed. He won't be able to deal with Chengming Xiang quietly. The most important thing right now was to carry brother Chang Guanhu to safety as soon as possible, and he found a secret cave nearby. Chang Guanhu opens his eyes. He realizes that he is lying on the ground in a cave. Next to him lies his brother Xiang Tian. For a moment, he thought he was in the underworld with his younger brother, and they were both dead. Chang Guanhu began to cry and apologized to Xiang Tian. He couldn't protect him from Chengming Xiang. Xiang Tian reassured Chang Guanhu. He had already dealt with Chengming Xiang. So they're not dead. But why is there blood all over this place? It's not blood, but the juice of the berry that stops bleeding from wounds. Cheng Guanhu wonders to his younger brother what happened to Cheng Mingxiang. He won't be able to use his hand anymore. He regrets very much that he didn't kill him. The Huayan clan won't just let it go. He is the only son of the elder. Cheng Guanhu says that Xiang Tian needs to urgently run and hide. He will not flee. The Changguan family must not be harmed. The director and vice director are now visiting the Huayan clan. But this situation can be turned in your favor. Huayan clan mansion. The director and vice director are received at this mansion as honored guests. They say they have a lot of unfinished business at the academy. It's time for them to leave. A clan elder tries to hold them off with courteous speeches. Nothing bad should happen to the academy. They look at each other incredulously. There's a catch. They realize that they want to get rid of Xiang Tian, but they don't think that the Huayan clan would dare to do it on the academy grounds. A servant bursts into the hall. He says things are very bad. Barely breathing, he's out of breath from running. Cheng Mingxiang had injured his arm very badly when fighting Xiang Tian on the grounds of the Kargat Academy. The directors and vice directors spit all the tea out of their mouths in surprise. The elder of the Huayan clan can't believe it. Late evening, in the chambers of the Imperial Palace, Yu Yue was very much surprised that Xiang Tian had injured Cheng Mingxiang's arm during the fight. Her mentor confirms it. Cheng Mingxiang needs very serious help. After all, it will take a very rare specialist. Cheng Mingxiang's father, who is also the head of the Huayan clan, has sent a complaint to the emperor. He asked for Xiang Tian to be shown very cruelly for his deed. Yue realizes that this is a great injustice. She will go to her father herself and beg for Xiang Tian. Justice must be served. The mentor is trying to calm Yue down. At least now, Xiang Tian's innocence doesn't matter at all. The Huayan clan is the #1 clan in the entire kingdom. They are loyal vassals of the emperor with a lot of influence and wealth. And Xiang Tian is just a genius from a poor family. On one side of the scale are the authority of the Huayan clan, and on the other side is Xiang Tian's word of honor. The mentor gives valuable advice to Yue. Right now, the emperor should not be disturbed. He has a lot of duties and a lot of responsibility. Yue understands everything perfectly. The mentor is right, of course, but the princess herself is not happy about it. The next day at the emperor's palace, the great Imperial Hall, where prosecutors and defense attorneys are gathered, the emperor asks where Changguan Shangtian is now. They've been looking for him for 24 hours and can't find him. The head of the Huayan clan asked the emperor to personally search for Xiang Tian, but the academy headmaster objected to him very firmly. Xiang Tian is probably hiding on the grounds of Kargat Academy, and his father Changguan Ba has come to see him. The head of the Huayan clan is sure that the headmaster is covering for them and trying his best to keep them from justice. Vice Director Bayan had no way to respond to this accusation. The head of the Huayan clan repeatedly asked the emperor to personally search for Xiang Tian before Changguan Ba's son escapes. And then a voice came from the back. Changguan Ba brought his son Xiang Tian, bound and shackled, to the emperor's fair trial. No one was going to run. Mr. Changguan Ba deeply apologizes for his son's thoughtless act and asks the emperor to punish Xiang Tian justly. The head of the Huayan clan didn't come out. He thinks it's a circus show. Changguan Ba hopes that the emperor will pardon Xiang Tian. Changguan Ba was sincere in his words. The apology was genuine. He was willing to give Xiang Tian to the Huayan clan to deal with. The head of the Huayan clan pushed Changguan Ba away from him, like a despicable and filthy beggar. He is no match for him. Xiang Tian confessed to maiming Cheng Mingxiang. He's willing to be punished, but he asks you not to hurt the Changguan family. It's not their fault. The emperor calmly tells head Chenggu that since the Changguan family wants justice, it is necessary to accept their offer. Head Cheng had already realized how he would get even with his son's abuser. Once he arrived at the Huayan clan's territory, he would not live in this world. He agrees to Changguan Ba's proposal, although he had hoped for more. He instructs his servants to take Xiang Tian to the territory of the Huayan clan. Academy principal and vice principal Bai, and they are completely powerless. He gives advice to Baianu and to remain patient and calm. One must wait and watch. Perhaps Xiang Tian wasn't that simple and had some more surprise in store for them all. Changguan Ba flew in on a griffin on the grounds of Kargat Academy to see his youngest son. He was very scared for Xiang Tian. He rushed over as soon as he heard the news. He needs to know if his son is okay. Xiang Tian is very surprised. Wouldn't his father scold him for causing such trouble for the family? Chang Wanba approved of Xiang Tian's actions, but he is afraid that there will be punishment for this righteous act. The father has prepared everything necessary for his son's escape. He knows he is innocent, but according to the law of the kingdom, Xiang Tian must be punished. Chang Wanba is insanely happy that his own son is worried about his family, although he's actually more worried about his mom. Xiang Tian smiled slyly. He has a good plan that should work and needs his father's help. He stands in the middle of the main hall in the Imperial Palace in chains and shackles. He wants to make peace with the forces with the warriors of the Huayun clan. The servants of the Huayun clan lead Xiang Tian in chains up the stairs. They head towards the clan's territory. Xiang Tian walks calmly and thoughtfully, and right now he is in his thoughts. And then he calmly tells the servants that the path they are taking him on does not lead to the territory of the Huayun clan. He had been led into a trap. Cheng Mingxiang was already waiting for him with his servant sixes. He couldn't fight on his own because his arm was injured. Therefore, the others had to do the dirty work. One could see from his face that he was eager to take revenge on Xiang Tian. He did not accept his defeat with dignity. Xiang Tian was glad that he had finally shown up. The catcher and the beast flees. That was the plan. We had to lure Cheng Mingxiang out. Chang Wanba couldn't believe what his son was saying. This plan is pure suicide. Xiang Tian made a very subtle calculation. He wouldn't dare to be harmed as long as the emperor and the academy director were in the clan's territory. Cheng Mingxiang is very vindictive, and he won't miss an opportunity to take revenge on Xiang Tian. This is a good chance to get even with him to the end. The father still couldn't figure out what his son's plan was. What he's proposing is too dangerous. He wouldn't be able to help him if the need arose. Xiang Tian begins to concentrate his palms of energy lightning. And then there's a sharp blow that hits the trees behind my father's back. Father hears the cracking of wood and falling branches. All the trees fell with just a single strike from Xiang Tian. Chang Wanba was simply speechless at what he saw. He didn't expect such power from his son. Xiang Tian calms down his father. His strength level is so high that no one in the Huayun clan can overpower him and harm him. Chang Wanba realized how much time had passed. His son had now matured a lot and was now so strong. He'll stay by his son's side till the last possible moment and help him in any way he can. Cheng Mingxiang sends his servants to kill Xiang Tian. The number of assassins Xiang Tian sent out did not impress him at all. In one motion, he breaks the chains on himself and begins to concentrate the holy energy. He turns to Cheng Mingxiang in an angry voice and launches an attack on him. Today is the last day of life for Cheng Mingxiang. Evening, Imperial Palace. The sun is approaching sunset. The emperor warns head Cheng. The cause of Cheng Mingxiang's injury has not yet been determined. Therefore, he advises him to refrain from taking revenge on Xiang Tian. Chief Cheng vows that the reasons for his son's injury will definitely be established, and everything will be based on those reasons. A servant of the Huayun clan reports to his master. Xiang Tian has taken Cheng Mingxiang hostage and escaped. The principal of the Kargat Academy can't believe his ears. No one can really tell what happened there. But in front of their feet, Cheng Mingxiang was lying unconscious. Cheng Mingxiang ordered to kill Chongwan Xiang Tian, but ended up falling into a trap himself, with Xiang Tian taking him hostage and threatening him. After that, he beat them all badly and ran away. But everyone survived. Cheng Wanba has laid a claim against the head of Chenggu on the grounds that he and his son had tried to kill Xiang Tian. The emperor didn't like it very much. How dare head Cheng bring his lynch mob to justice without presenting evidence of Xiang Tian's guilt? Head Cheng became extremely nervous after the emperor's words, so he threw his fists at his servant. Cheng Wanba realized that the plan was going well. Cheng Wanba asked the emperor not to blame the family for Xiang Tian's act. The emperor gives his orders. As of this moment, the entire Changwan family is not involved in this case. All accusations against the family are now invalid. But Xiang Tian has fled the scene of the crime. Therefore, he is declared a criminal and he will be searched for. It's been 5 days, the border town of Gasun Kingdom. This is where Xiang Tian intended to leave the country. The merchants are loading their carts with goods. They are in a hurry to leave the kingdom as quickly as possible. The young lad approached the merchant and introduced himself as the accompanying mercenary. The merchant was very surprised by the boy's age. He was very young for a mercenary. He asked his name. Xiang Tian pondered for a bit. Then he introduced himself with the name Jian Chen. The palace of the Emperor of the Kingdom of Joseon. The courtiers tell their emperor, there is a new candidate to marry the princess. The emperor calmly tells his courtiers to tell the new candidate, the matter of the wedding is postponed indefinitely. But the courtiers remind us that canceling the wedding is a very rash act. Has the princess gone? The emperor loudly slapped his palm on the table. Chongguan Xiangchun had the right to marry the princess, and this right was given to him solely for his abilities. The emperor sees no other candidates, even if they are from noble families. Chengming Xiang is now an invalid and no match for the princess. The nobles were very excited by the emperor's reaction. The Huayan clan was given a huge amount of gold and silver. This is as compensation, but they should forget about the wedding. The emperor got up from the table and said that he was very tired. The audience was over. The nobles remained seated at the imperial table. Princess Yu Yua's mentor turned to the emperor. He asked her if she had all the necessary preparations ready. The tutor reported that the princess had just left and would finally leave the kingdom in just a few days. Mentor asked the emperor why he won't tell the princess about the crisis in the kingdom. After all, she is a member of his family and has a right to know. If the destruction of the kingdom is truly inevitable, then let only one emperor suffer, and the mentor should be responsible for the fate and future of the princess. The princess's mentor swears allegiance to the emperor, to the very end. The emperor interrupted her. You should swear allegiance to this kingdom, not to him. It's the people, the people. The emperor is just a leader. The mentor looked after the emperor with longing in her eyes. Even if this kingdom, in the near future, would perish. Mentor knew that moment was approaching. Time is inexorable. John Chen is already standing in front of the customs arch, the last obstacle. He looks at her and realizes that he will soon leave the kingdom with a clean soul. His father says in his letter that all charges against the family have been completely dropped. John Chen recalled moments from his past life. It reminded him of the time when he ventured down the mountain alone. Behind his back, he heard a terrible noise. 3 horsemen on monsters knocked down the merchants' carts and scattered their goods. One trader got caught in the crush. His buffalo got really spooked, and all the crates flew on his head. He failed to react quickly and didn't notice the huge crate about to crush him. John Chen grabbed him by the scruff of his neck just in time and pulled him aside. In fact, he had saved his life. The merchant thanked him heartily, but Zhang Chun said that it was just his job as a mercenary. He saw the emperor's soldiers who were pasting posters on the wall of the customs station. Looking closely, John Chen was able to discern. The poster had his portrait on it and a reward for his capture. The border guards told the merchants that a very large reward would be given for the criminal Changguan Xiangtian. John Chen was well aware that the #1 clan in the entire kingdom was not so easy to escape from. In the end, they caught up with him. He needs a good disguise so he can't be recognized. So he puts on his hood. The buffalo-drawn wagons are in a line. They are accompanied by traders. One of the guards noticed John Chen, blocked his path, and told him to take off his hood. Looks like the disguise didn't work, and he's been exposed. The guard starts beckoning to the others and says there's a suspicious type here. Jian Chen began to prepare for the attack. The guards were still approaching John Chen and were taking him in a ring. He was ready to fight back hard, but he held back for now. Merchant Wu Dai intervened just in time. He knew the commander of the Imperial Guards. He assured Gay Lin that this guy was his wife's younger brother. He just wants to see the world. He quietly offered the guard some money. He said that this boy had had a misfortune when he was a child, and that his face was badly disfigured. The guard took the money and let them pass. After all, everyone knew that Merchant Wu Dai would not harbor a criminal. The border was crossed. The merchant waved to the guards and bade them farewell. That's it. Xiang Tian's past life is behind him, and so is his name. He is now John Chen, a mercenary whose job is to guard the cargo and merchants. Wu Dai reassured John Chen, no one will chase them, and the people in the caravan only obeyed him. Jian Chen asked Wu Dai with disbelief, why did he help? After all, if he had handed him over to the guards, he could have gotten a big reward. Wu Dai's gut never fails him. John Chen is not a bad guy. That's why he didn't turn him in. I wonder how he thought John Chen was a good person. It's not written on his face. Merchant Wu Dai has seen a lot of people in his many years of trading and traveling. It's easy enough for him to tell a good person from a bad person. Furthermore, John Chen had saved his life. It's the act of a good man. Scoundrels and scoundrels wouldn't do that. John Chen was very happy to hear this, but it was about time for him to leave. So he tried to put on his skis. The merchant turned out to be a complicated man. John Chen couldn't leave. Wu Dai quickly reminded John Chen that he was now a mercenary and a caravan escort according to the contract. Still no idea where to go. After all, he has no home now. So he'll go with the caravan, and the rest will be up to him. He will continue to escort the caravan and guard it. The merchant Wu Dai and his men are counting on him very much. Sunset over the mountains, in the camp of the caravan. Merchants making the route of the caravan specially chooses a place to rest in advance. It's safer that way. There are quite a few people in this camp, and not all of them are traders. There are mercenaries and adventurers, all sorts of people from all sorts of places. Every time they bring in goods, this is where they stop. It's probably a work habit by now. This time there was someone wrapped in a hooded cloak near the inn. He was told to leave in a very rude manner, but Wu Dai was quick to stand up for the outsider. Everyone here is an outsider, and there is no need to be rude to anyone. John Chen looked at the stranger but didn't say anything. This time they want to camp in the most remote location. It's a risk, but there is no choice, as they do not communicate with other traders and mercenaries. One can only sincerely hope that nothing bad happens during the night. Wu Dai confessed to John Chen that he is scared every time they come to sleep at this camp and can't sleep. Deep night, merchant's camp. Who has settled down in the tent for the night? Who sleeps and who snores very loudly? John Chen was the only one who couldn't sleep. His new duties as a mercenary guard kept him awake. Wu Dai snores like an old dog. He's been complaining about not sleeping well lately. You can't trust ordinary people after that. The wind is blowing through the camp. The guards stand guarding each of their tents with cargo and people. A shrill whistle was heard in the air. Out of nowhere, arrows flew from the sky and killed the guards. Jian Chen listened carefully to the incoming sounds. He was able to fend off the hail of arrows that flew straight at him just in time. He quickly woke up Wu Dai and all his men. An attack began on the camp. John Chen quickly formed his azulette sword from the energy. Suddenly he was attacked by a huge barbarian. He was looking for worthy opponents for a duel to amuse himself. John Chen prepared to fight. The barbarian was very surprised. He had found a worthy opponent who was as good as him. Jian Chen immediately realized that the opponent in front of him was not just a fool, but a Saint Master level opponent. Wu Dai ordered everyone to be on guard. He drew his weapon. They were under attack and needed to defend themselves. The merchant turned his head and saw the very brigands who had made the raid. They were the same boundless bandits. Now they'll all be in trouble. Merchant Wu Dai, I knew it was the bandits. There's no choice but to take up arms and fight if you want to stay alive. A lot of people just got scared, and they just froze. The fearsome bandit threw an axe at Wu Dai's head. He dodged in time and was unharmed. Struggling, John Chen shouted to Wu Dai to quickly gather people and take them away to a safe place. He'll try to cover them, and his opponent is already raising his spear for another strike. Wu Dai gathers all his men in a hurry and shows them the direction to run to for rescue. John Chen's opponent doesn't think they can get away from his gang. He throws another punch, but John Chen dodges it. It was naive of Jiang Chen to think that he would be able to hide or escape. The boundless bandits would get him everywhere. Jian Chen calls out the azulette sword technique, bounces high and performs an aerial move. John Chen's opponent has no way of knowing why he can't hit him. Now he's opened up, it's time to strike. But this time too, he misses. The speed of his moving body is indescribable. He circled like a feather through the air from place to place, dodging John Chen's attacks. In the battle technique of his opponent, he noticed a wind attribute. John Chen couldn't hit him a single time. His speed was simply unimaginable. The leader of a gang of boundless bandits is himself wondering where this guy came from. He had yet to see anyone in his life who could wield a blade at such great speed. John Chen said his azulette sword could be even faster, and it was already starting to accumulate energy for another strike. This was very unpleasant news for the ringleader. John Chen is about to show him everything. He's starting to attack him. In fear, the ringleader begins to flee from John Chen. It was a distraction. Jian Chen pretended to attack on his own, beginning to tear his claws. The leader realized in the last moment that he'd been tricked and made a fool of him. That's the kind of thing he doesn't forgive. He uses a gimmick, the holy soldier stance. Jian Chen keeps running away from the fight with the leader, and the latter is very angry. He can't finish off his opponent. John Chen realized that this barbarian the leader of the Boundless Bandits, was the strongest opponent he had ever fought. He couldn't defeat him now, so he needed to retreat. He wonders where everyone else has gone with the Wu-Day merchant. But then, one curious detail caught his attention. That stranger in the hooded cloak who was sitting by the inn starts going through the pockets of the dead. John Chen saw this marauder take the bag of gold from the deceased, and the thief was very happy about his find. The free money made him very happy. Jian Chen threatened the thief, grabbing him by the wrist of the hand in which he was holding the stolen money purse. The thief turned out to be a girl with beautiful green eyes. This is a very unexpected turn for Jian Chen. Is a woman really capable of such vile behavior? It turns out she is, but suddenly she yelled and said she was a guy, and she ripped her hand out of his grasp. The leader of the Boundless Bandits had already caught up with Jian Chen. He wanted to finally deal with him. He threw a hard punch that shattered the ground beneath their feet, but they both bounced off in different directions. They were not hurt at all. The barbarian began to attack the cloaked thief, but the thief was able to dodge the blow. He tried to calm him down. He was just passing through. He didn't need a fight. But I say the bandits should all be dead. No one has to leave alive. No one needs extra witnesses. The thief complains about his bad luck and lack of good fortune. The cloaked stranger turned out to be a saint with a very high level. He was quickly able to form his weapon out of energy. The cloaked thief began his swift attack on the barbarian. Barbarian was pleased. Another adversary. He's a walking corpse. He just doesn't know it yet. Jumping up, the barbarian repelled his attack in midair, and sparks flew in different directions. To the cloaked thief, this was very unexpected. The leader of a gang of boundless bandits turned out to be of Saint Master level. And first, the barbarian wanted to deal with the cloaked thief. He strikes it with another blow. The ground shudders and the air rises in a column of dust. The thief blocked the barbarian's blow, but he did so with great difficulty. Jian Chen suggests that the stranger team up against the gang leader. It's the only chance to survive. The stranger rejected his help in a very rude manner. The stranger rejected his help in a very rude manner. The bandit leader laughed. Even if his opponents united, none of them, in strength and speed, were his equal. Jian Chen told the thief to stop bickering. We need to deal with the barbarian as soon as possible. Otherwise, both of them would be corpses. Well, since Jian Chen is so insistent, the thief condescendingly accepts his offer. Wu Day, a merchant, escapes from an axe-wielding bandit and tearfully asks Jian Chen for help. Jian Chen tells the thief to detain the barbarian as long as possible, because he will soon return will definitely help him. The thief didn't like it very much. Jian Chen had fooled him, and then skied off at the first opportunity. The barbarian calmed the thief down. First, he would kill him with his own hands, and then it would be Jian Chen's turn. In this situation, Thief wanted to not use his last argument, but there was no way out. He threw off his hooded cloak. Underneath was a young boy in expensive attire with feminine facial features. He jumped up high, dodging Varvar's punch, and fought off his attack on himself. His strength was enough to take on this bandit. He thrust his sword into the ground with a swing, knocking the support from this bandit's feet. The bandit leader couldn't believe what he saw. That's a real combat skill, but how would a little kid like that have it? And the barbarian was struck with a terrible blow, as if a meteorite had landed on his head. Pieces of soil flew in different directions. The guy asked the bandit leader if he has any desire to fight to the death and beyond. The barbarian himself was taken aback for a moment. Who would have thought his adversary had such powers? If he knows a martial skill, if he were a true Saint Master, the bandit leader would have been a corpse long ago. The barbarian offers a trade to the guy. The guy gives him his combat skill, and then he stays alive and in one piece. But the guy shows him the three-finger sign. He's not going to give anything to anybody for nothing. The bandit boss is really pissed off by that answer. And before he kills the guy, he's going to torture him real bad. The barbarian's energy punch is rapidly approaching the guy's face. Jian Chen was able to repel it at the last moment and save the guy's life. Didn't he run away? Why did he come back and help him? The boy thief asked in surprise. But all the merchants, including the elder Wu Day, said with one voice that Jian Chen had no intention of running away. He was just helping them. Jian Chen told the stranger that his words and his honor were more precious than any gold and precious stones. He would always keep his word. His work is done now. Now Jian Chen will take care of the bandit leader himself. He made the first successful strike against him. The barbarian flinched backwards and lost his balance a little. What kind of power this guy has? Where'd he come from? He's activated his combat skill. He wants to chop John Chen into a pulp. He used the storm slaughter technique. A giant energy tornado appeared on the battlefield. Energy shards flew towards the kid thief and John Chen from the tornado. The energy shards were meant to kill them dead. The kid couldn't even react. John Chen repelled them all with his azulette sword. He fought back with the reaction of lightning. Not a single piece of shrapnel injured anyone. John Chen gathered all of his holy power and put it into his sword for the final strike. A pillar of divine light pierced through the energy tornado. After that, Jian Chen started to stagger. He simply couldn't stay on his feet. The kid picked him up to keep him from falling to the ground. A bright flash appeared above them, like the birth of a new star. Jian Chen held his arms crossed in front of him. Remnants of sparks of blue energy ran across them. Blood could be seen on his hands. The fellow thief couldn't believe that Jian Chen had done this. Jian Chen stood motionless with his arms crossed on his chest. Blood flowed from the cut on his cheek. The smoke from the blow cleared. He stood there all abrasions and cuts, but satisfied with himself. Jian Chen told his opponent that he was finished. In the center of his chest, the ringleader of the boundless bandits had a healthy hole, and tongues of flame were walking along its charred edges. The sky behind Varvar could be seen through it. The barbarian simply couldn't believe the power of such a blow, and collapsed dead, his face in the ground. John Chen, exhaling heavily, replied to his dead opponent that he had been unspeakably lucky with his punch this time, and then a terrible pain pierced his body. Blood gushed from his mouth in a fountain. The kid picked him up just in time and kept him from falling to the ground. He noticed that John Chen had purposely raised the level of Saint Force just for this one strike. Now the damage to the body was serious. Could it be that Jian Chen is not friendly with his head at all? The kid was cursing. Why risk yourself like that? You're the most important thing. In his defense, Jian Chen said that if he hadn't taken the risk and won, both of them would have been dead a long time ago. The kid asked John Chen incredulously why he risked his life and saved him. After all, he could have not done it. John Chen just fulfilled his duties. That's his job. The kid punched John Chen in the jaw. He immediately realized that it was all a cheap circus act, and John Chen is fine. John Chen was not deceived and told the truth. The bandits saw that their leader, Barbarian, was lying on the ground completely dead. If their big brother is dead, the entire gang of boundless bandits was not on a roll. Some were screaming hysterically, and some were crying. John Chen realizes that this barbarian was their boss, and his level of strength justified his position. A very good time to mock and taunt the remnants of the gang of bandits. He stood over the dead body of a gang boss and said that he had destroyed him, and now it was time for all the other gangsters to die. And all the bandits started running away fast. They were blown away by the wind. Since Jian Chen was able to destroy their boss, he would bury them. The remaining people in the camp watched in amazement as all the bandits quickly packed up their belongings and fled. The survivors were very happy, though they were able to fight back against this gang, but it was only a small fraction of the power of the boundless bandits. We need to pack up and get out of this parking lot as fast as we can, so they can't chase the caravan of goods. Everyone agreed with Wu Day's traitor. No one wanted to die in this camp. Therefore, we should leave this place as soon as possible. John Chen suggests to the kid that he should ride with them the Kingdom of Blue Wind. He would love to keep them company. In doing so, he collects gold coins from the body of a dead boss, and he's very happy about it. It's not wise to show off your fighting skills like that. There could be unnecessary questions and witnesses. The guy had completely forgotten and extended his hand to John Chen. For a second, Jian Chen wondered what the gesture meant. And then he shook that same hand. He told me his name, and he said he was very happy to meet the guy. The kid was very angry. He didn't expect a greeting from John Chen, but money as compensation for his burnt hooded cloak. John Chen wouldn't deny that the kid had suffered certain losses. He tried to turn it into a joke and smiled. Making amends wouldn't be a problem, but John Chen wanted to know the guy's name first. The guy introduced himself with the name Mu Yun. A caravan of goods was approaching the border fortress of the Blue Wind Kingdom. Mu Yun really likes this kind of energy cultivation method that John Chen uses, and asked him to teach him how to do it as well. John Chen referred to the fact that these were family training secrets, and he couldn't share them with anyone else. He saw a great many portraits on the wall of the fortress. The kingdom of the Blue Wind is a mercenary kingdom, because there are so many orders here. Mu Yun licked his lips seeing all these portraits. The people in them are worth a lot, and money is a very sensitive issue for him. Jian Chen looked closely at the portraits. He saw something that was basically impossible. And he saw the image of an old man among all the portraits. He looked just like Doug Newby. It was like the day he died, they were writing from him. The border fortress of the Blue Wind Kingdom. Mu Yun has no way of understanding what surprised Jian Chen so much. Jian Chen ran up to the portrait and started pointing his finger. He needed to know if Mu Yun had seen this old man before or not. Of course, Mu Yun knows him well. It's the lonely old man, but it's more of a nickname than his name. Jian Chen started yelling at Mu Yun like a madman. He really needed to know where this old man was right now. Mu Yun quickly reassured Jian Chen. If he had such information, he would have already obtained gold from the Mercenary Alliance long ago. If he really needs a big reward for this old man, then let him give up from the start. In terms of strength and experience in hunting him, they are the last in line. Jian Chen once again asked Mu Yun what he knew about this old man. But Mu Yun is not a Nepali. If you want more information, pay gold. That's all he's interested in. Jian Chen gave Mu Yun his wallet of gold, hoping that it would be enough for the information he needed. The lonely old man is a very strong person. He appeared over 10 years ago in the Blue Wind Kingdom. He deals exclusively in assassinations. Jian Chen was very curious to know why he had become a child while the old man remained in the same body. His location is a state secret. The mercenary union took care of that. But if there's a bounty on him, he's still out there and alive. It turns out that only the Mercenary Alliance has access to the information that Jian Chen so desperately needs, meaning only the leaders of the Mercenary Alliance. But it's not the whole union. Jian Chen realized that if he wanted to get information about the old man, he would have to become one of the best mercenaries in the Alliance. And the lonely old man was also looking for a person named Jian Chen. It turns out that Dugu Nube in this world is also looking for Jian Chen. Mu Yun is very happy about the gold coins he received. We should try to find him. Jian Chen wants to know how he ended up in this world, and somehow he has to find his way back. Not far from the Chamber of Commerce of the border outpost of the Blue Wind Kingdom. Merchant Mude says goodbye to Jian Chen and Mu Yun. They dishonestly fulfilled their contract. Mu Yun also wants to leave and says goodbye to Jian Chen. Jian Chen quickly stops him. He still has a request for Mu Yun. Mu Yun's doing his thing. There's money for helping out. Jian Chen doesn't seem to have any money left. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the money, but he knows where to get some coupons. They had just come to this tavern building. Inside, they saw a rather gloomy atmosphere and a shabby, dusty interior. The people sitting at the tables, with suspicious and unkind faces, looked at them very carefully. Mu Yun wondered how Jian Chen could know about this tavern. After all, this was his first time in the Blue Wind Kingdom. But he had overheard the conversation in the camp. Jian Chen advises Mu Yun to sit down at the bar and order himself something to drink. He stepped away for a while to go about his business. Mu Yun sits down and asks the bartender for a glass of water. There are people celebrating something nearby who have it written all over their faces that they're upper-class thugs. Bets are placed at the same table. Jian Chen raises 1.5 times the bet. The visitors to the commodity store don't like having their business interfered with. Jian Chen is advised to hurry up and get out while the mood is good. Jian Chen smiles evilly. And then he tells everyone at this table that the people sitting at this table are his coupons. The sounds of crashing blows and screams can be heard. Jian Chen drags the two who were rude to him to the bar, and then defiantly throws them headfirst to the floor. Told the bartender that from the wall of Jian Chen's city, he had only found these two, the reward would be enough. And if you don't have enough, you can always look for more people. And all the customers in the tavern tensed up. They didn't want to get their necks kicked in and be handed over to the Mercenary Alliance for gold. Everyone ran out of the tavern in a hurry. Who said not to touch him? Who said he wasn't a bandit and there'd be no reward for him? Mu Yun changes his mind and asks the bartender very much to pour him something stronger. Mu Yong explains to Jian Chen the rules of the Mercenary Alliance. He also explains to Jian Chen how to get promotions for completing tasks. You must first visit the mountain range of magical beasts. There are plenty of tasks there. This applies not only to humans, but also to monsters. Jian Chen had almost finished his drink. He put the mug on the table. and told Mu Yun that he should urgently move forward exactly where there were so many tasks. The clatter of shoes against stone was heard. The two of them reached the magical beast mountain range. The view is certainly very beautiful and majestic. Mu Yun gets bored of the scenery very quickly. Jian Chen really needs a guide who knows this mountain range well. Mu Yun will only act as a guide. Hunting and killing monsters is only Jian Chen's job. The most valuable mission is marked on the map. It's a hunt for the golden snake. But its power is terrifying, and it's not worth it. You could easily lose your life. Mu Yun's advice for starters is to hunt phantom mice. It will be considered a great honor, and the pay is considerable. Jian Chen realizes that he should obey Mu Yun, at least at first. He's not new here after all. Phantom mice live somewhere in this area. They're completely transparent. There's only one way to find them. Mu Yun asks for money again, for valuable information. Jian Chen realizes that Mu Yong has purposely slipped him this assignment to get more money out of him. But that's basically what they call business. Jian Chen heard the fluttering of wings. His fine sense caught the fluctuations in the air. And at one point with his sword, he stabbed a phantom bat through and through. Mu Yun just opened his mouth in surprise. He couldn't believe it himself. Jian Chen caught his first phantom mouse. Jian Chen said that if Mu Yun wanted to know the secret, one would have to pay money. Mu Yun didn't like that answer very much. He pretended not to be interested at all. Since Jian Chen has his own signature way of hunting mice, he better hurry up. Mu Yun won't wait long for him. He began to run through the air like lightning. One by one, he struck the phantom mice. Mu Yun watched this while sitting on a rock. Jiang Chen really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. I wonder why he wants to know where that lonely old man is. Maybe they know each other. And then an interesting idea popped into Mu Yun's head. Maybe Jian Chen is the son of a lonely old man. Now Mu Yun understands why he insisted on coming here. He wants to find his father as soon as possible. Jian Chen doesn't understand why Mu Yun is staring at him like that. What is he looking at him for? After all, he wants something from him. People don't just stare at you for no reason. Jian Chen froze in front of Mu Yun for a moment. His sword was energized, as if he was ready to strike. Mu Yun was frightened, thinking that Jian Chen wanted to kill him. Jian Chen abruptly started running towards Mu Yun, and the latter began to beg for mercy. He won't tell anyone anything. He jumped behind Mu Yun's back and gave a sharp, powerful punch. A huge flash appeared. Jian Chen was simply thrown backwards. The impact of the blow was unbelievable. He could barely stay on his feet when he landed. The tail pointed sharply in their direction, intending to stab the uninvited guest in the back. Mu Yun drew his sword and prepared to attack. Free of charge, he didn't want to get involved in this. But he would have to, because his life was at stake. He tried to repel the tail with a swipe of his blade. A huge flash reappeared in the air, sparks flying in different directions. Mu Yun asked Jian Chen if he was imagining things. He could see something, but it happened too fast. It was hard to see anything. They saw yellow rings of pure gold surrounding them, moving as if alive. At last they realized the trouble the two of them were in. It was from this trouble that they tried to stay as far away from it as possible. But they fell right into the clutches of the most dangerous monster of all. It was a golden snake with silver stripes. Mu Yun and Jian Chen stood still, and from above, the head of a giant golden snake was looking down at them. Mu Yun doesn't know whether to rejoice or prepare to die. They've run into the most dangerous monster. Jian Chen says it's a rank 2 snake, and the one he threw back on the first strike most likely has a rank 1 snake. There's more than one. There are at least 2 snakes here. So we need to get away from this place as soon as possible, unless they want to become lunch for her. Mu Yun asked Jian Chen if he had any plan. Jian Chen will try his best to distract them. Mu Yun must clear the way for them using his skills. The golden snake noticed Jian Chen's movement, and she swooped down to devour him. Jian Chen struck her with his azulette sword. Flashes of energy went in different directions. Its scales were so hard that they couldn't even be scratched. Jian Chen didn't expect this. Monster counterattacks and throws Jian Chen away, but he takes another hard blow to the head and quickly backs away. The golden snake is using a new technique. He's got more heads. This was the first time Jian Chen had seen a monster being able to split into multiple parts. Once again, the monster attacks Jian Chen from literally different directions. Jian Chen tries to restrain the golden snake as best he can. He shouts to Mu Yun to quickly start clearing a path for them. Mu Yun summons his combat skill, gets covered in all the fire and starts to act. But he is overtaken by a snake's tail that seeks to stab him in the back. Mu Yun, at the last moment, discovers another snake tail behind his back. He starts to call out for Jiang Chen's help. Another snake grabs him, wraps its rings around him, and paralyzes his body. He just can't get out. The snake's tail begins to squeeze Mu Yun with force. The crunching of his bones can be heard and blood starts pouring out of his mouth. Jiang Chen rushes to Mu Yun's aid. He prepares a blow and wants to strike it on the tail of the second snake to free his friend. He throws with force his azulette sword at the other snake, but the fanged mouth of the first snake catches up with him from the back, and her fangs bit into Jiang Chen's hand. Blood spatters everywhere. The sword was able to pierce through the scales of the second snake's tail that wrapped around and strangled Mu Yun. He went in very deep, and the snake loosened its grip. Mu Yun survived. Mu Yun, puzzled, asked Jiang Chen why he had saved him. He had a chance to escape. Now not one of them would survive. They were partners, and Jiang Chen never left his partners in trouble. He wouldn't let them die in front of him. The snake venom began to take effect on Jiang Chen's body. He's completely weakened, and the snake threw him high into the air to swallow him and eat him. Falling into the snake's jaws, he didn't think his end would come like this. Jiang Chen hadn't counted on dying so miserably at the hands of such a creature. The snake venom had already started acting on his body at an astonishing rate. His eyes were darkening rapidly. At the last moment, he began to see a dark purple flash. It feels like he can see without his eyes. It feels like nothing else. Jiang Chen's body glowed with a bright radiance. He didn't just see everything that was happening around him, he felt it. His holy power that he had cultivated for so long had become much more powerful than it had been. Lightning and a surge of energy could be seen above the magical beast ridge. Jiang Chen's body is absorbing new power, and the golden laughing man intends to devour him. Mu Yun couldn't believe his eyes. Jiang Chen's new strength, is this really a breakthrough? The stabbed sword in the tail of the golden serpent shimmered, jumped out of the tail, and flew in the other direction, right into the head of the first golden snake. Mu Yun couldn't believe his eyes that Jiang Chen's sword could do such a thing. The azulette spiritual sword accelerated to the speed of a shooting star. At the last moment, the behemoth was able to see him approaching. With tremendous speed, the sword pierced through the golden snake's throat simply on the fly. From the wound, a huge fountain of snake blood gushed out. Jiang Chen felt that he could now injure the golden snake. Even if he died now, he would destroy the monster once and for all. The spirit sword begins to fly around the golden snake and strike it. More wounds appear. The monster's scales unable to hold back such an onslaught, and its armor is pierced by Jiang Chen's sword. This is the first time in his life that Mu Yun sees a spiritual weapon formed from holy power to beat on its own and fly in the air. Jiang Chen doesn't stop attacking and waits for this thing to die already. Despite the deep wounds, and the golden snake is not going to give up. Its wounds are serious, but not fatal. The monster is still too strong. Jiang Chen in his mind comes up with a wonderful idea. Its skin and scales are as hard as stone, and he strikes his spiritual sword with his strongest blow right into her mouth, right down her throat. The sword penetrates inside the golden snake and begins to cut all its organs from the inside. Fountains of black blood everywhere. A golden snake beginning to spurt its own black blood. Jiang Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. He had defeated the monster. Mu Yun just can't believe it. Jiang Chen emerged victorious from this battle. Previously, no one had been able to destroy the golden snake before. Well, then he noticed something very strange in Jiang Chen's behavior. Jiang Chen was falling a stone into the ground. He had spent all his strength on the final strike, and now he was completely exhausted. He fell into a forest thicket and lost consciousness. He lay like that for a long time, but Mu Yun took care of him as best he could. He gave him a bedding and a pillow so that he wouldn't lie on the damp ground. Jiang Chen finally comes to his senses. Mu Yun was already starting to get very worried. Jiang Chen asked Mu Yun how come he was fine. Who took care of him after the battle? The silver-striped golden snake nucleus works as an excellent antidote. That's why Jiang Chen is fine. Mu Yun asked Jiang Chen to tell him about this fantastic skill. Most likely he defeated the monster thanks to it. Mu Yun caught on in time. He realized that Jiang Chen didn't want everyone to know who the lonely old man was, and why he was looking for him. Jian Chen told Mu Yun that he was talking utter bullshit. The lonely old man was never his father. The flying spirit sword was a famous battle technique of a lonely old man. That was why Mu Yun had decided that Jian Chen was his son. This is news to Jian Chen. So the lonely old man had also learned the spiritual sword technique after entering this world. Mu Yun is just like that. He can't forget about money for a minute. He suggests Jian Chen disembowel this golden snake. It's worth a fortune. The two of them stare at the body of the slain monster, and behind them, a surge of energy begins. Jian Chen felt a surge of holy power. They had stumbled upon a rich harvest. Luck was now on their side. Strangers appeared behind their backs. The cunning man with a scar on his face smilingly called out to Mu Yun and Jian Chen. There were 4 others with him, and he brazenly told them that it was a golden snake and all its contents belonged to him. Mu Yun and Jian Chen stood looking at the stranger and his companions. Jian Chen allowed him to take the golden snake. But what would he want to do with the two of them? It's very simple. He'll kill them. It's a beautiful place with a breathtaking view to rest in peace. Jian Chen could never understand why all the bad guys were so identical. They're just the same. I wonder which of the two of them said it out loud first. Mu Yun asked reasonably. Since the two of them were able to defeat the golden snake, isn't the villain afraid that he will repeat the fate of that slain snake? But the calculation was very cunning. Jian Chen had almost no Saint force left after the battle, and Mu Yun was badly injured by the golden snake. The villain began to laugh at Jian Chen and Mu Yun. In his eyes, they're just children. They don't know anything about the outside world. He heartily thanks them for doing their part in killing the golden snake. But now they are finished, materialized his sword from energy. Mu Yun tells Jian Chen to run and escape. He will try his best to delay them. He reassures Jian Chen, without a dead weight, it's much easier to escape from this whole gang of thieves. He always has a few trump cards up his sleeve. Jian Chen really didn't like being compared to a dead weight. Mu Yun reminded Jian Chen that his strength was completely depleted after the battle with the golden snake. He's useless in the current fight. Mu Yun will be in charge. Jian Chen tried very hard to kill the golden snake. It's their loot. He can't just give it to those marauders. Only the leader is a danger among them all. The rest of them are just sixes. They'll scatter when he's dead. Jian Chen was only able to materialize a small knife. He didn't have the strength for anything else. Mu Yun agreed with Jian Chen. He'll deal with the boss himself. Jian Chen will take care of all the other 6. Mu Yun was very angry with the ringleader of those marauders. He has built up his strength and wants to deliver a fiery blow to the boss. The boss saw him as just a kid, a common fool who didn't know when to give up. It was his time to die. The duel began and they crossed their blades. The 6 began to laugh at Jian Chen's weapon, as if this little knife could defeat them all. Jian Chen charged the remnants of his energy with this dagger. The 6 continue to chuckle, but they don't know that after the reinforcement, all of Jian Chen's senses have been sharpened. He could now wield the spiritual sword with even a meager remnant of his holy power. These mercenaries weren't really opponents to him. He took a leap and launched his dagger. A bright violet glow, that's all the henchmen of the ringleader could remember before their end. In the last moment of their miserable and worthless lives, they were overcome with animal fear and great surprise. The dagger went through them like a red-hot knife through butter. It sliced through them all. Breathless bodies lay in huge pools of blood. Mu Yun and the marauder leader continue their duel. No one wants to give in, and the forces are evenly matched. He looked at his slain subordinates and couldn't believe his eyes. How could Jian Chen move at all after such a hard fight with the golden snake? Jian Chen began to gloat. Dying in the middle of such a beautiful scenery was indeed a very good idea. He turned and asked the leader of the marauders about it, because he thinks it's time for him to go where he's already sent his 6. Yeah, he really underestimated those 2, but not so much that he didn't have a backup plan. And now he's alone against the 2 of them. But 2 red energy arrows sneakily fly from their backs. Mu Yun calmly fends off the attack, though the leader of the gang of marauders tries to escape. Jian Chen realizes that another Saint Master is here. These arrows couldn't have come out of nowhere. He yells to Mu Yun to run after him, and don't let him get away. The looter boss is running away as fast as he can, but Mu Yun is on his tail. He won't just let him get away. A terrible pain struck Jian Chen's head. He stopped. Mu Yun told him that we can't stop. We have to catch up with this scoundrel before he escapes. Well, immediately he notices that there's something wrong with John Chen. He suddenly fell to the ground dead, face down, and not giving any signs of life at all. Beautiful weather over the range of magical beasts. The sun warms the crowns of the trees. Mu Yun was really scared for John Chen. What had happened to him? John Chen moaned that his eyes suddenly went dark and he felt dizzy. This made him collapse. He had used up too much of his holy power fighting the golden snake, and he hasn't rested at all. He needs to recover. He was on the verge of death. Mu Yun asked incredulously if Jian Chen was sure that he was fine. Maybe it was far from fatigue. John Chen realized that the Azulet spiritual sword had spent not holy energy, but his personal spiritual power. The spiritual sword technique is very energy-consuming. It takes a lot of time and energy to recover. That's why he lost consciousness. We have to go without it for a while. John Chen said with grief that this scumbag boss of the Marauders had escaped, and there was no catching up with him now. Well, they were lucky because the looters decided to retreat. He was well aware that because of his escape, the news of the slain golden snake with silver stripes would quickly spread around the area, and there would be many who would want to make a fortune at their expense. It's going to be very difficult for them. They will have to fight off their prey by any means necessary. The magical beast mountain range is very large. Mu Yun knows it like the back of his hand, and so it will be easy to hide from the ill-wishers. Suddenly, a bright pink light flew out from Mu Yun's chest. Jian Chen was a little surprised. Yi Jianchen curiously asked Mu Yun what it was. Mu Yun both made a silly face and told Jian Chen that he urgently needed to escape. Therefore, it was necessary to say goodbye. Jian Chen stood there puzzled. He quickly pulled out paper and a brush. We need to make a deal as soon as possible, because Mu Yun's business is very urgent. The golden snake is too heavy, so John Chen can take it for himself. It will cost him 50,000 amethyst coins, plus Mu Yun's help as a guide and as a battle partner. That's 10,000 amethyst coins. John Chen said that Mu Yun would make a very good businessman. He's just happy to do his best. He calmly signed the contract and gave Mu Yun his ring. That's all his savings. The rest he would give when he had money. Mu Yun agreed to this condition. Doesn't ask Jian Chen not to forget his duty. The pink light began to increase in Mu Yun's palm. Jian Chen didn't have time to say one last thing to him. He had already disappeared. All that was left behind was a bright pink flash. He didn't even know how to contact him. How would he repay the debt if he didn't know Mu Yun's location? Jian Chen looks at the slain mob of the giant golden snake and ponders what to do with this carcass next. And then he remembered the instruction from the Kargath Academy. If one absorbed the golden snake's silver streak, one could gain invulnerability to all species. Jian Chen remembers the technique. There are certain risks, of course, but it's a shame to leave good things behind. We need to finish the ritual as soon as possible, because the mercenaries could be back with help any minute. You have to feel the snake, like it's part of him, its power and its energy. Jian Chen casts a spell for the golden snake to become his flesh and blood so that no poison will ever harm him. The process of absorbing the golden snake was too painful. There was no way Jian Chen could have expected this. The golden snake's soul began to burn with bright flames, and then just disintegrate into little pieces. Finally, it turned into pure energy. It enveloped Jian Chen. Jian Chen tries to devour her, snake-like golden scales erupting on his face. His mouth is starting to bleed. He's really getting very sick. His hands had partially begun to be covered in golden snake scales, and blood was pouring out of his mouth without ceasing. Suddenly, Jian Chen grasps his head in unbearable pain. The snake is trying to take over his mind. Jian Chen's hands were covered in golden scales, and claws emerged from his fingernails. Fangs appeared on his teeth. The energy he received from the golden snake began to rapidly change his appearance. Jian Chen's insides seemed to be on fire. If this continues, he'll lose himself completely. He'll completely turn into a snake of a man. He remembers that he has a technique that can counteract this unwanted transformation. Jian Chen's face almost turned into a snake face, but there was nothing to be done. He would have to try. This was his only chance. He calls upon the Azulet's spiritual sword technique. He hopes it will help him retain his human form. He begins to exorcise the snake-like entity that is trying to enslave his body and mind. The energetic image of a golden snake bursts out of it with fire. and in the air, it begins to disintegrate into individual pieces and disappear. Jian Chen was very happy that he had succeeded, and he still remained human. He fell on his back. It was good that the spiritual sword technique had helped him. Otherwise, it would have been the end. It was very difficult to swallow the golden snake. He had managed to exorcise the spirit of the golden snake itself, and its power and energy was now being absorbed by his body, and it's recovering very quickly. It takes time to assimilate all the energy of the snake. In order to not be susceptible to all the poisons, Jian Chen's body had an absolute. But it's time to leave this range of magical beasts, and it's time to get cleaned up. Clean your clothes and give yourself a good bath. The head of the marauders returned to the place where the dead golden snake should have been. He was not alone this time. Many of his 6 servants had come with him. Unfortunately, he realized that Mu Yun and Jian Chen were no longer there, and the body of the golden snake itself is gone. The head of the marauders heard a voice behind his back. It's quite predictable that they both escaped. The head of the marauders quickly turned around and bowed. This man had the rank of captain. There should be a bounty on the heads of those brats. Not only did they kill the silver-striped gold snake, but they also took the lives of his loyal men. They're not leaving alive. Everyone heard the captain's order and unanimously began to obey it. Not far from the magical beast range, there is a beautiful waterfall. This was where Jian Chen stopped to clean himself up. He bathed in the cold water with great pleasure and enjoyment. At last, he washed off the mud from his battle with the golden snake. After he internalized the monster's energy, his senses became even sharper. He feels like he can feel everything around him. He feels part of everything around him. He swims in the river, surrounded by fish. He feels a special bond with all the animals in this body of water. With all the rocks and plants on the bottom and floating on the surface, Jian Chen calmly dives off the waterfall into the next body of water. He feels more alive than ever. Life just fills him to the brim at this moment. Everything around him makes him happy and gives him happiness. A bright, beautiful glow appears in the middle of the body of water. This greatly pleases and surprises Jian Chen's gaze. But then he took a closer look, and in front of him was a girl of extraordinary beauty who was also washing herself on the bank of a body of water with a waterfall. And he was just in front of her, completely undressed. She saw all of Jian Chen's manhood in all its glory. Quickly, he dived in front of her, leaving a large column of water behind him. He didn't want her to see him naked. He asked her not to scream or be scared. He starts to justify himself to her and says that he didn't even think there was anyone here but him. So he decided to go swimming naked. She began to interrogate Jian Chen with disbelief. Allegedly, it was just an accident. We were grabbed by Jian Chen and thrown against the rock of the waterfall. She hit him so hard that his head almost split open like a walnut. A fierce fight with each other awaited the two of them. Jian Chen falls off a cliff in the flow of a waterfall. It lands just off the bottom of the pond. After being hit by a girl like that, he could barely recover. They were the same age, but she had already reached the level of a great Saint Master. The Kargat Academy was full of talent, but no one would be able to match her in strength and power. Jian Chen needs to explain himself to that girl. He definitely doesn't need such a strong enemy. But first, he needs to get his stuff and get dressed. He tries to find her, but it's all in vain. Jian Chen doesn't know where she's gone. From behind him, he hears a voice. The girl holds up her sword and threatens to kill him for his insolence. She summons water magic. Jian Chen just got into her battlefield, where she has a big advantage. She applies her water dragon punching technique. Jian Chen tries to dodge this strike to avoid getting killed, but he doesn't attack the girl. He's trying to shout and get through to her that she's got him all wrong. He wasn't peeping on her at all, but she doesn't care at all. In her mind, peeping at a bathing girl is a very serious offense. The two of them were racing down a waterfall, and she was trying to chop him down with her sword. Her servants stood below and cheered their young mistress. They were enjoying the performance. From the back, young Miss Feng's servant heard a rebuke against him. He let the strangers sneak up over the waterfall. Feng began to justify himself. After all, he was following the Saint Force in the river itself. This was what the kid took advantage of and slipped his perception. But his interlocutor knew that Feng was drunk all the time. That's why he was inattentive and missed this guy. Feng really hopes that the young mistress will deal with this guy and not get mad at him for being inattentive and drunk. She keeps on and on attacking Jian Chen. He still dodges her attacks, but he doesn't attack her himself. He tries to apologize to her, but she doesn't listen to him at all and only tries to slaughter him with her sword. She's not deaf and can hear him just fine, but she thinks for seeing her almost undressed, he should say goodbye to his life. Finally, she strikes Jian Chen with her sword and inflicts a wound on him. He realizes that if he doesn't really fight back and counterattack, she'll just finish him off. She's too strong. He summons his spiritual sword, Azulet. Now Jian Chen has the initiative of the fight. He grabs her by the scruff of her neck, and he's trying to fend off her attacks with his weapon. The two of them dive to the very bottom of the body of water. A column of water rises from the reservoir and a bright light bursts out. Jian Chen gained the upper hand and laid her down on her shoulder blades. He holds the blade of his blade next to her throat. He recognizes her strength, but she lacks any real combat experience. He asks that the battle be stopped immediately because there has been a misunderstanding. Otherwise, he will bring his strike to an end. The girl began to resent him for daring to threaten her, although right now it was Jian Chen's blade that was near her throat. It starts to vibrate at very high frequencies, making it feel like it's bifurcating. She was able to free herself and was now unleashing her powerful water strike on Jian Chen. Jian Cheng is very surprised how she knows this special battle technique. The battle near the waterfall between the girl and Jian Chen continues. She begins to analyze the course of their fight. If he forced her to use a fighting technique, then he's far from your average dirty pervert. He is a corpse. She raises the strength and thoughts of her sword into the air. With full serious intention, she wants to kill Jian Chen. Near her sword, the air begins to swirl like a vortex. Water joins the air. You get something like a water tornado. The water in the tornado begins to take the shape of the heads of toothy dragons. Jian Chen was fed up with this spectacle. He wanted to let the girl go first because he thought she didn't know what she was doing. But I guess I have to forget about my upbringing and answer the girl in a rude way, so she'll finally understand. Jian Chen smashes her water tornado with his concentrated holy power. His dagger flies into the girl's face. She realizes that there is no way she can dodge this dagger strike. But at the last moment, someone with a snap of their fingers just knocks the dagger down like a pathetic bug. It turned out to be her elderly servant. He flicked Jian Chen's aimed dagger like a pathetic mosquito. This is the first time Jian Chen has seen this. Her servant, old man, is very strong. The old man begins to reprimand Jian Chen. How dare he even raise his hand and injure his mistress? Behind Jian Chen's back, another of her drunkard servants appeared. He praised the guy for the good reception. He suddenly appeared behind Jian Chen's back. It was as if he had grown from the ground. But he was already prepared to strike a fire fist at Jian Chen. Very advantageously, he chose the moment when Jian Chen's attention was turned off. The drunkard servant struck Jian Chen's fiery fist right under his breath and knocked him down. From this blow, Jian Chen's breath completely stopped and blood rushed from his mouth. He flew to the top of the waterfall. The impact was so strong. Jian Chen was almost senseless, completely unaware of what had happened to him. The young mistress was very pleased. Uncle Feng taught the pervert a good lesson. He gave him a good kick in the neck. Jian Chen crashed into a pile of rocks. He lies there barely breathing, spitting up his own blood. Uncle Feng is very surprised. A kid like him received a direct hit from him and still survived. He noticed that Jian Chen was not as badly crippled as he had expected. It's mind-boggling. Not only is he still alive, but he's relatively unharmed. The girl demanded her Uncle Feng to finish him off. But Uncle Feng calmed her down. The kid is badly hurt, and he's had enough for peeping at her. She wouldn't let it go. For seeing her almost naked, she can't just let him go. It's an insult to her. Started explaining to her, they have much more important things to do. If the people who are chasing them now catch up with them, it will be a very serious problem for them. The winged dragon is waiting for the girl and her two elderly servants. Not far away from the dragon, Jian Chen is buried in the ground. She looks up at him, climbing up the dragon before flying away. With all her hypocrisy, she wishes him to lie here slowly and die in agony. The dragon flapped its wings and all three of them flew away. The sky showed signs of early dawn. It is already beginning to bloom. The first rays of sunshine are showing. The old man asked the other man. There was something about Jian Chen that made them suspicious. After all, the guy was very unusual. Uncle Feng sincerely doesn't understand what his friend means. But friends are friends because they know each other very well. The girl couldn't understand what Uncle Feng and Uncle Yun were talking about. The moment Uncle Feng hit Jian Chen with his fire fist, the latter in turn was able to slash his palm at him. He has no idea how he did it. The girl herself was also embarrassed. It turns out that this pathetic pervert is much weaker than her, yet he was able to injure Uncle Feng. Indeed, very unusual for a mere boy. And besides, his weapon was really weird. He just controlled it from a distance. He was able to avoid Uncle Yun's holy power and get close to the young lady. Uncle Yun pointed out that this kid's origin is very complicated. There might be a huge power behind him. That's why he was left alive. The girl started showing off. No power could compare to their clan. In her opinion, Uncle Feng had become too soft and kind. Uncle Yun corrected the young mistress. After all, they are not going through the best of times right now, and creating new enemies is an unforgivable luxury for them. She showed him the three-finger gestures. He turned quickly in her direction, but she managed to get the gesture out of the way in time. For his own good and health, Uncle Yun didn't notice the obscene gesture. Otherwise, he would have punished her. This time she was lucky. Jian Chen couldn't get out of that girl's mind. She was sorry that she couldn't finish him off with her own hands. She still hopes that Jian Chen won't survive. He'll die lying on the rocks by the waterfall. Jian Chen realizes that the fiery blow Uncle Feng gave him has left him badly injured. It's more serious than it seems. He can't move. He realizes that all of his ribs are broken. If it wasn't for the Azulette sword technique, it would have been much worse. He recalls the moment of impact very vividly and clearly. He's lucky to be alive, and keep the damage from the impact to a minimum. At least Jian Chen is alive. Jian Chen is in a position like this right now. He didn't die on impact, but he can't move. All of his bones are broken. In this position, the only thing left to do is to lie there and wait for his death. Jian Chen really doesn't want to die. He had just absorbed all the energy of the golden snake with a silver tail. He's starting to see a lot of energy everywhere. Green flames. It is a green holy power. To him it looks very familiar. It resembles individual blobs of energy. His perception was heightened, and now he could see something new. He opened his eyes wide. He recalls his mom using similar force in silicism. This is a chance to stay alive. Masters of light holy power are able to heal. They draw energy from the environment. Jian Chen tries to utilize this power. It's much better than just lying there and waiting to die. Green energy begins to envelop Jian Chen's entire body from head to toe. He remembered what it was. Jian Chen's body begins to glow with a green light. The rider on the giant bird says he can feel the aura of the Huang family. It's not far the lake ahead. We need to go after them. It doesn't matter who's in there now, just kill them all. A flock of giant birds flies up to the waterfall. The mercenaries descend from them, just at the spot where there are traces of the Huan family's strength. They find nothing but a piece of clothing. No one's here. Looks like they're late. Only remnants of energy in the air. Jian Chen managed to dive into the lake. He's still in an exhausted state and can't fight, but at least he can move now. He realizes that these riders have very bad intentions. It was good that he was able to dissolve his holy power in the surroundings. One of them, with a wave of his hand, took out part of the waterfall for a moment to see if anyone was hiding behind it. They began to examine the water very carefully. There's nothing in the water. Looks like they really did escape. We have to go after them right away. They got on their giant birds and flew off the waterfall. It's good that Jian Chen is in stable condition, and they didn't notice him. A black hole formed above his head. He began to move his arms and legs very vigorously, and his broken ribs cracked. Too sudden a movement, his wound reopened. Everything that could go wrong went exactly wrong for Jian Chen. Such a stupid end to his life. Jian Chen fainted, but then he came to his senses. There were two beautiful girls in front of him. They were very happy that he didn't die. Jian Chen begins to realize that he is somewhere very familiar. These are the wet dreams of any normal guy. Three beauties who longed to see him. Then he heard rough male voices. He was told to wake up quickly. Above him, Jian Chen saw the faces of the three men. He drew back in horror. He didn't know who they were, but they pulled him out of the water. They heard loud noises. They were in the neighborhood. They came here and Jian Chen was drowning, so they decided to help him. Big Brother apologizes for Xiaodao. He's very talkative. Sometimes he just can't keep quiet. Jian Chen told all three of them that he dived into the water to catch some fish. But something from above happened, and rocks came crashing down on his head. They hit him and he started to drown. But all three of them came to the conclusion that there were holy masters fighting here near the waterfall. Therefore, the waterfall had changed a great deal. Indeed, the waterfall is completely destroyed. Who were the people who were looking for him? Maybe they're connected to the girl who tried to kill him. Xiaodao asks what the stranger's name is, and he invites him to join the group of fire mercenaries. So far, there are only 3 of them, but things will change for the better in the future. The elders shut Xiaodao's mouth and presented the whole thing as a joke of a madman. What kind of demand could a madman's fool make? John Chen, looking at them, realized that they didn't look like bad guys. He was very weak and injured right now. Therefore, it might actually be worth it to join them. He honestly said that he was injured and had nowhere to go. So if they don't mind, he would like to join their ranks. Each of them begins to introduce themselves to John Chen. The oldest is called Kendall. He's the head of the fire mercenaries. A nice fat man introduced himself by the name of Hu Po. He is the vice leader. And the most talkative is Xiao Dao. He acts as the leader of the fire mercenaries. John Chen, in turn, introduced himself to them as well. The fire mercenaries welcomed him into their ranks. Now there was a heated debate as to what position John Chen would occupy in the fire mercenaries, and what his position would be. A scuffle started between Hu Po and Xiao Dao. The 2 of them started pulling each other by the scruff of the neck. This whole trinity reminded Jian Chen of his allies from the past world, when he too was forming his own group. Xiao Dao asked John Chen if he can become a vice leader in the future. It had already been so long since the hunt in the forest with the monsters near Kargat Academy. John Chen needs to find out more about his rebirth, and he must find the lonely old man by all means. All 3 of them decide to celebrate John Chen's reunion with the fire mercenaries. To do so, they want to go to the mercenary market today. This was the first time John Chen had heard of such a place in the Blue Meter realm. Just gigantic buildings, you see. The mercenary marketplace in all its glory. There are bridges between the individual buildings that rise above the trees. John Chen thought that this place was truly huge. You can't even look at it. Kendall starts telling John Chen what the mercenary market is like. They are lucky today because it's very lively. Kendall, Xiao Dao, and Hu Po abruptly turn their attention to the poster hanging on the notice and order board. John Chen noticed it as well. The poster said that the 2 holy power masters killed the golden silver striped snake, and the face looks exactly like Jian Chen's. John Chen realizes that things are bad. The news has spread very quickly throughout the city, and his new comrades must be tricked somehow. He's only recently become an ordinary saint, and he can't be bothered to kill a silver-striped golden snake. Although he can already see the terrible greed in his eyes, which is impossible to hide. An awkward moment of silence. They believed him. After all, a saint master capable of such a thing would definitely not drown. On the poster, there's a man who looks a lot like John Chen, but it's definitely not him. Xiao Dao was dreaming. It would be really great if the fire mercenaries were joined by a master of such a class. Jian Chen was very happy that he hadn't been exposed. Kendall gave John Chen some advice. He needed to disguise himself as quickly and as well as possible. Otherwise, the mercenaries here would quickly mistake him for the poster boy. Now it's time to spend the money. Hu Po doesn't like that idea very much. He doesn't like wasting money. And they've already started talking about who gets what and who gets what, who wants what. On the counter is a book with new kung fu techniques. Buy 1 book on promotion and get the second one as a gift. Great discounts on everything, half price on all items. Freshly cooked animal meat. It's a flavor you can't resist. Kendall, questioning whether Mira would call him daddy. He's been away from home for so long. Xiao Dao reminds him to buy gifts for his sister and daughter, though. John Chen is also asked to buy something. If he didn't have any money, he would definitely be added to it. But he politely declined. The leader of the fire mercenaries is very biased. Xiao Dao would never get a loan from him. Jian Chen watched the 3 of them from the side. They were certainly fighting and bickering amongst themselves, but they looked quite friendly, like a real family. Suddenly he felt something. Somehow the spiritual sword energy began to awaken on its own. He feels happiness. It feels as if this power he has absorbed has a consciousness of its own. John Chen starts looking around. Maybe his power was attracted by something in the immediate vicinity. He saw a strange weirdo who was sitting in lotus posture with gems in front of him. One of the stones glowed with a bright purple light. John Chen was certain that it was about this stone. The glow became even stronger after Jian Chen came close to the stone. He doesn't understand how it's happening, but purple sparks begin to fall from his eyes. Something crazy is happening to him. Azulette's spiritual sword energy begins to react. John Chen touches it. He realizes that the stone is definitely not simple. It's really heavy. You can't just pick it up like that. Xiao Dao and Hu Po are watching John Chen. What he's doing. John Chen tried his best, but he couldn't lift the purple stone. The stone begins to emit a bright purple glow. He feels the power of the Azulet spiritual sword begin to pulse within him. The salesman turns to John Chen. He must have a great desire to buy this stone. This is a great treasure that the seller picked up on the mountain range of magical beasts. John Chen thought maybe this stone had something to do with the lonely old man. The central square of the mercenary marketplace in the Blue Wind Kingdom. John Chen really needs to know from the seller what this stone does and why he called it a treasure. The seller knows that only this stone is insanely heavy and hard, and most importantly, its holy power cannot be dispelled. This stone is like a woman who is beautiful. As long as no one knows what she looks like, the damsel will attract a lot of attention. Even if this stone is not related to the old man, it still resonates with the power of the Azulet sword. Maybe it can help John Chen become even stronger. But there is one significant but. All of John Chen's money is now with Mu Yong. It's useless to be angry because he gave it to him. The fire mercenaries are wondering why John Chen needs this stone so much. What's so special about it? John Chen really wants to buy it, but he doesn't have any money. So he hoped maybe his new buddies would help him. Kendall said he would buy this stone for John Chen in honor of his reunion with the fire mercenaries. The price was a monstrous 1,000 gold coins. All four of them were just jaw-dropped in amazement. There was a great outcry, as if the trader was an ordinary speculator who saw the interest of buyers and immediately raised the price. But the merchants said the price could always be negotiated, which means there's a way out. Kendall decided to buy this rock, even though it's insanely expensive. He pulled out a bag of money and offered everything they had, all the fire mercenaries' savings. The merchant is very excited and says that he agrees to give them this stone for such money. Jian Chen will get that bastard, the beastmaster, the miser. He'll definitely pay for his overpriced money. He'll pay back all that money. The merchant was very much startled by the way John Chen looked at him. It just made him uncomfortable. People don't look at you kindly with those eyes just like that. But he didn't want to lose that money. Because they favored the merchant's business so much, he would go to a certain mortar for fire mercenaries. He has information on the two-headed lynx monster, a very valuable specimen. It's a class 4 magical beast. Kendall knows what he's talking about. Jian Chen was surprised by this. Why would this merchant want to share this information with them? But he would give it away for a couple hundred gold coins. He really didn't expect them to buy the stone, but that's why he's giving away this information as a gift with the purchase. Jian Chen abruptly changed his mood. This could be a valuable booty, and it would quickly improve his financial situation. Hu Po told Jian Chen to go. The merchant was very lucky. If only a little more had been done, he would have been the one robbed, and not the 4 simpletons. All the fire mercenaries left the market. Xiang Dao felt a little regretful. He had just gotten a taste of it. John Chen is very embarrassed in front of them. Because of him, they spent all the money. But Kendall reassured him. He had kept his promise. John Chen said that if they can kill the two-headed lynx, they can easily recoup what they lost. Xiang Dao thinks that a 4th grade magical beast is beyond the fire mercenaries. John Chen decided to open up to his 3 friends. They left the market. He doesn't need to hide. He's the one on the wanted poster, and he's the one who killed the silver-striped gold snake. Hu Po asked how he managed to drown. Kendall couldn't believe it, that John Chen turned out to be the one who killed the golden snake. John Chen smiled slyly at all his friends, and he struck the tree trunk with a terrible blow. Purple sparks flew in all directions. Now he sincerely hoped that Hu Po, Xiang Dao, and Kendall believed him. The 4 from above were being looked at by the marauder head who was searching for John Chen. He was finally able to find him. At least he'll have Jian Chen in his hands. He'll find Mu Yun later. Evening of the same day, the mercenary market district. The beaten merchant is on his knees begging to be believed. All he sold those 4 men was the stone and information about the two-headed lynx. Nothing else. He was properly taken by the scruff of the neck. His face was terribly swollen on one side from the severe beating. The leader of the marauders told the trader to give him the information about the two-headed lynx, and then the trader will be unharmed. He reports to his boss, the leader, who is splashing around in the bathtub. The leader questioned his subordinate about the 2 youngsters, but there was only one kid, and they still couldn't find the other one. Yeah, they're not stupid, Smart move on their part to split up. The leader of the Marauders asks the leader what they should do now. The leader instructs us to find this guy who killed the golden snake. And he also wants the two-headed bobcat. He tells them to get rid of the merchant. They have all the information, and now he has become useless. The merchant was wasted as an unnecessary witness. The leader dresses in his dragon robe. The slave girl wearing a collar sits in front of the throne, right at the leader's feet. He warns his subordinates that this kid must not leave this time. A mountain range of magical creatures. The healthy bear receives deadly blows from Jian Chen's sword. The entire trio of fire mercenaries hide behind a tree and congratulate Jian Chen on his quick victory. They didn't do anything. It was him who did all the work. Jian Chen is not going to take anyone's place. If Kendall, Hupo, Xiang Dao aren't as strong as him, it doesn't mean that they are useless and unnecessary. On the contrary, now they would be able to ascend. With Jian Chen's skills, the fire mercenaries would be able to hunt level 4 monsters. Now they are looking for the two-headed lynx. We need to keep moving. The two-headed lynx is a very cautious beast. Xiang Dao was very hungry. He had never thought that being a cheerleader was such a time-consuming job. All 4 of them took the bear carcass and built a giant brazier of logs for it and lit a big fire. Something caught Jian Chen's attention. There were some extraneous sounds in the thicket of the forest. Jian Chen warned the others that something was approaching them. The entire foursome alerted and prepared. They hear someone running at them right out of the bushes. Some little beastie pops up, tongue out, and shiny eyes. This frightened the fire mercenaries a bit. Jian Chen remained calm. It was the size of a big cat, and it ran right past them. None of them realized what it was. This cute little beast pounced on the meat that was roasting on the fire and began to eat it with great gusto. He just starts eating everything on the spit at lightning speed. My friends jokingly remarked that it might be a relative of Xiao Dao. Jian Chen is very curious to know what kind of creature this is. It's a golden royal tiger. As an adult, it's equivalent to a class 5 magical beast, but for now, it's a cub. Jian Chen realizes it's no wonder they haven't found the two-headed lynx. The adult royal golden tiger is their natural enemies and has scared them all away. He's got him by the scruff of the neck, but he won't stop eating. He just keeps chewing and chewing. What a greedy kitten. Kendall said that if they could tame this cub, he would be a very valuable asset to their business. The leader's voice sounded behind him. He agreed completely with Kendall's words. Kendall turned his head quickly at the extraneous voice. It was a big man, with a large, strong, and muscular build, long grayish hair. The fire mercenaries knew who the man was. The leader turned out to be Captain Cross. Jian Chen really disliked the fact that Captain Cross was able to escape his perception. This person seemed to be a great saint. Night. The moon shines high in the night sky above the mountain range of magical animals. For all 3 fire mercenaries, this is a very unpleasant surprise. They're well aware of who this man is, and he's got a bad reputation. Jian Chen holds the golden royal tiger cub in his hands and gingerly glances at Captain Cross. Kendall replied to Jian Chen that the man was the commander of the 2nd Regiment of Zhou's mercenary group. Captain Cross turned to Jian Chen. He already knows so much about him. He claims that Jian Chen stole a silver-striped gold snake from his men. This has very serious consequences for him. Jian Chen remembered the marauder leader and understood exactly what Captain Cross was talking about and what he really wanted from him. Captain Cross smiles and warns Jian Chen that he is underestimating him in vain. He's willing to forget about the silver-striped golden snake. It's just a second-class monster. It's nothing. But Captain Cross wants to take the Golden King tiger cub from Jian Chen. It's worth a fortune. One of Captain Cross's men takes aim with his bow, ready to launch an arrow into the backs of the fiery mercenaries. He sneakily in the back releases an arrow from cover. Kendall saw at the last second the arrow fly straight into Xiao Dao's back. He yanked it aside just in time. The arrow whistled past him. Attacking from the back is sneaky. If this shooter is so brave, he should go down and fight fair, shouted Hupo. Jian Chen apologized to his comrades and told them to leave as soon as possible. He alone would be able to apprehend Captain Cross and his servants. The 3 of them went after Jian Chen. No one is going to run anywhere. They're all fire mercenaries together. They're going to fight now. Even though Captain Cross is very strong, if the fire mercenary brothers are in danger, they will definitely all together fight back against the offenders. Jian Chen really liked this attitude. He tells Kendall, Hupo, and Xiao Dao to deal with everyone else, and he'll take over the captain of the crossing. Captain Cross is quite amused by this bravery from a gathering of fools. He orders his servants to kill all 4 of these idiots. A furious battle ensued. Kendall fought with his fists. Hupo whittled with a kitchen knife. Xiao Dao struck his enemies with a cleaver. Jian Chen begins to concentrate his strength for the upcoming fight. With a small tiger cub in his arms, he begins to attack Captain Cross. He stands still like a statue. He doesn't do anything. He's not afraid. Jian Chen was very embarrassed. So you're not taking him seriously. Captain Cross is not evasive. He's standing still. He sees no danger in Jian Chen. Jian Chen will make Captain Cross pay for his arrogance and haughtiness. With all his might, he struck his opponent with his azulette sword. In the middle of the forest clearing, there was an energy flash of unprecedented power. Captain Cross stood there as if nothing had happened after Jian Chen's punch. Is this really all he can do? Jian Chen looks carefully at the blade of his sword. There were remnants of dark matter on it. This was the first time Jian Chen had ever seen such a thing. The azulette spiritual sword was unable to do absolutely no damage to the opponent. Could it be armor or some sort of impenetrable shield? Captain Cross, with a satisfied look, said to Jian Chen, "His holy weapon is very different from other masters. His armor gives him absolute invulnerability and covers him from head to toe." Jian Chen recognized that it would be very difficult to defeat such an opponent. This was the first time he had seen such an opponent in his life. But he has a lot of experience, so we'll have to use a different method in this fight. Captain Cross is openly mocking Jian Chen. He knows what kind of plan such a small-minded jerk can have. He can only surrender and admit defeat, or run away, leaving his idiot fire mercenary buddies behind. That's all he can do. Jian Chen looked at the golden royal tiger cub with a sly smile. What he wanted to do to it now deserved sympathy. He swings his arm in the same hand that holds the tiger cub. He throws the cub with all his might back into the forest thicket where it had come from. This move surprised Captain Cross. He realized that he had lost a precious prey, and it just made him furious. Captain Cross quickly rushed after that tiger cub. Once he got it, he would come back and kill Jian Chen and his fellow fools. This was a tactical move on Jian Chen's part. Without Cross, the remaining mercenaries are nothing. They can be easily dealt with. A baby golden king tiger runs away from Captain Cross with all his might. Cross can't catch him. The tiger cub is too fast and too agile. Over the city's ridge of magical beasts, Captain Cross's shouts can be heard. He orders the beastman to recover. A predator sits on the carcass of a slain bear and devours the bear meat. With its sharp fangs, it greedily tears flesh. Somewhere he heard the sounds of his cub and rushed sharply into the valley to his aid. There is nothing scarier than an angry mother trying to protect her children. She's terrible when she's angry. A terrifying, beastly roar was heard in the air. Jian Chen immediately looked away from him. He knew at once that this was not a good thing. He and his friends and Captain Cross's servants would all be in trouble. There's a monster approaching fast. It jumped right out of the forest and jumped and gnawed on one of Cross's underlings. Another monster that looked like a fanged bull started chasing Kendall and Hupo. Captain Cross's servants immediately realized that this beast was being controlled by someone. The fire mercenaries immediately froze in place from what they saw. This monster was called the King of Tigers. We have to run away from this place as fast as possible. It's the only way to stay alive. Jian Chen has his friends asking for immediate help. They are trying to escape from the monsters and keep themselves alive. Using his spiritual sword, he cuts everyone's throats. They can't handle the Tiger King, so Jian Chen orders everyone to leave immediately. The King of the Tigers controls the magical beasts. More and more of them are approaching the forest clearing. He's very worried about his cub and will kill anyone to protect it. Jian Chen shows the side that is safe to run away to. He felt that there were almost no monsters there. Night and silence. The moon shines high in the night sky, above the mountain range of magical animals. Captain Cross's shadow could be seen in the moonlight. He was able to catch a baby golden king tiger. He tied it up and gagged it. There are few animals in this place, and he should be perfectly safe. He felt something creeping up on him from behind. He leisurely turned his head in the direction from which the noise had come. The huge Tiger King looked at him with fiery eyes with a beastly grin, while Cross forcibly held his bound cub in his arms. It's night. A bright big month shines in the sky. Captain Cross realizes he's in very serious trouble. There are no magical beasts around. because the king, the Tiger King, has been here the whole time. Cross began threatening the Tiger King that he would kill his cub if it came near him. But the Tiger King is not to be trifled with. Such threats made him even angrier. He's got to think of something fast. Otherwise, he realizes he can't leave this place alive. Captain Cross heard some footsteps in the forest thicket. They were not far away. He was overjoyed. A dastardly plan was instantly conceived in his mind. John Chen and his friends ran with all their legs exactly towards Captain Cross. He noticed something. His gut feeling was right. John Chen quickly stopped the others and said that you can't go there. The King of Tigers is there. Therefore, there are no beasts in the area. They saw Captain Cross flying over their heads. He was holding something in his hands, and this he threw towards John Chen and his comrades. Right into Xiao Dao's hands came a small bag that was moving. Captain Cross cheerfully told the whole foursome that they would now deal with the Tiger King, and he quickly washes his hands of it. A baby golden royal tiger cub emerged from the bag. It moaned and cried a lot. Everyone started shouting at Xiao Dao to drop the tiger cub. Behind him was the King of Tigers. Hupo tried to push him away at the last moment when the Tiger King had already opened its fanged mouth and was ready to devour Xiao Dao. And he succeeded, bringing his brother with him. The King of Tigers grabbed Hupo with his fangs. A splash of blood hit Xiao Dao's face. Blood also got on Jian Chen's clothes. Kendall staggered back in horror. The King of Tigers picked up Hupo by his legs with his sharp fangs and inflicted fatal wounds on him. Everyone stood in horror and fear as they watched this horror. And then Hupo fell from a height, or rather, what was left of him, right in front of his comrades. Xiao Dao looked at his friend's torn body. He wheezed, lying in his own blood, that they need to run away faster. Xiao Dao cried out in horror at the sight of his torn friend. And then he got really hysterical, and he vowed to kill the Tiger King. He pulled out his cleavers and lunged single-handedly at the monster. Kendall shouted to him to come back immediately, but Xiao Dao didn't hear anyone anymore and ran to attack the behemoth. John Chen dealt a highly distracting blow to the Tiger King to save Xiao Dao's life. It worked for a while. Xiao Dao, thanks to John Chen's strike, couldn't even run to the Tiger King. The blow was very powerful, but to the King of Tigers, these were small things. The beast was too strong for all of them. The Tiger King releases the fiery energy of its mouth. It destroys literally everything in its path. The soil is being sizzled and the rocks in the path of this energy are being crushed. Jian Chen and Xiao Dao took the brunt of the attack. John Chen stood his ground, and Xiao Dao was simply smeared on the rocks behind his back. Everything was literally drenched in his blood. He must surely avenge his brother Hupo. The King of Tigers came closer and closer to them. John Chen warned Xiao Dao to stay out of this fight. He's too seriously injured. But he doesn't listen to anyone. He wants to avenge his brother Hupo. Jian Chen turns to Kendall. He should take Xiao Dao and run away from here immediately. He will try to buy as much time as possible and delay the Tiger King. Kendall said that he would be the one to take on the King of Tigers, and John Chen should escape with Xiao Dao. Jian Chen objected to Kendall. He's no match for him. Compared to the Tiger King, he is too weak, and John Chen has the strength to buy them time. Kendall says that the Tiger King rules the entire forest, and to try to get away from him, we'll have to leave the mountain range. Jian Chen is the only one strong enough to escape. Kendall, leader of the fire mercenaries, and he orders John Chen to take Xiao Dao with him and escape as soon as possible from here. John Chen doesn't know what to answer him. But then, gritting his teeth hard, he agrees with Kendall. John Chen grabs the badly injured Xiao Dao into his arms and quickly starts to run away with him. John Chen, running away, starts to cry. Kendall asks him to avenge them all. Xiao Dao is drenched in his own blood. Dawn is about to break over the mountain range of magical animals. Xiao Dao lies unconscious, and John Chen applies his healing magic to heal his wounds. Jian Chen reassures Xiao Dao. He will definitely survive. The holy power will heal all his wounds, and he will be fine again. Xiao Dao is surprised that Jian Chen can do so many things. He is so strong and talented. Jian Chen starts crying. The treatment doesn't work, no matter how hard he tries. Xiao Dao feels his end and speaks his last words. One last breath and Xiao Dao dies, closing his eyes. It didn't work. All of Jian Chen's efforts went to waste. His comrades are all dead. Swallowing his tears, Jian Chen realizes that it was all the fault of the Zhou mercenaries. Jian Chen is in an indescribable rage. He's ready to tear Captain Cross to pieces. Just then he hears a loud growl. The king of the tigers is very close. We must think of a way to escape. Right now, Jian Shen is too weak. He can't fight the Tiger King right now, but he won't let the deaths of his comrades be in vain. Jian Shen makes a solemn oath in front of Zhao Dao's body. He will return to the same place and kill the Tiger King with his own hands. He buried him as best he could and laid the grave with stones. You can hear the king of the tigers growling, getting louder and louder. Jian Shen feeds as quickly as possible to leave the place where he buried Zhao Dao. He knows the Tiger King is too fast and too agile. He can't fight back now, so he has to think of something. Jian Shen thought that he could take a chance and hide. That way he might have some chance of escape. He jumps from place to place and finally hides in the crowns of the trees. The king of tigers roars, walking and trotting in search of his latest victim. He is very angry at those who kidnapped his cub and threatened his life. Jian Shen held his breath, the Tiger King approaching the place where he is hiding. You can hear its claws tearing the soil and breaking the stone. He stops briefly just near where Jian Shen is hiding. He's stalking his prey, and he's sniffing the air. He's trying to find his victim's scent. The Tiger King picked up Jian Shen's trail. His scent is high up in the tree. You can hide, but you can't fool the predator's sense of smell. He's found his desired prey. The Tiger King found Jian Shen and started growling very hard. There was no way to hide. Jian Shen prepared for the worst. The king of tigers let a beam of heat beam into him from its mouth. Jian Shen crossed his arms at his chest to repel the beam attack. The blow was very strong. Jian Shen jumped down from the tree and started to counterattack the Tiger King. He drew his divine sword Azulet and prepared to strike. In this punch, Jian Shen put all the strength he had into it. The king of tigers to this didn't even pay attention. It felt like Jian Shen had run into some kind of impenetrable force field surrounding the monster. He flew backwards and landed on the ground. Jian Shen used all his strength, but he couldn't even leave a single scratch on this brute. The king of tigers concentrates the energy in his mouth again and unleashes a heat ray at Jian Shen. The Tiger King's ray demolished literally everything in its path. Rocks, trees, beasts. There were no barriers left. And when he reached the mountain range, I just wiped him out. A gigantic energy explosion of unprecedented strength and size was formed. Jian Shen barely escaped. He's not even sure if he's going to get lucky enough to escape from the monster anymore. He begins to peer in and search for the monster with his eyes. A giant paw with claws swung at Jian Shen from behind and rips his back open. And then the king of tigers nails Jian Shen to the ground with his heat beam from his mouth. Jian Shen lies just rammed into the ground, choking on his own blood. He realizes that this is his end, and now the beast will finish him off. The monster brings its paw with sharp claws over Jian Shen's body for the final blow. Jian Shen's body begins to emit spiritual energy. The king of tigers sees black energy in front of him. Dark purple sparks skipped in front of the monster's face. A bright purple-colored energy burst out from Jian Shen's unconscious body and soared high into the air. The spiritual sword Azulet begins to form. The sword is formed and full of power. The king of tigers does nothing but watch. The sword had reached the extreme peak of power absorption. Now the Azulet spiritual sword begins to attack the Tiger King with all its might, sweeping away everything in the area. The monster felt a terrible pain. The sword started hitting him with its beams at different points on his body. The Tiger King began to growl very loudly in pain. Rays of energy were hitting him from above and right and left on all sides. There was nowhere to hide. Sword energy, rocks, and splinters from the trees flew in the air. And it was all coming from Jian Shen's unconscious body. It was as if his guardian angel inside was purposely protecting him from death. And then everything turned into flower petals, which descended onto Jian Shen's body and healed him with a green glow. The flowers literally covered Jian Shen's body completely. And there was literally a fireworks display of petals in the air. But there wasn't a single living tree in the neighborhood. Just stumps. Market Square, noon, beautiful weather. The young mistress chooses her outfit. Uncle Yun is hurrying his young mistress. You can't waste your time. But Uncle Feng reassures there are too many people in the square. It will be impossible to find them. A stranger in a hood and cloak approaches a young mistress and says she's wearing his scent. Perplexed, she asks what the stranger meant. The young mistress's uncles are simply overwhelmed with anger. They began to drive the cloaked stranger away, but he escaped very cleverly. They don't know who he is. A black silhouette stood on the roof of the house. and watched the young girl and her two uncles. The guy concluded to himself that Jian Chen had also come to this world just like him. The lonely old man is Dugu Nube, who was able to be reborn like Jian Chen, and now he is also in a young body like his opponent. The mountain range of magical beasts. Noon. Jian Chen's body is littered with petals and leaves, as well as small twigs and wood chips. Jian Chen comes to his senses abruptly and stands up. He doesn't understand what this place is, or where his adversary, the Tiger King, has gone. He should be dead by now. He picks up the sawdust of wood and realizes it's all pieces of wood. But for many meters, there were no trees at all, only stumps left. Had the King of Tigers done all this? Jian Chen had a big doubt. If the Tiger King did this, he definitely couldn't stay unharmed. He looked closely at the deep wound on his back. All that was left were torn clothes stained with his blood. But the wound itself had miraculously healed. He thought of his brothers in the fire mercenaries. He needs to get back to Kandel. He went to the place where he had buried them. There were 3 graves: Kandel, Hupo, and Xiaodao. He looks at their tombstones. I don't know what to say. His mind scrolled through the memories he was able to capture of each of them. He thought back to Candela, who was worried about his young daughter. He remembered Xiaodao wanting the fire mercenaries to be the strongest in the entire Blue Wind realm. For a short while, but all 3 of them had managed to become a true family to Jian Chen. He cried hard from the pain of loss. Except he didn't think it could end like this. He remembered the last words of Hupo being torn to pieces, how he had said to run and save himself. He also remembered Kandel giving him orders to take Xiaodao with him and leave, so that they could escape. Xiaodao's last words were the ones where he says that the last fire mercenary left was Jian Chen. Jian Chen is crying very hard and asks for their forgiveness. His fault is that he wasn't strong enough to protect his friends, his family. Tears of helplessness and despair were replaced by righteous anger. Jian Chen cut his hand, from which blood began to flow. He swears his blood on the grave of his comrades. He will return and kill the King of the Tigers and Zhou's mercenaries, every last one of them, to avenge his friends. Mountain range of magical beasts. Jian Chen didn't realize that this area had so many things. There was a reason why it was so large in size. First, you need to go back to town and talk to her brother Kendall's wife and daughter, and then gather as much information as possible about Zhou's mercenaries. There were 4 people approaching Jian Chen, and as soon as they aligned their shoulders, the eldest among them turned his attention to Jian Chen. He asked him to stop. Jian Chen wondered if he was recognized from the wanted drawing. He turned toward the stranger and asked what he needed from him. Jian Chen was surrounded from all sides. They started interrogating him. He just came from the Magical Beast mountain range, so there's a reason. He's already starting to prepare for an attack, though he answers questions calmly and measuredly. He invites Jian Chen to join his ranks. He's heading towards the Magical Beast mountain range now, and he needs a guide still. It's better to be a servant of a young master than a mere mercenary. Jian Chen had met this kind before, another useless young master from a very rich family. This was the end of his merit. He replied to the young master that he was not interested in the offer. The young master began to shout that it was a great honor to serve him. It was an honor not to be dismissed out of hand. He told his 6 men to catch Jian Chen and teach him a lesson or 2. They immediately ran to beat him up, and they started attacking from the back. They made a big mistake. Jian Chen calmly turned around, broke the first mate's nose, and smashed the face of the second in command, bloody. Jian Chen stood calmly, while the young master's 6s were lying on the ground in their own blood. The young master let out his eyes and gaped at this outcome. He started yelling like a little girl, insulted Jian Chen, and started threatening him. Jian Chen asked the young master if he wanted to know who he really was. He quickly ran up to the screamer so that he barely noticed it, and slapped him sharply across his insolent face. The young master upstart quickly flew away from the slap. Jian Chen high into the sky like a nasty stink bug. He finally shut up. But there were still other servants of the young master. The sounds of several good, strong, and accurate punches were heard, and the remaining 6 were on the ground too, with battered faces, top to toe. The foot of the mountain range of magical animals. Jian Chen found the young master upstart who had fallen to the ground. He explained that no one had the right to tell him what to do and how to do it. He's not in the mood at all right now. Jian Chen doesn't want to get his hands dirty on him. There are more important tasks. The upstart started to apologize to Jian Chen. He didn't mean to offend anyone and is asking for mercy. He hands Jian Chen his spatial belt and offers to take all of his money only for him to let him go. Jian Chen and take away his spatial belt. It would be like compensation for the insult. And give some advice for the future to this young boar. Even if he is from a rich family, don't let him think that he can do whatever he wants just because the family has power. Actually, he's really pissed off at Jian Chen. He just got his face stomped in the shit by an ordinary poor man. The entrance gate of the City of Awakening. Jian Chen found Kendall's wife and little daughter. But he lied, said Kendall had gone on a mission, didn't say he was dead. Instead, he brought money and gifts for his family. He recognized her immediately. That's little Mira. Kendall always talked about his daughter. Jian Chen said that there were 10,000 gold coins in the spatial belt that Kendall had given them. The amount of money really scared them. He kept lying that Kendall was on a very important mission. The employer was very generous. Jian Chen heard a foreign voice from outside the house. This upstart from a rich family is back. Jian Chen reassured Kendall's wife and daughter. No one would hurt them with him. The young master who had recently been lying at Jian Chen's feet was now starting to bore him again. There was only one thing Jian Chen couldn't figure out: how he knew where he was. Maybe it was the matter of the spatial belt, though. Jian Chen had checked it thoroughly, but he couldn't find the secret. Jian Chen admits that he underestimated that underdog from the Tianshun clan. He started humiliating Kendall's wife and daughter. He made a very big mistake. Jian Chen politely asked Kendall's wife to take little Mira back to the house. He would take care of the matter himself. He begins to concentrate spiritual energy in his hand and summons the Azulet spiritual sword. This upstart from the Tianshun clan became the first, who sought death himself and finally found it. Jian Chen will do him a favor. Evening, Widow Kendall's house. The young upstart is trying to annoy Jian Chen with his big mouth. He's still pretending to be a tough guy. This time, he didn't just bring his 6 handymen. He's brought in his own family's masters. Jian Chen will definitely be buried now. Jian Chen begins to analyze into his enemies. 2 saint masters and 1 great saint. Not a bad team. It's too late to run away. And when he's done with Jian Chen, he'll be amusing himself with Mom and her daughter. Jian Chen had already made a mistake once. He had failed to handle his brother's defense. They died right before his eyes, and there was nothing he could do about it. It is now his responsibility to protect Kendall's wife and daughter. He won't let anyone else down. Whoever dares to touch them and do them any harm will regret it very bitterly. The young master shouts to his 6 servants. Jian Chen must be caught so that others won't mess with the Tianshun clan. They hope that they can defeat Jian Chen with quantity, since they couldn't do it with quality. With the whole crowd, they jump on him sharply to hit him from all sides at once. Jian Chen, to generate spiritual energy, materializes his weapon and begins to chop down all in a row of servant 6s, his opponent. The first 2 he slit the throats of with his sword. They just fell to the ground like a pile of rocks. Jian Chen doesn't care at all what this shouting young master thinks. Everyone immediately thought about Jian Chen's strength and training. Everyone's desire to attack him was abruptly eliminated. One of the masters of the Tianshun clan showed discretion and decided that there might be a misunderstanding between the clan and Jian Chen. But Jian Chen doesn't need a special reason. He's just a mercenary who wanders the world. He didn't want to become anyone's enemy. Some people are just too stupid, and they don't know their limits. They don't know when to stop. The screaming young master orders the mercenaries not to talk to Jian Chen, but to just kill him. They are paid a lot of money to do so. The mercenary master believed in himself. He thought he could eliminate Jian Chen. This is another very grave mistake. Jian Chen is fed up with all this. He wants to end it quickly. He rushed to the attack with his sword and dagger. Jian Chen struck the first blow. With a calm face, he wants to quickly deal with this mercenary master. The mercenary can barely hold back Jian Chen's onslaught. Sparks fly in different directions from their battle. The mercenary master was very much struck by Jian Chen's speed. He had never seen anything like this in his life. He yells to his buddies not to stand there and help him immediately. He realizes he can't win this fight alone, and they ran to attack Jian Chen from different directions. They were now 3-on-1, but he easily fought them off time after time. They were no match for him, neither in strength nor skill. That arrogant young master saw that his mercenaries couldn't handle Jian Chen. He called them pathetic lowlifes. And then he noticed something. A defenseless mother and her daughter who were sheltering in their home. A very dastardly plan immediately matured in his mind. John Chen heard a child screaming, and I knew right away that bastard had taken the little girl to the world. He saw the knife blade near the little girl's face. This scumbag had stabbed Mira's own mother with this knife, and he himself had threatened to slit her throat. He needed Jian Chen to kneel down. John Chen had warned him, if the child was hurt, he would slaughter the young master's entire family, the whole clan. The young master doesn't believe John Chen's threats. He thinks he doesn't have the guts, as long as he has little Mira in his hands. He'll be curious to see how much longer he can play it cool. John Chen realizes that one awkward move and the child will be killed. He is now very much afraid for Mira. He sharply demanded of the young master that he let the child go. John Chen was told to kneel down and throw his weapon on the ground. After that, start begging for mercy. He said he'd do anything, and he understood, as long as the baby wasn't hurt. John Chen's instruction was repeated once more. Young master won't wait for long. He would just snap the girl's head off. He dropped his sword, but the dagger was still in his hand. Holding it tightly, clutching its hilt, John Chen throws it far away from him to the side. The young master is very happy about this. Now he's completely defenseless. He has nothing to fight with. He instructs his mercenary masters to kill John Chen. John Chen tells the young master that he himself will be the dead man, and asks the little girl to close her eyes. The dagger turns around and flies into the back of the young master's head. At the last moment, he turns his head and notices a dagger flying at him. The tip of the blade is inexorably approaching. The young master can't stop him. Before his demise, he felt all the fear and terror. The dagger slammed into his head at high speed, and his brains and blood scattered to the ground. Mira's mother was alive, though wounded. The master mercenaries saw that the young master had been killed. The mom and her girl quickly ran to their home, and the dagger returned to Jian Chen's hand. John Chen warned the mercenary masters that it would now be their turn to die. They were numb with terror. They didn't know what to do now. I wonder if this kid has some kind of fighting skill. The oldest of them urges not to panic. The young master wasn't careful, and they outnumber Jian Chen, so strength is on their side. That's what they thought. The three of them begin to attack Jian Chen. Jian Chen calls out the Azulette sword technique. A huge glowing orb appears at the tip of the sword, a new spell of raining blades, and steel blades start flying out of this sphere in different directions. He's too strong. One of them said that Jian Chen should definitely be detained, and he would report everything to the clan master. The other two were no fools. They realized right away that their friend had betrayed them. They began to shame him. He got away and lived, and the others were caught in the Rain of Blades spell. Jian Chen was very upset by this, so he can call for help now. That could complicate things a lot. If he were alone, he'd be long gone by now. But he can't leave Kendall's widow and her young daughter Mira. Horsemen from all hooves are rushing towards the widow's house. They are led by the head of the Tianxiong clan. Jian Chen stands surrounded by the lying corpses of the members of this clan, not counting the body of the young master. The servants started shouting that Jian Chen was the one who killed the young master. There was no need for any proof. Jian Chen calmly said that he was waiting for them very much. He needs to buy as much time as he can so that the widow Candela and his daughter Mira can leave the house quickly and run far away. The head of the Tianxun clan asked Jian Chen if he knew that Kang Ai was his only son and heir to the entire clan, and Jian Chen killed him in cold blood. Jian Chen said what he thought about the dead Kang En. When he was alive, he was selfish to groups and used people like things and then threw them away. He just decided to help the Lord God a little and bring his miserable end closer, so that he wouldn't interfere with anyone's life. The Tianxun clan head still didn't understand what Jian Chen meant, but he told him right away that in the City of Awakening, he is the real God. He decides everything. Everything depends on him. The head of the Tianxun clan launched a swift attack on Jian Chen. Jian Chen was barely able to fend off the enemy's lunge. It became clear that he was now going to have to fight a great saint master. The head of the Tianxun clan never understood how the great saint was able to kill his son Kang Ai. He needs to know how his son died. The master mercenary tries to explain to his master that Jian Chen has some kind of martial skill. He offers Jian Chen an easy, painless death if he quietly gives the Tianxiong clan head all his martial skills. Jian Chen sighed again. All the villains are just like a copycat. No originality, the same wishes and words. The head of the Tianshun clan threatens Zhang Shen that he will surely kill him now and send him to hell. Zhang Shen dodges a punch combination and very deftly jumps to the roof of the nearest building. He has no desire to fight with the Tianshun clan head. Right now, Zhang Shen had a much more important matter at hand. He calls upon the Azulette sword technique and uses the cloud step technique and quickly withdraws from the battlefield. The head of the Tianxiong clan shouts to his 6 servants to immediately run after Zhang Shen and pursue him. Jian Shen had purposely performed such a diversionary maneuver. Sister and Mira will take the west road, and he will take all the pursuers to the east road. Clots of bright purple-colored energy rained down on Zhang Shen. He barely dodged them in time and landed on the ground. Zhang Shen realizes that the head of the Tianxiong clan is very fast. He was literally breathing down the back of his neck and almost never took a step away from Zhang Shen. He's really curious how long Zhang Shen can run away from him. It's like a game of catch-up. Only the sounds of jumping on rooftops can be heard. Zhang Shen is very skillful at jumping over all the obstacles and fences with fences. The last serious obstacles are the city wall, and he overcame it very easily. Jian Shen expects the head of the Tianxiong clan to follow him, and will also be jumping over the wall. He heard a terrible thumping on the other side of the wall. The bricks began to crack. The head of the Tianxiong clan broke through the city wall. He didn't jump over it, and promises that he will catch up with Zhang Shen now. Zhang Shen launches his Azulette spiritual sword at him, but clan head Tianshun easily repelled his lunge. This was a combat skill he was prepared for. He wants to see what Zhang Shen is like without his weapon. Zhang Shen smiled evilly and said that he wasn't unarmed at all. He still had trump up his sleeve. The sword began to fly near the head of the Tianshun clan, coming at him from the back. At the last moment, he turns his head and fends off the first lunge of the Azulette spiritual flying sword. This was the first time the Tianshun clan head had seen a holy weapon being able to fly without any control. Behind the city wall, the energy of battle. Almost in front of his face, he caught a dagger. Now he understood how his son Kang A had been killed. Such a dagger flew into his back almost instantly. Zhang Shen says it's time for him to meet his late son, and stabs the head of the Tianshun clan directly in the back with his sword. And that one turns out to have a very good defense field. It worked like a shield, and he was completely unharmed. Zhang Shen fails to penetrate this defense. The clan head brags to Zhang Shen about being the strongest earth attribute user. You can't just hit him with the ball. It's Jian Shen who's about to die instead. The head of the Tianshun clan proved to be a worthy opponent and a very tough nut for Zhang Shen to crack. He struck blow after blow with his heavy sledgehammer. The Tianxiong clan head was simply crushing everything around him. If Zhang Shen wasn't so agile and fast, you would have been a dead man in this fight a long time ago. Zhang Shen barely had time to fight back. He had simply underestimated the strength and skills of the Tianshun clan head. It didn't turn out the way he had hoped. The Tianshun clan heads, holding the Azulette sword, felt that this weapon had a soul of its own. The sword slipped out of his hands and was able to slice the Tianshun clan head's arm despite his defense, and quickly returned to Zhang Shen's hands. He really wanted to get his hands on Zhang Shen's fighting skills and started bargaining with him. If he gave what Tianshun asked for, he would no longer be guilty of Kang Ai's death. Zhang Shen was surprised by this. Not long ago, he threatened to drink him for his son's death. Now he's bargaining like he's in a mercenary market. The heads of the Tianshun clan noted Zhang Shen's courage. When he caught him, he would make him shut up forever. Zhang Shen realized well that if he didn't deal with the clan head today, he wouldn't have a quiet life. But the Tianxiong clan head is confident that he is no match for this kid. Zhang Shen says, "Stop talking," and dodges another attack. Spiritual dagger Azulette aims to pierce through the defense from Tianshun's back. The dagger chooses different points and angle of attack to finally inflict deadly wounds. The dagger begins to move in a circle and kick up dust from the ground. The Tianshun clan head thought that Zhang Shen wanted to trick him. Therefore, he purposely raised the dust in the air. Since you can't see anything, you can focus on finding your opponent's breath. But he couldn't find Zhang Shen's breath. This shocked him after all. Such a thing was basically impossible. The Tianshun clan head charged his sledgehammer with energy and slammed it into the ground with all his might to break the veil of dust. When the dust settled, he discovered that Zhang Shen had just escaped from the battlefield. He pretended at first that he wanted to fight to the death, He was just creating an opportune moment to get out of the way. Kid was smart. He instructs his servants to gather a group and then follow him to the mountain range of magical beasts. The servants of the Tianxiong clan search the mountain range very carefully. They know that Master injured John Chen. There's no way he could have gotten far away. Someone really doubts that John Chen was able to escape. They're gathering a very large group of 200 saints right now. This kid is going to be the end. Jian Chen heard all those words. Well, if they want to kill him, let them blame themselves now. John Chen jumps on top of them and throws swift punches. The mercenary masters heard the screams of the Tian Shun clan's servants. They immediately realized that they were under attack. He saw in the clearing the chopped and bloodied bodies of the Tian Shun clan servants. The same screams they heard in the opposite place. John Chen used guerrilla tactics. They walked into his traps by themselves, and in the dense forest, he finished them all off. The head of the Tianxiong clan was very angry. John Chen couldn't be caught, but he was able to kill dozens of his servants. John Chen can hide his presence and attack separate, disparate groups of people. That's why he almost killed them all. The head of the Tian Shun clan appreciated John Chen's tactics. There was no point in sacrificing the people of the clan. We should retreat. He instructs them to put a big bounty on Jian Chen's head. Let the other mercenaries help the clan. It's unimaginable. A giant hole in the outer wall of the city. All the citizens came to see it. The search posters had Jian Chen's image on them. Somehow the Zhou clan mercenaries and the Tianxiong clan had put up a bounty for the same person. John Chen in the posters just looked like a ruthless monster. In the midst of all this crowd stood a man wrapped in a hooded cloak. That was Mu Yong, and this kind of turn of affairs where, for John Chen's head, one could get a lot of money made him very happy. A beautiful lake near the mountain range of magical animals. John Chen is washing himself. He laughs because he compares Qian Xiong Li to his personal minister of transportation. And he's so sorry he couldn't get satisfaction from the robbery, so he refused to participate. A giant predatory turtle pops up in the middle of the lake. John Chen grabs his clothes and runs out of the water with all his legs to avoid being destroyed and eaten. It's a turtle shell beast of the 3rd level. John Chen activates his spiritual sword Azulet and is about to give battle to the monster. He is very angry at the monster for disturbing his horse and killing the chickens. Bounces high up above the monster's shell. Does not deal a strong sword strike to the shell, but the beast's turtle shell defense proved too strong. The other mercenaries saw this battle. They immediately remembered that they had seen Jian Chen just on the wanted poster. This is the one who wields the silver sword. They knew right away there was something to gain. He's 20 years old, and he's alone. But they want to wait for the moment when he is done fighting with a level 3 magical beast and is properly weakened. They'll just attack all together and take him in numbers. It shouldn't be too hard to destroy him. They are already counting and dividing the skin of the unkilled bear among themselves. They don't want to get the big bucks and not even bother. That's the problem for them. Mu Yun wants it too. He's really greedy for money, so he decides to take John Chen's head for himself. To the other assembled mercenaries, he tells them that what his name is doesn't matter. What really matters is that the money for John Chen's head is his alone. He's not going to share it with anyone else, and he's attacking the other mercenaries. In the forest thicket, the battle between Jian Chen and a level 3 shell monster was in full swing. John Chen strikes him with both a pair of punches to the shell and the head. Scales cover the monster's entire body. There's no way he can break through its defenses no matter how hard he tries. But an idea occurred to him. He made sure to hit the monster in another vulnerable spot. But the monster stands as it was. He took no damage. John Chen flew out of the water and onto the ground. His formed spiritual dagger and azulite spiritual sword flew off the monster's armor and hovered in the air. Right now, the moment is chosen perfectly. John Chen instructs the dagger and sword. They are energized spiritually and start hitting the turtle shell monster from all sides and at a very high speed. One blow went straight into the beast's mouth. That blow knocked its brains out, and an energy core flew out of the monster. The monster's corpse, with its head pierced through, fell at John Chen's feet, right along with the cannonball. He could barely handle it. Jian Chen heard the sounds of battle not far behind the thicket. The cloaked and hooded stranger scattered all of his rivals for John Chen's head. He killed most of them. Only the last one left, but he begs not to kill him and let him live, because he's too lazy to waste his energy. He throws pill capsules to the survivors and tells them all in town to spread the word for him. After a month, have them come to the same clearing and get the antidote to the poison. The survivors asked what rumors the master wanted them to spread. The rumor is that John Chen is very badly injured, and he is in the mountain range of magical beasts. He's warning them he wants the whole town to know about this, what really happened to John Chen. And John Chen heard it all. Mu Yun said that they had already cleaned up. Therefore, John Chen could safely go out and say hello to him. John Chen heard his name being called. John Chen asked why so many people are gathered. Is it really to deal with him? Is there a big grudge between them? Mu Yun said there was no offense, but he owed him a lot of money. John Chen didn't recognize him the first time. He grabbed him by the throat and started choking him. It was as if Mu Yun had gathered so many people to finish off John Chen. Mu Yun tells John Chen that he is now very valuable. For his head, both clans in the city put a very large bounty on his head. A great many mercenaries would now be after John Chen. John Chen realized that such a large number of mercenary opponents he might not be able to handle. And he gives Mu Yun a good idea. They should team up for a heist. The old rule is John Chen gets the magic core and Mu Yun gets the money. But a little deal. You don't have to do anything physical. They teamed up for joint raids. 4 caravans intercepted and 67 mercenaries killed. Mercenary Corps blood cry. Almost a month ago, they destroyed the entire village and killed 240 people. Jian Chen killed them too. He left no one alive. Mu Yun says that each of these scumbags should be punished. Now all those damn bastards are dead. The 2 of them did a good job. A few more days passed like this. A large group of mercenaries came to the fire where Mu Yun was roasting meat. They asked him if he had seen a young man with swords. Mu Yun pointed his finger at a nearby tree. Jian Chen was already waiting for all of them in the ambush and prepared his dagger and sword. Now they're all out of place. He interrupted absolutely everyone. Now their bodies are lying on the ground, chopped up and bloody. So Jian Chen and Mu Yun paired up day after day, killing more and more mercenaries. Each of them got what they wanted. Jian Chen got extra strength from the energy cores, and Mu Yun got gold and coins and other valuable items. Jian Chen absorbed more and more energy, while not forgetting to meditate, to cultivate strength. Suddenly he opened his eyes. Something's going on. Jian Chen received a new charge of energy. A purple flash illuminated the entire surroundings in the middle of the night forest. He heaved a sigh of relief. Jian Chen had reached a new level of strength. Jian Chen is advancing in strength level very quickly. Mu Yun praised him. Nearby, the robbers saw how many amethyst coins the 2 friends had. The hunt is on. Now the robbers will be robbed. Dust of swords, prepare to die. The same old phrases again. Jian Chen was already tired of listening to them. His ears were covered in calluses from them. Mu Yun is in a very good mood today. He suggests that the robbers spare their lives and throw away all the valuable things they have on them and run away. Jian Chen heard the mercenaries talking about the Zhou Corps. The ringleader immediately realized that Jian Chen was very frightened. He offered to lick his shoes. Spirit sword strike marks could be seen in the air. They made the big mistake of calling themselves mercenaries of the Zhou Corps. Jian Chen slaughtered every last one of them. No mercy, they should all be dead. Mu Yun even flinched at such cruelty. Jian Chen hung all of their dead bodies on the tree branches. Let them hang upside down in dripping blood. He is truly ruthless. Mu Yun simply wondered what kind of grudge Jian Chen had against them. At the last moment, he noticed a fluctuation in power. Jian Chen pulled Mu Yun away from the attack vector. Who dared to attack the 2 of them? Some figure in the darkness said that it wasn't right for 2 kids to have so many amethyst coins. Too many. Jian Chen and Mu Yun's eyes opened wide. This was a great high-level saint. Jian Chen inquired. Would a great saint run around the neighborhood for such a small thing? The old man drew his blade and said that there was more than just a reward for Jian Chen. He and his buddy had gotten a lot of loot these days. Mu Yun pulled out his weapon and threatened the old man. Let him not even think that he would get anything. But the old man was amused by this youthful zeal. The more he resists, the faster you will die. The old man slashed Mu Yun's throat with a poisoned blade. Mu Yun is poisoned even though he's still alive. Jian Chen called the old man a treacherous, sneaky bastard. But the old man doesn't care about that. He wants Jian Chen's head and Mu Yun's looted money. He offers to voluntarily surrender while the old man himself does nothing. The chances of them winning are slim anyway. A great saint using poison against a saint. Such an act and meanness made Jian Chen very angry. He lunged at the old man to attack him. Well, the old man doesn't care what anyone says about his reputation. He doesn't need a reputation when he's got big money. Their blades crossed in battle. There was a huge explosion of energy, sparks flying in different directions. The old man stood as a motionless pillar. Jian Chen flew to the side and could barely stay on his feet. The difference in strength between them is too great. Jian Chen simply can't fight. The old man is too strong and experienced. The smug, mean old man looked at Jian Chen. To him, he was no bigger than a bug. He swung his poison blade. He wanted to test Jian Chen's bones for strength. He was incredibly fast with his dagger, and he moved just as nimbly. Jian Chen didn't notice the old man kicking him in the face. The old man began to generate energy to strike Jian Chen. Jian Chen realized that things were really bad. He could feel the poisonous energy that was emanating from his opponent. He didn't stop batting with him for a moment to give Mu Yun as much time as possible. Mu Yun began to cough up his own blood because of the poison. It's a very strange poison. Mu Yun can't get it out of his system. He's getting worse and worse by the minute. The old man smirks and says that he himself is interested to see how long Mu Yun can hold out. There's no chance of him surviving. Jian Chen tells Mu Yun to run away as soon as possible. Jian Chen will try to delay this old man as long as he can. He doesn't accept any objections. Mu Yun urgently needs to run away to stay alive. Jian Chen deflects the old man's attacks. Mu Yun looks at the green seal in his hands. Is there really no other way out? The situation is so desperate. Mu Yun breaks this seal. A green portal appears, and out of the portal, a dark figure appears. He asks Mu Yun if he's poisoned badly. Mu Yun asks a summoned stranger to save his life and falls unconscious at his feet. No one had ever called him a friend before. The old man knocked the sword out of Jian Chen's hands and orders him down. The stranger looks at the old man and Jian Chen. He is standing right in front of the body of the dying Mu Yun, and the old man suddenly felt so much pressure. When did he have time to appear? He couldn't feel his arrival at all. Jian Chen threw his sword at the old man and wished him a quick death. The old man is just bullying his opponent. Is this really all Jian Chen can do? Trailing behind, Jian Chen throws his azulette dagger. The old man barely has time to notice him, and the dagger wounds the old man. The old man is confused. He doesn't understand when Jian Chen had time to throw his dagger. The old man collapsed dead on the ground. The summoned stranger stood beside Mu Yun's body. Jian Chen activated the force field of his spiritual energy. There was a strange green radiation coming from the stranger summoned through the portal. Jian Chen realized that this was the power of space and cosmos. He noted Jian Chen's excellent ability and talent. After all, Jian Chen was able to kill a great Saint Master who was far above the level of strength. He advised him to keep practicing and not to abandon his training. If he can become a strong personality, and the summoned stranger opens a portal. He assures Jian Chen, taking Mu Yun's body away, that the two of them will be able to see each other again in the future. Jian Chen immediately noticed that the stranger was free to use the power of space and cosmos, at least in the Saint realm. This pile of looted gold and treasure has magic cores of different ranks. Jian Chen has been very busy for a month. He didn't get what was due to him. He went to the dead old man and said he was the last one. He saw glowing white wool behind the old man's sinew. It was a white beast skin. It shone like a small star in Jian Chen's hands. He remembered his mom telling him that Jiang Tian was a family relic that had been passed down in the family from generation to generation for thousands of years. It's a real treasure. We must keep it safe. Jian Chen's mom told him to keep an eye on it. Jian Chen held Jiangqian in his hands. This was the item his mother had given him. He didn't understand how this old man was able to get his hands on a family heirloom, and what kind of beast skin it was. It doesn't burn. It can't be cut with a sword. Maybe there's a treasure map on the back of it. You don't look like that at all. Jian Chen wanted to know what it really was. An old man wouldn't keep it in his pocket. Jian Chen doesn't want to think about it anymore. It's better to use the remaining time to cultivate his strength. A cave in the woods. It's been 1 year. Jian Chen is sitting and meditating. Violet flames dance around him. He makes spiritual endeavors to increase his power and a new level. He uses all the energy cores available to him from the monsters. Completed, Jian Chen had now been promoted to the high level of Saint Master. His training was not in vain. Jian Chen exhaled. He had finally made progress in his research. He's holding his wanted poster. He's strong enough now. The Zhou mercenary clan and the Tian Shun clan. It's their time to pay with their blood. The cave where Jian Chen was standing began to shake and collapse. A bright blue ray appeared, bouncing like a sun bunny here and there. It's a level 5 speed cloud beast. And there was even a sky-winged demon bull that appeared. Its size was truly colossal. These beasts are so strong and powerful that Jian Chung Divide could only escape from here with his current level of strength. The battle between the two of them has begun. The speedy cloud beast struck the first blow against the sky-winged demon bull. A terrifying howl was heard from the sky-winged bull demon. He received a punch right in the face. The speedy cloud beast begins to bite him and scratch with your claws. Despite its size, the speedy cloud beast is kept on par with a sky-winged demon bull. And each other, they try to beat each other up. One of these beasts with very fast speed, and the other with very serious defenses. Both of them are level 5 abnormal. Jian Chen is watching their fight. He can see that the speed of the speedy cloud beast is decreasing. Its energy is becoming weaker, and he falls to the ground in helplessness. The sky-winged demon bull wants to take advantage of this moment of weakness of his opponent. One of them is very seriously wounded, and the other is completely blinded by the enemy. Jian Chen has waited for a very opportune moment. He would kill both of them so that they wouldn't suffer and waste their energy, and their energy cores would help him advance in strength. He uses the maximum of his speed to kill these two level 5 beasts. The speedy cloud beast will be killed first. Its energy is the weakest, and it has no strength left to fight. Jian Chen destroyed him with a single strike using his azulette spiritual sword. Now it was the turn of the sky-winged bull demon. Jian Chen needs to concentrate all his strength. The sky-winged bull demon began to attack Jian Chen. Jian Chen dodged his attack and jumped high up. He used the wild breakout technique. The sky-winged demon bull fell on its front legs and howled like a wounded cow. Jian Chen struck his opponent from above with the azulette spiritual sword. There was a tremendous release of energy. Bright purple rays of power were flying in different directions. Some old man with a snake on his shoulder was watching this battle from afar. He was very excited that he was able to find a speedy cloud beast. He turns to his snake. Now that the target is determined, he leaves this beast for his favorite. 3 warriors in textbook combat attack one. One of them calls the other a bitch and suggests that he surrender sooner to save his body from being beaten and bruised. There was an explosion and one of them was thrown aside. He barely had time to land in a squat. He called his opponent Ming Dong. Does he really want to kill him? He concentrates bright energy for the strike, and they start counter-attacking their opponents. They're not good enough for him. They themselves did not expect him to have such great speed. Literally within a minute, he had everyone on their shoulder blades. Turns out he's a Saint Master with wind attributes. Jian Chen slammed his back against a tree. His opponent threw it well. He's trying to cough. The sky-winged demon bull between its wings forms a new beam of energy to finish off Jian Chen. Jian Chen has gained new strength and is attacking again. He intends to complete his plan. He's pushing off the ground and leaps high above the sky-winged demon bull and endeavors to strike his blow from above. It combines the spiritual sword and the azulette dagger. Jian Chen refuses to believe that it is impossible to break through his opponent's defenses in this fight. He is bound to succeed. He applies the Great Wheel of Fate technique. The sky-winged demon bull is ready to clash with Jian Chen. Jian Chen delivers this crushing blow. The shockwave knocks everything around him down. The heaven-winged demon bull stands sliced almost in half. Jian Chen was able to pierce its defense with his sword. Behind him, tearing chunks of flesh from his recently fought opponent. The demon-winged bull collapsed dead on the ground. Jian Chen got what he wanted. 2 level 5 magical beast energy cores, and they are full of energy. This energy would be enough for Jian Chen to level up to Great Master of Saint Force. All that's left is to take the energy core of the speedy cloud beast, and we can get out of here. But he saw a snake that wrapped around the body of this speedy cloud beast. It too was looking for that core. Jian Chen was very surprised. Where did the snake come from here? He looked at the corpse of the beast and saw that its energy core had been stolen. Someone stole his rightful prey. The old man was already holding the core in his hands. He was behind Jian Chen's back. Jian Chen was very surprised. Could it really be a holy master with earth attributes? The old man laughed. This is something new to him. The energy core is very important to his Halidor family. He has been tracking it down for a long time. Well, he also realizes that Jian Chen got it first. He offers to exchange his combat skill in exchange for the core. Jian Chen really doesn't like this kind of exchange. He has no intention of exchanging his loot with anyone. He tried to make a joke and said that he had no fighting skills, but the old man was very clever and didn't believe him. The old man saw a different picture. He saw the Azulet spiritual sword strike the heaven-winged bull demon. He can't be fooled. Jian Chen didn't manage to trick him. The old man laughed and called him a little brat. He began to store fire energy in his fist, and as if vaporized, Jian Chen can't see him. Out of nowhere, he stabs Jian Chen's shoulder with 2 fingers and says it's not good to be sneaky. From this blow, Jian Chen simply flew aside like a rag and falls to the ground in front of the snake. The old man was determined to kill Jian Chen, finish him before he got up from the ground. Jian Chen grabs the snake with his hand and told the old man at the last moment to stop immediately. The old man looks at the little bugger, can't figure out what he means. The shadow snake is a very rare animal and very valuable. Even if the old man kills Jian Chen, he'll be able to snap its head off at the last minute. Without it, it will be very difficult to do business. The old man understood Jian Chen's hints, asking him what he wanted. Jian Chen formed a vacuum sphere around the snake and placed it. A special barrier. After a small amount of time, this barrier will explode with the snake. The old man can give Jian Chen the core, let him go and take the snake. I need to be overly arrogant. The old man is confident that Jian Chen will not be able to escape from the Saint Master with Earth attributes. He throws an energy core at Jian Chen. He agrees to the exchange. Jian Chen thanked the old man. He showed discretion. He tosses the snake in the sphere and kicks it as hard as he can with his foot. It flies far away into the forest, and the old man runs after that snake. Jian Chen was right. The shadow snake was indeed a very rare and valuable creature. Jian Chen has already heard thousands of curses against him. The old man promises to tear him to pieces for his devious prank, but Jian Chen is very happy. He got away with this dangerous situation. He started running from that place with all his might. A Saint Master with Earth attributes should not be underestimated. He moves with great speed. He can already hear the taunts against him. As much as he can run, they still promise to get Jian Chen anywhere. On the mountain in front of the cliff, Trinity drove one warrior with a sword to the very edge. He's already sweating from exhaustion. They just cornered him. He doesn't want to die at the hands of those lousy parasitic maggots, and he's accelerating to strike at wind speed. But at the last moment, he realizes that an obstacle is getting in his way. That obstacle was Jian Chen. He was shouted from behind to get out of the way, but he didn't get away in time, and there was a big collision. The mercenaries didn't expect Jian Chen to show up. They are no longer going to decide who is right and who is wrong. They intend to kill the 2 of them. This guy doesn't want to die, but he feels that today is the end of him. It's because he couldn't escape because of Jian Chen. He suddenly saw a purple glow. Jian Chen pulled out his Azulet sword and started chopping down all 3 mercenaries. Jian Chen so regretted such a useless waste of time and effort. Indeed, in the eyes of the new stranger, Jian Chen appeared to be very fast. He dealt with the mercenaries so dashingly. He warns and shouts to Jian Chen to stop running. There's a dead end ahead. It's a cliff from which he will fall and surely break. Jian Chen incredulously asks the new stranger why he was following him. Why would he want to do that? He thanked him for not letting him fall off the cliff, and the stranger thanked Jian Chen for saving his life. He's really fast. Jian Chen heard extraneous sounds again. The Saint Master with Earth attributes has found Jian Chen and is flying to him to get even for both the core and the snake. He can see exactly where he's going. Had he found his snake so quickly and disarmed the orb? The great saint with Earth power was very angry with Jian Chen. He was already hoping to catch that insolent bastard dead. Turns out he's a thief. His 6s were after this guy for a few level 4 magical animal energy cores, and this old man is the leader of the gang. The old man was very angry with the 2 of them. The ungrateful bastards wouldn't be able to save their lives, even if they surrendered and begged for mercy. And he launched a swift attack on them. The old crook won't let them survive. We need to split up for a joint defense. Then we have a chance to defeat him. The old man began to generate energy in his hand. They won't be able to do anything. The old rogue laughs hysterically. I wonder how they'll try to save their lives, and if running away is something they can't do. He created a fiery tornado for each of them. They must destroy these two puppies. Tornadoes of fire swept up John Chen and his new friend and lifted them high above the ground, and then just thrown off a cliff. The old sneak said it was his real fighting skills. Lakeshore, not far from the bluff. The two of them saved themselves. It's a miracle. They were lucky they fell into the water and didn't drown. They swam out. When they came to their senses, Jiang Chun said that he had survived the disaster and would definitely pick the old man to avenge the Haladuo family one day. The young boy was shocked that Jiang Chun was in front of him. A young guy introduces himself as Dong and promises to kill this old crook and wipe out this whole Halador family. Dong thanks Jian Chen again for saving him, but thanking isn't something to be thanked for. Dong holds out 2 4th-level beast energy cores to John Chen. He wants to thank John Chen for saving him, but unfortunately, besides those energy cores, Dong has nothing else. John Chen remembers his fallen comrades from the fire mercenaries. Dong actually looked a lot like him. It was just that he remembered how the fire mercenaries had pulled him out of the water. John Chen says that he doesn't need the monster's energy cores anymore. Dong prefers to work alone. He doesn't like rules. He doesn't understand restrictions. John Chen has something to ask Ming Dong. The latter agrees to anything as long as it doesn't cost him his life. He invites Ming Dong to join the mercenary group. John Chen wants to revive the fire mercenary group, but it's true that it's still small in number. But this is just the beginning. I wonder what criterion judges that the group is small. Ming Dong wants to know how many people are in these fire mercenaries. Just him and John Chen. This news makes Ming Dong faint. Ming Dong realizes that he is the vice leader of the group, and he needs to know what their next move is. Well, first they need to cultivate strength. But the main mission of fire mercenaries is to kill monsters to earn magic cores. John Chen threw the bag into Ming Dong's hands. This sack contained 8 level 4 monster energy cores. He will get half a month to increase his power level. They'll need it to root out one family, as well as take out one group of mercenaries. Ming Dong agreed. Although, how is it possible to destroy a family and a group of mercenaries with only 2 people? John Chen must be insane. Half a month has passed. Ming Dong sees John Chen's transition to the next level. John Chen has become a great holy master. Ming Dong asks him if he's definitely human, because it has been too little time and he has already risen to such a level. John Chen says that there is not too much labor put into this. Ming Dong is an average Saint Master. John Chen suddenly begins to feel a terrible pain. He tells Ming Dong to leave him and move away. Something's wrong with him. A pillar of purple energy burst out high into the sky. Well, friends, I don't know about you, but I like this manhwa. The plot itself is quite interesting and intriguing. So if you liked the video, then subscribe to the channel and write a comment about what you liked. If new chapters of this title are released, I will definitely make a continuation. All the best. See you soon.